just trying to stay alive at the moment. Rescue on Sam to get a fear on the flame. Rosita gets interrupted. Fire breath channel by Zenu, and that's gonna close it.
Hammer of Justice lands, and that's gonna be game 1 to Luminosity.
The dragon will succumb to the temptation. And unleash the aspect's darkest nightmares.
Control sends the damage. Huge damage coming in. Double kill. That's it. Good night. A lot of devastation right now. Full blind onto Asgrath. Z-Bike could easily go down. Can they purge the blessing of protection? They do manage to. There's the kidney shot. Are they going to be able to take him down at the same time? No. Waz gets disarmed. He's down to 1% health. Can he survive? No, not this time, Waz.
Well, Drake, I don't think he survives the next crowd control on Brain. He's trying to run away. He's just dying. Jellybeans is absolutely blasting, and he's got the Sentinel out. He's shooting through the fence line right now. His entire team can shoot through pillars. Insane usage of that spell right there, and they managed to close it out. Here comes the Spear Bastion onto Wallace. He's got no evasion. He's caught in this. Bladestorm is cutting him down here. Here's the double stun. They need to keep the Massive Spell. Can they take Drake down in a scatter shot? They can!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the third cup of the AWC second season. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host this weekend. We are with Suki, Zico, Venruki, and Supati. We got some new hairstyles that are distracting me. Azuki, it's a new word. We are in the North American Day. Tomorrow is going to be Championship Sunday. This is the third cup. Also, there's only one cup remaining, Zuki. Just kidding, Zico, for to get those points.
Yeah, I thought you were talking to Venruki first when you said Suki. I was like, which one of us is that? But yeah, very true. Anyone can just pick it out. But it is true. We are in the ending stages here right now. You know, not a lot of opportunities left for these teams to qualify. You know, and everybody wants to make it to that grand finals. $300,000 will be on the prize. On the prize pool for that event. But those who don't make that top 3 will, of course, have a chance to qualify throughout the gauntlet. So a lot of the teams are playing for that top 8. And the gauntlet is like a gladiator-style tournament. So if you do end up placing 4th, for example, you will be that final boss of the gauntlet. If you end up placing 8th, you'll have to go up against the 7th team. Winner of that goes against the 6th seed. And then winner of that goes against the 5th. And then winner of that goes against the 4th seed, which would be the final boss of the gauntlet. And then whoever wins that qualifies. So, we still have some opportunities left here this weekend. And then signups are still open. They close tomorrow, so last chance to sign up. Do it right now. As you can see here on the standings, that top 8 cutoff right now is 52 points here in North America. And one top 3 placing would be like if you get 3rd, I think you get 80 points. So even if you qualify on that last cup, you could technically have a dream run and make it all the way to the gauntlet, and then maybe in the gauntlet, who knows what happens, right? So definitely still an opportunity for these teams.
Most definitely. So make sure you're heading on over to that signups if you'd like to be here for cup number 4, which is going to be next weekend. You don't have that much time left to sign up if you want to do that. So here's a look at the current standings right now. Golden Guardians having an incredible season with 240 points, and that's going to be even more points by the end of this weekend. They're already sitting nicely in the upper bracket right now, so you can bet they're going to walk away this weekend with quite a bit more in their pockets. And then we've got second, Liquid at 180, third, Luminosity at 120. And Ven, do you feel like this is going to get even more top heavy as we continue on through these cups?
It is really hard to say, right? Because you have a 3-way tie between DUKAMIFIED, Super One Shot Frogs, and Luminosity Gaming, and all 3 of those teams are still in this tournament. So these points still up for grabs, like you mentioned. And then we have, our second point earners, Liquid, in that lower bracket. They're going to be going up against UNITAS, and UNITAS is in a really interesting situation. This is, of course, Aiden, Chaz over from Europe, Thugonomics, and Abrua. Going into the first cup, I thought this is an all-star team. They've had a very slow start to their season, but here they are on broadcast for cup number 3, and they're going to be the ones that are trying to limit how many points Liquid can get. And I mean, if you just look at their names, I mean, that roster is strong. They definitely could pull off an upset here. So it'll be interesting to see how far Liquid does go in this one.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. I feel like a lot of us were looking forward to UNITAS, and now they're finally here, made it into the top 8. And like Ven mentioned, that's going to be the first series that we're going to be checking out here in the North American region. It is a lower bracket match as well. So that means that both of these teams, Sid, are facing elimination.
Yeah, I mean, that's stressful for Liquid. They don't want to be losing their second place position, given that there's those 3 teams right on their heels with DUKAMIFIED and Super One Shot Frogs and Luminosity Gaming. Like, they're on their heels. They're still in the upper side of the bracket. And this could be the proving week for Luminosity Gaming. Like, if they can match the Golden Guardians in this Subtlety Rogue mirror, maybe they can even pass the Golden Guardians or get within, spitting distance of them by the end of this tournament. So it's really important that Liquid makes it through this lower bracket pretty far, at least, further than Super One Shot Frogs and further than DUKAMIFIED if they're going to make their way through this.
Yeah, definitely curious to see what does happen. And then, for the rest of the day, we've got an elimination round after this one that's going to be lost in LIHUE versus DUKAMIFIED. Ven, and I believe that was your runner-up team last week, right? And you were pretty spot on.
I was perfectly spot on. I'm glad you mentioned it. Yeah, DUKAMIFIED, they're a solid team. I feel like right now, obviously, what we saw in Europe yesterday was a lot of Moonkin as well as Preservation Evoker, but in North America, it's been a lot about the Subtlety Rogue, and I feel like DUKAMIFIED, they're just a really solid team. They have Tuna healing them, Calvish on the Subtlety Rogue, he's an all-star, I think, and then you obviously have Kearney and Nick as well, and Kearney heals them also on that priest, so just a really, really solid roster. They have lots of different comp options, lots of potential. I feel like this is a team that could go quite far, but Lost in LIHUE is also a really good team. There's like Yaski, Jawa, Casca, Cyfoxy. They had a really good run, I believe, in Cup number 1, or a decent run in Cup number 1. We did see them on broadcast. So we'll see if they can, start picking up those points and have a good run as well. They run some of those unorthodox compositions. We did see a lot of Shadow Priest Warlock and things like Hunter Shadow Priest. So I'm curious to see how well they do today.
Yeah. I'm curious as well. I feel like any team that has like an APAC player, they end up just playing some pretty interesting compositions. So looking forward to that series. That's going to be after this first one, Liquid versus UNITAS, which should be gearing up to go pretty soon here. Like I said, it's elimination. It's also best of 5 as always. Zico, real quick before we do get started, I mean, we know that we're seeing some meta changes. We're seeing some hot fixes that have already come in. We're getting some next week as well. What are some of the major ones that we witnessed yesterday?
What did we see yesterday? I mean, we saw a lot of kind of similar matchups, I would say. I think teams are still kind of playing to their strengths. I don't think we really saw too many people kind of utilize a lot of the meta picks. People playing a lot of Preservation Evoker, people playing a lot of Moonkin, Demo Warlocks. We saw a lot of these teams kind of just running what they have been running so far. And I feel like the results have been kind of similar. I think it's going to be more in North America where we're going to see some of those. We did see Shadow Priest quite a bit yesterday in Europe, and I think that the damage of Shadow Priest, at least the impression that I got, was that the Shadow Priest damage has gone up quite a bit in terms of casted damage, but it is harder to get it off. And I feel like I'm thinking about that matchup with the Destruction Warlock playing with the Shadow Priest against the melee cleave. And I feel like in that matchup, there was, a free casting Shadow Priest for majority of the games, and he really got some work done. So I think that we're going to have to just see how it looks for a lot of these kind of Shadow Priest main teams and how it's going to look for some of these Shaman teams as well. And speaking of Shadow Priest, we are going to see Samayam on the Shadow Priest here in this series. So Samayam going to be going off of the Moonkin. And I think that's because of just more casted damage, more burst damage available on that Shadow Priest. And then Sidu, we're going to get to see him actually showcase the Shaman buffs.
I think it's probably durability as well. It's way tougher to kill a Shadow Priest, a lot more support for the team as well. UNITAS, they're starting on Sidu and then swapping off the cheap shot with a blind, blasting down Sam and getting dispersion in the opener. Gouge now onto Sidu, cheap shot onto Trill. They could swap to him as well. How much damage do they have available at the end of this combustion? Chaz is in a fear. Trill looks like he's recovered. Sidu connecting some big heals. Samayam setting up damage with that Void Eruption, getting ready for the push. Trill's out of the dismantle. He's chasing Chaz around the pillar right now. Chaz is line of sighting the crowd control. He gets silenced and he's trying to avoid Trill at all costs, and Trill's is not getting any uptime right now because of Chaz's position. He's just going to go for it on Aiden with no crowd control. Kidney shot. Chaz, is he ready to get the healing out here? Divine Hymn pre-channeled, but Cloak of Shadows will be forced regardless. Abreu is trying to snipe a Ring of Frost, doesn't hit Sea-Doo with it. Kidney shot, cheap shot on Sam, more damage set up onto him here. They got Dispersion earlier. They really need to force a Medallion with this push. They're not finding it. Crowd control denied. Double fear from Sam onto Aiden and Chaz as they're targeting down Abreu. And they're really trying to stay on him here. It's really important that they stay on the Fire Mage as much as possible with that glass cannon build.
Yeah, and we're going to see right now Aiden actually dropping quite low here. Gets caught up in a sheep shot, but Trill getting polymorphed up. Abreu doing a pretty good job here, peeling for him, but it might not be enough. Aiden forced straight out the Vanish right there, and now they're going to be launching that next setup. Kidney shot onto Sam, full sheep here onto Sea-Doo. Here comes the damage. Sam, is he ready for it? He has Trinket, he has Void Shift. He's being greedy with the Trinket. Finally does come out there. Trinket, Void Shift, full fear onto Sea-Doo by Chaz, and Abreu doing a great job right now, kiting, hitting Trill a little bit here as well. Trill is actually taking a lot of damage here. He can't continue to chase, but Sea-Doo does manage to get a big heal right there onto Trill, and Shaman, you know, they have gotten significant buffs to their casting damage. What a nice cap totem there from Sea-Doo onto Abreu's blink right there. That is going to force Abreu to be completely stuck here, but a nice disarm come out from Aiden, forcing Abreu to actually be kind of safe there. Now Lightning Lasso onto Aiden. Here comes the damage. Full sheep onto Samayam, though. Once again, Abreu doing a great job with these polymorphs, trying to peel the situation. He has a combustion proc here. Are they going to go for it? Samayam could be in a lot of trouble here. He has the dispersion right now. They're launching a next setup. There's the Chastise into a full fear by Chaz. There's the cheap shot. Full sheep onto Trill. This is an easy dispersion there for Samayam. And now Liquid has nothing. Chaz continuing the chain 2 with a mind control. And it looks like Sea-Doo is going to come out of CC. No, I spoke too soon. Full kidney shot comes out. Big damage here onto Samayam. Do they have anything more to follow it up? There's a sheep onto Sea-Doo. Maybe he won't get the Spirit Link. He will get it off there in the nick of time.
Ascendance pops through. He still holds onto his medallion. He can use his Trinket Nature Swiftness and try and get a big heal for another setup. But then after that, he's really limited. And honestly, Chaz's team still has a lot of options. As I say that, they get the Cauterize through the Guardian Angel. So Liquid still in this here if they can stay on Abreu and get a massive spell. But triple crowd control. Clean setup after clean setup by UNITAS in game number 1. And they're going for it. They might be able to finish him through Sea-Doo's heals. He gets that Nature Swiftness and tops Sam I Am in this position. And now there's no medallions, no dispersion, but Abreu is just going to fall over. I was paying attention to Liquid at that point, and Chaz and Abreu, maybe a miscommunication. Maybe they didn't anticipate the damage. I mean, that wasn't even a shadowy duel. We're going to have to catch that in the replay because it seems like a blunder on their part. I feel like they were ahead in this position.
I definitely feel like they were completely ahead. I feel like they made a big mistake there during their kill setup. They had a full blind and they just threw it onto Aiden and, they threw it onto Trill and they just instantly broke it. Or maybe it was actually Aiden who got blind. I'm gonna have to see it in the replay. It all happened so fast. But yeah, Team Liquid, they're able to just get it there at the end of a kind of surprising amount of damage coming in here. But this is very early on into the match here still. So they're going after Aiden. Aiden having a kind of a close call here. Trades out the Cloak of Shadows. This is a little bit later on here. Aiden gets disarmed here. And Abreu, look at this cap. Actually, this was after the cap totem. So this is when the Cauterize procs. And that is when they kind of launched a really big setup. Here, Abreu, it's Cauterize procs. He gets the Guardian. Disarm onto Trill. And then here they get that big setup. So they get a full sheep onto Sea-Doo. They get a cheap shot onto Sam. And then here... they get a kidney shot onto Aiden. Okay, so it's Trill that blinds Aiden on his Trinket, and then that breaks. So that was a really nice blind, but they force out Sea-Doo's Trinket right there.
What was the
Aiden
damage?
actually did have blind, and what is this just the Shadow Priest?
What was the kill log? We need a kill log. What he was like 100-0. I'm watching Trill. What is it, Secret Technique crit? Is it like a 200k crit or something? Because like I didn't think it was possible for the Shadow Priest Rogue to hit that hard all in one moment onto Abreu. I'm thinking like, okay, Liquid just used all their trinkets, like they're gonna die in the next setup, and then they just 2-tap Abreu. Like Chaz, was he even CC'd? I don't even know if he was CC'd when he died there, or maybe he was just coming out of a cheap shot or something, like in the slow-mo of the situation. Like that was crazy burst damage. I think Sea-Doo wasn't like a lava burst added in either. I think it was just Shadow Priest or Rogue damage when they did that. So Trill does have Secret Technique and he has Shadow Dance. And those are going to be really hard hitting when you combo them together. So he goes for Shadow Dance and then he connects here. Alter. Secret Technique. He alters the Secret Technique, but can't go back in time before he's dead.
Huh.
You just
okay. I guess that was the secret tech coming out there. But Samayam got the killing blow, so it was probably a secret tech at the same time as Samayam connected with something. That was yeah. They actually recently nerfed Secret Technique as well in the latest changes. So pretty impressive amount of damage there coming out from Trill. And I in the grand scheme of things, though, I did not feel like this was going badly for UNITAS. I feel like UNITAS actually played a really, really good game. And look at that. We are already through the draft, Empyrean Domain, same compositions from both teams. And I feel like UNITAS had that. They had it in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, they're just one setup away. They're getting triple crowd control, forcing a trinket or a dispersion every single go, which is important. They just kind of got one shot. So if I was Liquid there, I would definitely be kind of trying to step up a little bit more here, because they were like 2 or 3 setups technically behind if UNITAS continued to trade, if there's an Ice Block there or a Void Shift. So being 2 setups behind and getting a kill, like, you got to count that up to a little bit of miscalculation on UNITAS's part here. But offensively, UNITAS were really good. Like the best I think we've seen so far from maybe a North American RMP in a matchup like this. It seems like the Shadow Priest Rogue is normally very difficult for them, but they're forcing cooldowns pretty much every setup. They're not wasting a single opportunity. So if they can battle back from that, kind of just brush it off, like, you know, sometimes one shots happen, and move forward with the rest of the series, they're looking threatening.
Absolutely. We'll just have to see what they can do here. Game number 2 between UNITAS and Team Liquid. I do think that, you know, the glass cannon that every fire mage is playing, I mean, it adds a lot of damage, but it also, you know, reduces your max HP by about 20%. So it definitely is, you know, a glass cannon in the true sense of the word. So obviously every fire mage is pretty much it's pretty much a mandatory talent. You know, it's just so much damage that you get, so every fire mage is going to be playing with that. But we'll see a Brewer right now looking to make a push right now with damage. Samam already using that pre-fade to get a full sheep here. Samam, this is the easiest dispersion of his life here. He's trying to be greedy with it, actually maybe not even have to trade it. Sam with some good calls right there, but they're swapping over to Trill. Actually don't really like that swap. I feel like this was a kind of a bad opener. They used combustion, they had a free casting mage, they landed a crowd control. I think they should have committed there to Sam, but Sam gets away kind of scot-free just using that Desperate Prayer and using that Vampiric Embrace, and now Team Liquid are going to be in the lead.
Yeah, I think when you have Desperate Prayer and Spore Cloak, like, your percentage of health is so high that it's really unlikely that you're going to die to burst damage when that shield absorb proc. So it's going to keep Samayam's Dispersion in this position. They hold all their medallions, and honestly, it's not good looking good for UNITAS. Being down Aiden's medallion means they could swap to him with a Shadowy Duel at any moment. He pre-evasions. He's trying to stop any crowd control on himself. Steps over, gets knocked away. Triple Fear engage here by Chaz. Beautiful Fear, and they need to get a Dispersion with it. They're so close to it, but they're not getting it. Desperate Prayer again activates. They knock Sidu away and try and blast Sam around the corner at the pillar, but it seems like even just with the Desperate Prayer, Sidu's getting some Riptides out. He's going for a casted heal. He gets kidneyed. He's being a bit greedy here. That kidney shot's going to set them really far behind. Trill's in a polymorph. That's a Dispersion at 10%, and thankfully for UNITAS, they were able to still spin that into a victory, and now they get a sheep. They're swapping to Trill, trying to force cooldowns from him, and they get Cloak of Shadows on top of that. And as a healer with limited defense on both of your DPS, it becomes really tough on, like, who do you put Earth Shield on moving forward for the next setup?
Yeah, Trill still has his Trinket, still has his Vanish. So he has a couple of options. Samayam, though, activating that Vampiric Embrace once again. Sheep onto Trill. Brewer looking for the setup here. Can't find it on Cedar, but Chaz is there with a full Fear, and that's going to be Cedar's Trinket. He gets gouged on his Trinket here. Kidney shot onto Chaz, though. Trill launching a setup here onto Aiden, trying to get aggressive here onto UNITAS. Aiden has no Trinket. Chaz going to use that Will of the Forsaken into a Void Shift right there. So big trade there from UNITAS, but Trill still not out of the woods just yet. Taking a lot of damage here. Brewer's going to use that shifting power, reset his cooldowns. Full Kidney shot here onto Sidu. Can they connect, though, with anything onto Sam? Sam is doing a great job just line of sighting Aiden. They got a full blind onto Sidu. They're going after Trill. They're trying to one-shot Trill right now. He's so low, and he drops to 1 HP. Unbelievable. Sam is going to save the day, though, with the Trinket Void Shift. They sap Sidu. They continue to chase here onto Sam, and Sam and Trill are both rotting now, but now Aiden gets caught up in a kidney shot. Chaz is in a silence. A lot of damage here for Aiden, but Chaz ducks into that Guardian Spirit form, spamming out the heals. That's going to be the cheat death proccing for Aiden into his cloak as well. A lot of pressure here from both sides.
Oh, Brewer rotting down to Sam. He's forced into the Ice Block. He's not risking that Shadow Word death range like game number 1. But now with that limited defense, are they going to have the confidence to push? They've got all the medallions of Liquid, one clean setup, and they could close this game out. They're going to have to go on Trill, though, instead of Sam with Dispersion available. Do they see that? window. They're going for Chastise. They're trying to set up CC. They get the Polymorph on DR. They're going on to Trill. This is the right target, but Sam gets a Mass Dispel, taking C2 out for a moment now into a Dragon's Breath. Can they drop him in 1 dB into a half fear? Doesn't look like it. Trill's out of the stun. He can turn this around. He's got Vanish. Aiden knows it. He's going to Evasion to negate that swap onto himself, dismantle Trill, and try and stall their push. Chaz is almost completely out of mana. Liquid just need to survive a little bit longer. Ideally, to Sea-Doo's Trinket. It's coming up in 27 seconds. They stun up Aiden. He's going to get gripped away. Trill needs to be careful about going around the corner of this pillar out of line of Sea-Doo there, because Aiden's getting ready to stun him, I think, in the next couple of seconds. They really need to kill Trill. They get the Polymorph. Is Sam ready for it? He gets the Master Spell. Trill, he needs to live the stun. He's got Cloak. He's got Vanish. Will he live the stun? He survives it. He's at 10%. Sea-Doo's in a full fear at this point. Sam's trying to turn it around. He gets a fear onto Aiden. Abreu is down to half. Void Torrent gets Trinket cheap shot by Aiden as he's trying to turn it around onto him. Trill is rotting down. May have to trade Cloak of Shadows. Chaz is working with basically nothing into a full kidney shot. Aiden into a cheap shot. Trill pre-cloaks, anticipating the attack here and trying to make sure that he gets uptime. He's into a Gouge. They're swapping back to Sam. Now they're switching into a Polymorph. And I mean, honestly, this game is slipping out of UNITAS' hands. The medallions are coming back up. Dispersion is available. And I think they've missed their window to get a kill on Liquid.
Unless they just get a random kill right now with this combustion. Brewer is pumping right now onto Trill. There's a full blind onto Sea-Doo. He has the Trinket though. Full kidney shot onto Sam. Full kidney shot onto Aiden. They're trying to get something going here, but Sea-Doo is shutting it down with the Lightning Lasso. Brewer is not going to be able to find that crowd control that he needs so desperately. Sam I Am right now playing the game of his life so far, managing to stop every one of these setups with that Master Spell. Nice knock there by Sea-Doo. And here comes the Stormkeeper for Sea-Doo. Brewer has got no ice block. He could just get blasted down here by Sea-Doo. A lot of damage potential. Chaz manages to duck into Angel form, get some big heals there for Abreu, and Sea-Doo manages to land his wind shear right there. Sam is pushing in now, getting ready for the fear. He could fear Chaz out of this. Abreu sees it, and he goes for the sheeps here onto Sam. Chaz trinkets out of a blind, and Sam looking to try to close it out here. He's been doing a great job here so far in this game. He grips Sea-Doo, but it's just a tad bit too late there. The Ring of Frost does connect, but he Master Spells it anyway. Trill still in some trouble, but has his Trinket, has his Vanish available, not in the most amount of danger with those cooldowns, but he might need to trade one right now. Lightning Lasso onto Aiden. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. Trill does trade out the Vanish. Trill coming out now, 1% HP. It's a risky gamble. Aiden, no cheat death, no HP left. Chaz has no mana. The Guardian Angel does proc though, and this is so back and forth.
Combustion, dispersion trades for Sam, but Trill could be in trouble. They're trying to make a push here and close out the game. Chaz has been healing with absolutely nothing for like 2 minutes at this point, trying to pull off a miracle for his team. Kidney shot onto Chaz. They're setting up for the win. Cheap shots onto Aiden. Abreu is rotting down. Sam is free casting. The Psy Fiend is out, and this is looking like a double kill for Liquid as we see Aiden fall in game number 2. Sam deflecting the counterattack with the Desperate Prayer Vampiric Embrace, and Liquid now up 2-0 is making this look like a grim Cup 3 for UNITAS.
Yeah, I gotta say, Sam played an insane game here. So there was one moment where they had no answer for the setup, and they managed to land the Polymorph on Sea-Doo, and Sam did like a 0.1 second Master Spell fake, and he fake casted the counterspell with it, and then MD'd the CC onto Sea-Doo. And if that didn't happen, I think or I think it was Trill actually, that would have been completely toasted in that situation. So Sam definitely playing the role here on his Shadow Priest. He's been playing a clean season. I gotta give him some props for this because he's been playing a really clean season as well on his Moonkin. I feel like he's been having such a stellar performance, and it's really nice because usually it's all about Trill and Mez. And as much as I love seeing Mez, for Liquid, I gotta say it is refreshing to see Sam tagged back into the mix and really performing on these casters here. And this was a really close call right now onto Trill. And this was probably one of the closest calls of the game right there. She def procking for Trill and almost going down right there. And then here was another close call, Chaz, in Angel form. That she def for Aiden there, saving him, getting that Cloak of Shadows off as well. And then here I think they got Ice Block as well. Like, how did they even get this Ice Block? This is the Shadow Priest damage. When you're leaving them free casting with these new changes, their damage is so incredible. This was later on in the match where Sam was forced to trade out the dispersion, and then they push in. They realize Chaz has no cooldowns left. He's got no mana left. Sam manages to go in there and get a huge fear onto everybody. They cover it with a kidney shot as well, and they go after Aiden. They go after Abreu. Everybody's just getting rotted down. Full silence onto Chaz. There's no cheat death. There's no Cloak of Shadows. There's nothing left here for Aiden. Honestly, they could have taken down Abreu there as well, but he still had to cauterize, so Aiden definitely going to be the better target in that situation. Liquid are going to be up 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, as UNITAS, like, is this your best comp? I mean, you've got Dukanomics on the bench, but is bringing a Warlock into this matchup really going to do much for you? I can't say that it will. I mean, they're getting close to kills. That's the thing, is like it's 2-0 right now, but they're actually getting really close. They were ahead in game 1, so starting to like question your comp or question your pick might not be the right road. It's just get in here and play a little bit better and try and close out the game before it gets to that point. Or in those situations like when Abrua had to ice block, try and make it, hold on to that a little bit longer. If it was just Sam in that position attacking, and there might have been some opportunities to be a bit more greedy, and they're going to be staying with the same composition. They're going to need to reverse sweep Liquid. I would say it's going to be a bit of an upset, but they're definitely showing potential considering we haven't seen them on broadcast. Pretty much a new roster formed together with Chaz coming onto this here with Thugonomics as well. So they're going to have to build their synergy and work together throughout the season. And if they lose here, man, it's all about Cup 4. So hopefully they're going to be able to come into this series with everything that they've got, because I wouldn't want to be relying on the last cup. It's like postponing your homework to the night before and trying to do a complete essay in 2 hours. Like, it's just it's too late at that point.
I feel getting called out right now. That's that was my strat. But yeah, I do agree with you. UNITAS definitely gonna have a bit of an uphill battle right now. They have gotten some points though. I do believe you get points for getting top 12. It's not that much, but they still have an opportunity, to sneak into the gauntlet. Also, making top 8, they're still gonna be getting some points. But ideally, now that we finally get to see them on broadcast, I mean, come on, Chaz, you're representing Europe here, man. What is going on? We need to see some, at least take a game off of Liquid right now. To be fair, they were super close in that game number 1. Even in that last game, I mean, you saw how close it was on the replay to taking Trill down. So I think that they're doing the right thing here. Just stick to their guns. RMP is that type of comp. Just play better and hope that you get a little bit more lucky in certain scenarios as well. And just see what happens.
They found
Aiden.
Aiden.
Pulled Aiden. They pulled Aiden out here. So this is going to be a really tough opener right now for UNITAS.
All right, he's just trying to shadow step over to Sidu, but Sidu's line of sighting him, making it difficult for Aiden to really get any crowd control. Trill is still in stealth, just waiting to pounce. He wants Aiden to put somebody on stun DR before he opens, I think. They sap Abrua. This is the best start so far. Aiden re-stealth, so maybe not terrible for them. Cheap shots onto Sidu, cheap shots onto Abrua. He blinks in, double blinks in, gets the polymorph. And will they be able to get enough damage? Massive spell, instant kicked right there onto Sam. Now they're setting up on Trill. Massive damage blasting through in game number 3. Sidu blocks it. Actually uses his medallion. But at the same time, Abrua's Cauterize has triggered huge blasts of damage from both sides.
Sam I am again with those instant fakes there with the massive spell, and then he gets the mind games there onto Abrua, so he almost killed him through Cauterize right there. That was almost a KO in the opener by Sam. Such a menace right now in this game, and so far it's going to be Abrua here on the back foot. He doesn't have that defense. He doesn't have that kind of mini shield. Well, from the Invis right now, Ring of Frost comes out onto Trill, kidney shot onto Sam, full fear onto Sidu, who they're going to go after. Sam I am once again with the fake cast on the master spell, and he master spells Sidu out of crowd control. It's going to be a completely shut down setup once again for the RMP, and it's so hard to actually connect with these, and that is going to be the ice block here on that kidney shot of Abrua. Now Aiden as well taking a lot of damage here. Chaz without angel form as well for a considerable amount of time. This is not looking good for UNITAS. They are just falling further and further behind. Cheap shot on the Chaz into full fear. Abrua with no defense left gets fully kicked here. His all the time gets purged while he's kicked. Chaz finally going to use his trinket there, and that's just the last bit of defense that they have. Now Chaz is going to have to pre-void shift the next thing, or try to just hope that Abrua can buy him enough time to actually get that off. See, Liquid already one setup away from winning.
UNITAS started this series strong, but Liquid is just getting better and better and better and adapting to all of their moves, and they're so close to a win right now. Abrua is getting crushed under the weight of Trill's pressure. Aiden steps in to save him, going after Trill. He gets gripped away by Sam. An epic save from both sides at this moment. Sidu's trying to power through with Ascendance. He's got to be careful of that counter spell that's coming up in about a second. Trill is so low in this position. He's just going to go for the Spirit Link. He's trying to be greedy. Coco Shadow trades through full blind, no trinket. They're racing down Abrua. Chaz jumps into that Spirit of Redemption to Angel heal Abrua and be uncrowd control. He grips Abrua away from Trill for a moment, trying to get some distance. Sidu into a polymer, maybe a turnaround, no trinket. Is Sam I am ready? He's got no trinket either. A miracle opportunity. Sam's void shift clutches out right at the last possible second to switch his health over with Trill. Abreu gets pulled in by Sidu with that static field. He's going to blink away afterwards. Void Torrent channeled. They need to make sure they're shutting down those as much as possible. Trill is stepping over to Chaz. He pre-Holy Wards, but he cheap shots it off. Trill's going to get dismantled by Aiden on that cheap shot into a poly, but here comes a lightning lasso. They don't need Trill stuns. Sidu is bringing the stuns. Aiden's wrapped around the corner, but Sidu gets counterspelled into a sheep on that lasso. Good punish by Abreu. Sheep on the Master Spell, but they're not connecting any damage, unfortunately, into a full blind. Where are they going to go with this? We see Trill into the cheap shot. Are they going to drop him? Evasion's up. Sidu respects it. Spirit Link is going to trade for him, and somehow UNITAS are keeping themselves in the game right now, trying to just power down Trill. Can they force him down in game number 3? So low at this point. Nature Swiftness comes through for Sidu. Big heal will top the team in that position. Good recovery, but now no medallions for their side, which means UNITAS still have a shot.
Yeah, how UNITAS going to be able to take this one, though, because they are on match point. This is an elimination series in the lower bracket going up against Team Liquid, currently number 2 here in the standings, and it is going to be a tall order to try to reverse sweep their way back, but they have a shot right now. There's the Shasta onto Sidu into a full fear. They're going after Sam, and that is going to be the dispersion there, traded for Sam, and now Abreu still has his combustion here. They don't have any defense, though, and they could be in a lot of trouble here. Abreu dropping to 50%. There's the silence. There's the damage coming in from Sam I Am, and that is going to be Team Liquid managing to close it out here. But this was a game, man. This was definitely a game. What an insane performance here from, honestly, from both teams. I feel like if UNITAS had a better start, this was probably their best game offensively. At least, you know, the second half of the game, they were just too far behind, you know? They were just way too far behind.
The beginning of the game really spelled defeat for them, and I can only imagine like morale at that point. Like you're on match point and you get a bad opener. It's like your rogue gets pulled out, your mage gets sapped, and your first go doesn't get anything. Like the fact that they could still play the game out from that point and make this as close as they did was impressive in itself. From the side of UNITAS, and they're definitely powering up week to week to week. So week 4 is likely going to be their final form, and they're going to need the most power ever if they're going to make a deep run in that tournament, qualify into the gauntlet, and then try and make some miracles happen in that regard. Liquid, on the other hand, they've adapted this composition expertly, right? Like Sam is out damaging the Fire Mage in a lot of these matchups. Seems like they're setting up their goes. They've got good swaps. They've got good defensive rotation. I don't think I saw a single overlap throughout this series. In terms of like medallions or any panic moments, everything was really clean. So if Liquid has the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman at this level, like they could be a team that's now getting maybe close to threatening the Golden Guardians.
Absolutely, and I do. No, we already saw it happen. The void shift there from Sam, but that was such an insane moment because they managed to get. So Sam, actually, I don't know exactly how that even happened, but they managed to get the void shift off because Sam fake casted an interrupt, and I think he got chastised at the exact same time as he fake casted a kick. So he got chastised, and he had no trinket, but he couldn't get feared out of the chastise, so he was able to get the void shift off. If that didn't happen, I think UNITAS actually just won the game, and I actually have no idea how that even happened. I don't think I've ever seen that before. But yeah,
replay here.
I don't.
We're
so.
before it right now.
Maybe
we might get to see that moment.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out for it. But also in the start, right? Nah, we don't get it. It's okay. It was just like one of those like small little things that just really played in Liquid's favor and actually allowed them to get to that point. And also in general, like having this opener, like we both kind of mentioned it, at the end of the cast, but it really set Liquid up for success because at this point, they got nothing. Sam has no trinket. Sido has no trinket. Sam has no dispersion. They have combustion. They have all the tools they need on the side of UNITAS to close it out, but they have no defense. Like even here, if they just had a cauterize, that probably would have been enough to buy Chaz enough time to actually pick Abreu back up. But, forcing that in the opener was just, insane for Liquid.
Look at the damage, dude. 9.3 million damage. The entire lobby combined from Sam I Am here in the lower bracket. So they're definitely not taking their defeat in the upper side lightly, powering up here in the lower bracket and looking really good. That's going to be a confidence booster for sure, moving through the lower brackets. The next series that we're moving into, did we skip the first one, or is it normal that we start with the second bottom one? Liquid moves through here 3-0, and I believe we're going to Lost and LIHUE versus DUKAMIFIED. Yep. I keep calling them DUKAMIFIED instead of DUKAMIFIED. I don't know why I like the sound.
I think it flows. I don't know. DUKAMIFIED.
It's more fun to say for some reason for me.
To say which way?
Dukamified. I don't know. It's like the
Dukamified?
flute do thing. I don't know, maybe.
Wait, Zico, how do you
Always comes
say
back
it?
to the flute. I don't know. Dukamified?
Dukamfied? Dukamfied? Yeah, they'll have to let us know which the
Yeah.
real way is. But either way, that is in fact going to be the next series. It's another elimination round as well. Lost in LIHUE and Dukamified. We talked a little bit about them before we headed into that first match, but that game is going to be getting ready, and we are going to head to a break real quick before we see that elimination round. We'll see you soon.
Oh, welcome back, everyone, to the AWC. I'm Venruki, joined here with Super Tees and Aya. We have a very exciting match coming up here between Lost in LIHUE, as well as, I do believe, Dukamified. So Should be an exciting one. DUKAMIFIED primarily playing that Rogue Mage Priest, but we do know that they can play lots of different compositions. And then, of course, Lost in LIHUE. They're kind of an unorthodox team here, Sid. I feel like they're going to be coming with a little bit of a surprise here for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're unorthodox, but they're also not. Yaska's been putting a lot of time into Demonology, and I'm feeling like that's kind of like now their bread and butter comp is Demonology, Warlock, Shadow Priest, Resto Shaman, which can be really tough for Subtlety Rogue teams. Okay, never mind. They are going to be bringing out something crazy. They're bringing in a Shadow Priest Feral Druid. This is the first time I think we've seen this comp on a tournament broadcast. DUKAMIFIED, they're going to be starting with Boomkin Subtlety Rogue, so a little bit more standard in a Holy Priest. I'm very intrigued to see how this Feral Shadow Priest synergy is going to work in a matchup like this. Is it going to be able to beat the meta comp? We see an opener onto J-Wall right away with a sap on Casca. Now into a double Fear. Cyfoxy, he's trying to assist, but he actually gets kidneyed. He pre-Bearforms the kidney shot, which is he's got to be thankful for. He might even die through it. He bark skins in Bear. J-Wall grips him back around the corner, and Lost in LIHUE, they survived the opener without trinketing, which is really important. Now they're setting up damage. They're going after Tuna on that balance druid, and if a Feral Druid can get uptime on a Boomkin, in the past it's been pretty difficult class to deal with because you can't really kite it, and they're getting good cleave damage on Calvish here. Kearney's going to duck into that Spirit of Redemption to try and spam flash heals and recover as we see a kidney shot onto Casca. Cyfoxy ducks into Bear form. He's anticipating the attack on himself, which is a really good instinct on his part. He Bear forms the stun and takes no damage on that setup.
Yeah, that was definitely well played by them. They're going to be chugging along here throughout this match. Calvish Tuna still running dangerously low. Calvish hasn't really had to trade out any defensives, but Tuna's kind of the one here in trouble. No bark skin until about 25 seconds. And Calvish, there goes that Cloak of Shadows as well. So a lot of damage being lobbed on top of both of them. Tuna trying to get a Cyclone to get this, just try to mitigate some of that pressure that's coming on top of him so much. Lost in LIHUE, ones that were kind of in trouble in the beginning here, but they for sure turned this one around here. Cyfoxy trading out that bark skin, about half health. Calvish trading up, chasing after him in the middle, but a Cyclone does land on top of him. Kearney, he's over there on the other side of the map, kind of free casting a little bit here, but he's half health. Gonna duck behind that pillar over there. Maybe, and then try and getting some health popped up on him. But look, Tuna about half health. Also, Calvish evasion. This team is kind of falling apart a little bit in terms of health. Tuna may go down.
Big heal comes in from Kearney. Cyfoxy has to pre-bear every stun. He's done it except for that last setup, and he had to use every cooldown because he didn't pre-bear. So he's got to be really careful in this position. He gets knocked back for a moment. He knows he needs to be in bear form. He's off stun DR. They've got to get ready. They pre-earthen wall totem, so they're going to go into cat form and get the bleeds rolling before going back into bear. And it's kind of like get your bleeds, get your dots up, and then try and tank the go. And Cyfoxy pre-bears the stun with double CC on his team. He'd be dead right now without this pre-bear. So really good anticipation. Interrupts the Cyclone here. Gets gripped back for an Absorb Shield. Now he's trying to get offensive. It's been really tough for him to find Cyclones. He actually finally gets one onto Kearney. And let's see how much damage he can get out with that Cyclone. Doesn't look like a lot because Tuna's using his bear form now as well to kind of bolster his defense. But Shadow Priest don't care about bear form. Look at that damage. And Lost in LIHUE pull it off with the Shadow Priest Feral Resto Shaman. I mean, they still needed to get through Shadow Priest Trinket and Shaman Trinket. This composition looks surprisingly good in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in that opener in the beginning, I thought maybe Lost it like that was going to be a little bit more of a fight, but they really kind of made that look easy throughout the rest of that Sid.
I mean, this was a really good pick. I mean, if this comp can threaten the other Balanced Druid Rogue teams in the tournament, I mean, this is just game one. Maybe this is a small sample size. We'll have to see. But if they can win the series 3-0, like this could be a comp that potentially threatens Liquid in the future of the lower bracket. Like it looked so good on their part. Like look how tanky Cyfoxy is. If he's in bear form for this, like everyone on his team is crowd controlled. Doesn't go below like 80% health. As long as he can hit the pre-bears and the stun, their team is just so tanky, and then they can get offensive, turn it around, and Cyfoxy kills Tuna so fast here with just one Cyclone onto Kearney. They get full dots. Jay was in position. I think he stuns or silences Kearney, and with Void Eruption damage, he pre-fades to Immune CC and Void Torrents, and just Tuna is gone, just straight out of the can in game number one. And Lost in LIHUE, man, this was impressive for this composition.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, we're kind of used to them playing that Shadow Priest demo log composition, but, you know, they're switching in this Feral Druid, Cyfoxy, kind of known for this class, and that is looking really strong. I'm curious as well how they're going to do against some of these other teams if they end up staying in this tournament. I mean, you know that it's only game number one here, but DUKAMIFIED, you know, they do have a lot of compositions. Was this their best one, do you think, Sid, against what Lost in LIHUE is winning?
I mean, they were expecting some type of Shadow Priest Shaman because Casca and Jaywa are kind of like the core of this team. I don't know if they were expecting a Feral Druid. I think if I was them, I would have been expecting a Demonology Warlock, which is probably why they went with the Boomkin. It'll be a little bit more durable than the Fire Mage for a potentially longer match. But Feral is good into Fire Mage or Boomkin, so this is just a really good pick, honestly, on the side of Lost and Liyue, because it's a class that can get really good uptime on those classes, and if you can't kite, it can be tough to survive on a Fire Mage or a Balanced Druid. So this is just a really heads-up pick. Shadow Priest Shaman has been really good comp into Subtlety Rogues, and the Feral is a good pick into Fire Mage and the Boomkins with this combo, and just fusing them together into this new composition with some new strategies seems to be working out excellently, at least for game number 1. They're going to stick to it for game number 2, and then Dukamified, this is where, like, are they going to make an adjustment? Are they going to go back to RMP? RMP might be able to blast through Bear Form a bit easier than Boomkin. I think combustion damage is going to be a lot scarier for a Feral Druid, even if he pre-bears. But defensively, they're going to be a lot more flimsy than the Balanced Druid. So they're going to be weighing those two odds, unless they've got some curveball comp. Like, I know Calvish has been playing some alts and stuff, but I'm really only expecting the Boomkin Rogue and Fire Mage Rogue from them. But there could be some potential wild cards if they get desperate.
Yeah, we will have to see. Got about 2 minutes total, so they're halfway through their timer to pick their composition. Looks like we're moving to into Ashmains as well. Also, shout out to Lost and Lihue for having the biggest tongue twister of a team name I think I've ever encountered. I don't know how you're feeling about that, Sid, but every time I have to say it kind of quickly, I just get lost in my words. And there's that composition as well from Dukamified.
I'm gonna call them Lil. Like Lil,
Lil?
Just acronym their name, Lil.
Like Lost, yeah, Lil,
Lost
something like
Lihue,
that.
Lil,
Yeah,
the team Lil
Lost
over
in
here.
Lihue. Lost in Lihue.
He's just gonna keep saying it. It's like the pick the pepper line, purple peppers.
Yeah.
Dukamified here, they're going the same comp, so they're confident that this can work for them. Maybe it's a bad target. Maybe Feral Druid isn't the target. Maybe it is a Shadow Priest game and you cycle on the Feral or something, and just force through Dispersion. But I don't know if that's going to be. I feel like they're just going to lose on damage, honestly, and mana. As long as Lost and Liyue keep getting these pre-bears and rotate defensively, their main win condition is just going to be pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday with those Shadow Priest teams, like, just how much pressure and how tanky that they can be. I mean, you have to get through multiple dispersions depending on how they're specced. Like, it's difficult. I feel like it's difficult to target that Shadow Priest, especially with Chua. Like, he definitely held off really nicely in that last game. So, yeah, I don't know. This is tough. I'm excited for this team, though. Lost in Lihue. I mean, we know that they came into this weekend not really having too many points. I'm trying to find out how many exactly they have. Looks like they've got 52. So they're tied in 6 with RNG and no answer heading into the tournament. So this is definitely good for them, especially Dukamified. You know, they had a really great weekend last weekend. They ended in 2nd. So Lost and Lihue kind of have more to prove going into this. And so far, they're looking really strong against this team. Let's see if they can make it happen once again in game number 2. It's elimination as well. This is the last one before we head up to that upper bracket. Best of 5. So is Lost and Lihue going to get a match point here, or is Dukamified going to get a tie running that RMP once again?
Dukamified, I mean,
RMD, whatever.
There's a lot of pressure on them to do well here because they're tied for 3rd, and if they go out in 8th, that's a big loss. It's a huge opportunity for other teams. Lost and Liyue, they could have a huge opportunity to get closer to that top 3 position. We see a clean start here by Dukamified over onto Jaywa. He's going to desperate prayer of Vampiric Embrace. Instant kick on his Void Torrent. That's dangerous as a Shadow Priest when you're interrupted and can't disperse for a moment. Is he going to trade? He's being really greedy, super greedy. And they managed to survive, but they have to trade the dispersion at that last second. And that does mean now there's openings for Dukamified to be able to find a kill on the Jaywa in the future. He's trying to turn it around with a Void Volley, getting everybody dotted, going to the Void Eruption, double cap stun. If you see the Earth Elemental out, trying to deny some crowd control chains and make sure the Casca's in combat moving forward so we can deny any potential sap play from Calvish. Jaywa set up on around the corner. Cyfoxy trying to assist. They interrupt the Cyclone, break up the chain. Casca is free, trying to heal through with Ascendance and Earthen Wall Totem. And these healing surges come crashing in with that Spirit Walker's Grace. Should allow him to recover. Calvish on the back foot trying to retreat. He's fully bled up by Cyfoxy. They're going to Cyclone him and buy time to recover. They land a kick onto J-Raw, trying to push over and around the corner while Kearney continues to kind of stay in the midfield so he can max range the Cyclones and potential crowd control onto himself.
Yeah, let's see if they can sustain themselves. That was a really crazy opener from DUKAMIFIED, but kind of the same thing happened also in the Grand, and then it was lost in LIHUE that ended up taking that victory. But Jwa continuing to be pretty vulnerable, about half health, hasn't been able to stabilize since that first go, kind of burned through quite a bit of his defensive. Casca got a lot of mana left to keep him stabilized through this here. Jwa actually caught in a stun, Casca in a fear. Doesn't have to use his trinket out of that. Both of them do have their trinkets, so that's going to be good for this incoming pressure that DUKAMIFIED is still throttling after them. I mean, they're really being super relentless here in this matchup. Game number 2 here, DUKAMIFIED definitely looking to tie it up. I mean, this is really important for them, but it might be difficult for them to win the swing match. We'll have to see as we move forward here in this series. But for the moment, lost in LIHUE. Looks like they have stabilized for the moment, considering that first go and how strong it was. And now Tuna actually a little bit in trouble there. Doesn't have Barkskin also. He's going to be kind of keeping his team mitigate. Oh gosh, look at Foxy then on the other side, about 20% health. Barkskin use both these druids. A little bit tricky here.
Yeah, pre-bear form by Tuna. He's got Heart of the Wild. He's going to be extra durable, so nice play on Tuna's part here. But with no trinket on the Feral, Spirit Link was used a little bit earlier. The defenses in Lost and LIHUE are starting to fall apart. And look at the damage incoming once again onto Foxy pre-bears, but even with bear form, not looking too solid right now. Trades out Renewal, trying to wrap around the corner. A full clone onto Casca. Foxy on the run, trying to line of sight. Typhoon comes through, but they're still connecting. And Void Shift has to be traded. JWoww gets feared on. They get swapped to JWoww, maybe enforce dispersion from him on this push. With how low he is at this point, he's trying to Void Eruption, trying to turn around and get aggressive. Kearney's almost out of mana, but he's going to duck in that Spirit of Redemption. Free healing, and he can avoid all crowd control. His team's going to be in a great position to just continue to stay aggressive on this pillar, keep their dots up, and try and get crowd control onto Casca. He's got the healing tide behind the pillar, trying to make sure that his team is durable to push forward. Tuna, he's got to be careful. Guardian Spirits up onto him, and a big heal comes through from Kearney to get him topped off. No medallion for Foxy. Casca still has his. I mean, Lost and LIHUE are still in a decent position here. Might be Casca's trinket on the setup, but he doesn't really have a lot of cooldowns to pair with it, so they're going to use Barkskin instead to stagger the damage. They stun Calvish as he pushes behind the pillar and try to put pressure onto him as well as Tuna. They're stacked up, which is perfect for a Feral Druid. He's getting so much cleave damage. Look at the bleeds out onto Calvish and Tuna. Kearney struggling to keep his teammates even above 50% from that push. They might even just close the game out. Bash comes through. Ray of Hope comes up. They have to pray that that Ray is positive. I think it will be with Tuna healing regrowth into it. That Ray recovers Tuna. Now Calvish into a stun. Hex onto Kearney. They slip that through. Is Tuna playing Decurse? I don't think he is. They get a double fear out of it. Calvish is rotting into a cap totem from Casca. Beautiful crowd control by Lost and LIHUE with a silence for follow-up, which could still just secure the kill. Huge heal comes in right at the end of it. Tuna recovers miraculously. A Solar Beam onto JWoww. He's locked on Shadow. Smoke Bomb dropped down on the Fox. He's in bear form, and he's praying that he can survive a little bit longer. His Renewal just came off cooldown. He's got to be careful. He's going to have to use it here. There's no way. Renewal comes through. He tries to Typhoon them away. He's trying to run back behind the pillar. He's just pinned in bear form. There's no big cooldowns for another second. Barkskin comes up. Is he going to just have to press it? He's just going to die through it, I think, at this point, even if he does. He Shadow Meld restells, tries to get a stun to stay alive, and somehow is not dead at this point. Barkskin, Casca comes out of the clone. His Spirit Link comes up in 2 seconds. 1 second for Spirit Link Totem. Casca's going to drop that right away. He's not playing any games. That Spirit Link Totem is going to redistribute the health of his team and maybe buy them the time that they need to get a kill onto Calvish and Tuna. Is this a double? Massive pressure, huge turnaround. I cannot believe it. Foxy stayed alive and actually turned this game around at that moment.
Oh my god, that was so scary just watching some of those cooldowns, like 1 second, 2 seconds, and just instantly pressing them as soon as they came back up. I mean, that was like, they held on to that at the end, like by a thread, but DUKAMIFIED, they went down, Lost in LIHUE. That is game number 2 victory for them. 2-0 right now for Lost in LIHUE, this team that came in with not a lot of points on the board. Now, almost in a situation, say, where they're going to 3-0 the second place team from the last cup.
Yeah, I mean, with a composition that we've never seen either on broadcast. So really impressive showing from Lost and LIHUE. The fact that they could turn this around despite it not going too well for them for most of the game. And they were also going to be winning on mana at a point in this game as well. So really impressive plays on their part. But DUKAMIFIED also are just getting more and more information every game, because this is a comp you probably never queue into. Like, I can't imagine they have, if any, ladder games into Feral, Shadow Priest, Shaman. Like, this is not played at all. So every game that they get is like, oh, this is how we should use our CC, or this is how we should play defensively, or these are the better targets. Like, they're just getting more and more information with every game, which means that it's super important for Lost and LIHUE to kind of like clip this third game and not give them a chance to figure it out.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see if DUKAMIFIED does decide to switch things as we head into this next game. They opted to play, the same composition that we're seeing here for game number 2 in Ashermains. I mean, what do you think is the best option for them moving forward? So, do they go to a smaller map? Maybe switch something up? I mean, looking a little rough. Or I mean, as you said, they are picking up more information, and they did make that game last quite a bit longer. Even almost had them in the go there in the beginning. So.
Yeah, I mean, the Fire Mage is just a shorter amount you're gonna have a shorter game. You have to win faster, but you probably have a higher chance of winning in that small time frame. But that's not typically the strat you run in a tournament. You want to play the comp that's able to outlast the other team. Usually, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Usually in the AWC, the marathon comps usually beat the sprint comps. The Fire Mage would be a sprint comp. The Boomkin is it's kind of a sprint comp in this, but it definitely has more longevity. But even with the Boomkin, they're starting to run into mana problems. Like Kearney's almost so sticking with the same thing, I could see the merit in doing it. They are also getting very close to the kill. Like Cyfox is 1% for 5 seconds straight, or 15 seconds straight. So they're going to pick another big map. They want space. They don't want Kearney near the wind shears and near the cyclones. They want him to be able to max range. He gets the chance to pre-fade crowd control more easily that way. So the big maps, I think, make sense for them. And I'm thinking they're going to play the same comp with the Boomkin Rogue and Holy Priest.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, especially considering how close they've been they were quite a few times in that last game. So may as well just try it once again. I mean, DUKAMIFIED, they do have a pretty wide range of pools, or a wide pool of compositions. So, I mean, it does make sense to try some things once again. I feel like in the past, we've seen teams maybe switch off of a comp a little bit too early when things were working. So it's definitely kind of a hard decision to make, especially said when you're facing elimination. This is their last chance. They're going to have to reverse sweep it at this point. So definitely not a good place to be, not even making it to Championship Sunday, especially when you placed so high for Cup number 2. I imagine that kind of makes it a little bit more stressful. At least it would for me.
Yeah, going from runner-up to 8th place, that's a big drop-off in terms of morale for the 4th Cup. Also, your direct competition, like the Super One-Shot Frogs, they're in the upper bracket. Luminosity Gaming, they're in the upper bracket. They're already getting a way deeper run than you in this tournament, which means that they're threatening your 3rd place position, which is a super important one because it lets you just completely avoid the gauntlet, and you're already automatically qualified into the finals. So they're taking their time here to run the team comp selection, likely talking what's the best strategy. I could see a Fire Mage maybe playing max range. It depends on how good can Lost and LIHUE play aggressively. Is this a comp that can run at a Fire Mage? If it is, then I don't think Fire Mage is a good pick. But if it isn't, then Fire Mage could be a good pick, and they're going to go with Fire Mage. If they can keep space, the Fire Mage is going to do a lot more pressure than the Boomkin. So Lost and LIHUE, I think here need to shift gears and play an aggressive game. So this is DUKAMIFIED maybe testing them to see if they have that flexibility.
Yeah. And now we really get to see with this composition, how far can it go? They're finally playing it against the RMP. This is the first time that we're seeing it on the broadcast, and Lost and LIHUE definitely dominating so far. So DUKAMIFIED, they're pulling out RMP at the last possible moment here, their last chance to stay in this tournament. And I am excited to see what they want to do. So, I mean, DUKAMIFIED, we were kind of talking about it, Sid, Nick, he's going to have to play further away. How do you think that Lost and LIHUE should respond to it?
Yeah, I mean, if they just stay at the pillar, Nick is going to just do unhealable damage. And I mean, this is kind of the Shadow Priest Shaman is kind of a nest comp where you want to just kind of bunker down and stay at the pillar, stay in the earthen walls, and kind of stay together. So it might not have the offensive capability to run at a mage. So that's really what I'm interested to see, is if Lost and LIHUE can switch their strategies here and play the right strat into the mage and kind of run them down or not. Because if they can't, then this substitute to Nick could be exactly what they need for a reverse sweep.
Yeah, we're kind of stress testing this composition. Dwa got his friendly alpaca out. Love that. That's my favorite mount in the game. It just hops around. It's so great. Anyways, I'm getting distracted by the cute mounts, but we're heading into this game 2-0 right now. DUKAMIFIED switching it up at the last minute. Lost and LIHUE sticking with their guns here with this new composition that we're seeing them come through with. Is it going to be enough? Is DUKAMIFIED, though, on their way to turning this around.
Oh, kidney shot. They're setting up on Cyfoxy. He pre-bear forms it again. Cyfoxy's in their heads. They're going to swap back to J-Wall. Earthenwall totems down from Casca. He's going to be tanky. Cyfoxy's trying to run at the mage, but Nick is blasting him back at the same time. So Casca's going to have to stay with his team here and try and keep them aggressive. They don't want to leave that Earthenwall. They're just swapping back to Calvish. Can they drop him with just one stun? Almost taking him down as the Ray of Hope comes through for Kearney. He's going to need big heals with that Spirit of Redemption. He's going to go back to full health. Oh, he tried to Cyclone it, but he's 1 second too late. Cyfoxy's cheap shot. AoE life grip to stack them up and try and break crowd control and get a little bit of a shield from J-Wall. He fakes the interrupt. He's spamming a flash heals. They're looking so tanky. This is the time to run down the mage. Cyfoxy goes for another Cyclone. He gets kicked on it. That means J-Wall can free cast. Massive Shadow Priest pressure in the near future. Nick is on the run and trying to kite, but Feral Druid's really difficult to kite, assuming the rogue can't keep him away from Nick. Calvish is struggling to dot damage in the midfield. Void Torrent is fully channeled. Bash on Kearney. It's match point. Nick is almost down. Big heal comes through. He stays alive, but now they're swapping to Calvish. Cyfoxy's riding down. Doesn't get the pre-bear on this one, but he gets the Trinket Wall. And the Trinket Wall should be enough for him in this position. But now without his medallion, if he goes a little bit too deep in the pool, lightning might strike. And I'm sure that Calvish is eagerly waiting for that opportunity.
Definitely is. I mean, you can tell how much they want it here. So we will see if they can stay in this. That was really close from Nick, but Kevin in clutch at the last second. He still does have Ice Block, but no Trinket. So it's going to leave both of these guys just a little bit vulnerable. Nobody has a Trinket. So quickly dwindling down here with their defense of Cyfoxy, however, maybe in a little bit of trouble, switching into bear form for just a second here, trying to get a Cyclone off. Does manage to land it here, except he's quickly getting pummeled. Oh my god! What was that? Didn't even see a health bar there.
He's dead through it. He's actually just straight up dying through it. This is the power of the Fire Mage. When you get distance, it's just unbelievable suppression fire, just pinning Cyfoxy down, just erasing him. He can't move. He can't stay on target, and that's what I was worried about for their composition is how much forward momentum can they get at pre-bear, but it might not matter. He's got Barkskin. He's so greedy. Barkskin's at 5%. I think he's going to die through. Void Shift comes through for J-Wall. They're trying to do whatever they can to stay alive at this point. They finally got on top of Nick, and as I said, he gets gripped away, and now Cyfoxy has to march over to him, but he gets, oh, that totem from Casca pulls Nick back on top of the team. He does manage to escape once again. They swap the Calvish stun into stun. Good follow-up with that lightning lasso. Good pressure, but Kearney is in that Spirit of Redemption getting big heals, and Nick is free casting. He's working towards that next combustion. I think that next combustion wins the game. It's 46 seconds for it. Can Calvish stay alive? Big heals come through. Kearney keeps him stabilized. Cyfoxy, just don't leave the pillar. I swear you shouldn't leave the pillar for 20 seconds. Just sit in bear form, sit on the pillar, avoid the mage, and that's what he's doing. Double fear defensively from J-Wall. He pre-bears the stun. Nick's in a fear. This is exactly what they want on the setup. Is the mage can't connect. Here comes Incarn, no trigger, big turnaround. Cyfoxy baits him, and Kearney is forced to void shift in a panic at that last second. Cyfoxy playing out of his mind right now, knew what he needed to do, plays defensive and finds the bait. That was huge pressure. Now he's setting up pressure onto Nick. Casca's into a blind with no trinket though, and immediately Cyfoxy's into bear farm. He knows he's alone. He's trying to kite away, pull away from the rogue, and maybe get back to the pillar. J-Wall's just trying to do as much damage as possible. Shadow Fiend is out for him. Pre-bear form on the stun. Cyfoxy got Barkskin. I think he should be able to survive this with Barkskin and bear farm. And Kearney's, man, it's not looking good. Into a full fear. Bash with no trinket onto Calvish. Mind Game's looking to connect. He gets Dragon's Breath for a moment, but a re-stun follow-up onto Calvish. He's fully bled up with that Feral Frenzy, but Cyfoxy can't keep the damage going. He's line-of-sighting Nick at the pillar. I think he's got to be careful here. Nick is free casting. Here comes the combust. This could just win the game. There's nothing for Cyfoxy. He's on the run in bear form, but he's into the cheap shot. I don't think Casca can heal through the damage. It's so much pressure at 5% health. How is he alive right now? He's going to topple over as Nick finally secures the kill, and Dukamified stay alive in the series.
Oh boy, if I was Dukamified and they lost that one, I would have been so mad. That go on Cyfoxy, I swear, I want to see it in the replay. I swear I did not see any sliver of health left. That was incredible. Dukamified getting that last game victory. Now it's 2-1. We're gonna break it down in just a second, be able to see that replay, but a lot happened in a very short period of time there, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, this looked really good for Dukamified. There was maybe that one moment during Incarn where Cyfoxy had like a huge turnaround, and I was thinking, okay, they've still got this shot at this game. But then after that, Cyfoxy just couldn't move. He was just constantly dead. This is one of those moments. Like that Link, did he even have an HP when that Link came down? At that point in that game, and then the smoke bomb when he's at 1% and he gets a void shift off at 1%, like he just cannot get going the way that he needs to onto the Fire Mage. Fortunately though, they'll have map selection, and maybe they've got a different comp for RMP, given the fact that Dukamified didn't start this series with this comp. Maybe they're worried about a different one that Lost and LIHUE have available to them. These were those final moments. Like perhaps Foxy should line of sight here instead of, he doesn't want to leave the earthen wall, and then he tries to line of sight, but the mage just blinks on top of him with combust. There's nowhere for him to really go at this point. He's also shadowy dueled. Not that there was really much anybody could have done anyways. And he pre-cloaked the thunderstorm too from the duel. Kalvish is not going to get knocked away from the thunderstorm. Like little tiny micro play there on his part. It just wasn't any more cooldowns to trade in that position, so they ran out of time. Really good execution, and Dukamified stay alive in the series, putting a point on the board. This is a really important tournament for both teams. I mean, Lost and LIHUE wanting to make sure that they get into the top 8 to even have a chance to get into the finals, and then Dukamified, they want their top 3 position, so both are going to be playing for a lot on the line in this series. Moving into game number 4, this is where we'll get to see, like, is this Lost and LIHUE's composition for the whole tournament, or is this just like a Boomkin Rogue counter pick for them? Is Yoss going to come in now on Demonology Warlock?
Yeah, that is definitely a question. We were curious about how this composition would do against the comp change with Dukamified opting for that RMP. They didn't quite make it happen, but I'm curious as well. Like, was it close enough that they want to try it again? Are they going to switch to Foxy on that demo, which is something that we're more used to them seeing? A lot of questions in the air for sure here. They've got, a little bit more wiggle room than Dukamified does. Dukamified can't afford to drop another game, so I think that makes that choice a little bit more interesting. I'm not sure what they're going to do either, but I'm also curious. I'm seeing some information that Foxy is running an interesting build on Feral. I wonder if we can take a look at it, if it's like more opted for being a little bit tanky or more DPS. Have you seen it, Sid?
I'm just trying to pull it open right now. Not super familiar with Feral Druid.
Yeah, me neither.
Doesn't look too strange to me. It's Feral Frenzy, Adaptive Storm, Incarn. I'm not noticing anything from the tooltip, at least, that's like, this seems like a pretty standard build for Feral Druid. Maybe there's something on the gear specifically. He's wearing the Heavy Verse Mastery with all the crafted gear, so you can like get the absolute min-max stats. He's wearing the 4-piece as a Spore Cloak. Nothing looks, he's not playing Heart of the Wild, maybe is the only thing. But as Feral Druid, I'm not sure if you got the spare talent points maybe that Boomkin has to get that on the Druid talent tree. And Dukamified here, they're locking in Boomkin, so they're obviously afraid of some sort of mage counter that Lost and LIHUE have, or they would not blind lock this. Which means that Lost and LIHUE probably bring the Feral Druid in again here. The Shadow Priest Feral Shaman on a small map. And they've just got to win this. There's one game they can move through on this lower side bracket, start getting some points, deny Dukamified of their ascension for the top 3 position. And they looked good in this matchup. So this is looking good for them overall. They're still taking their time. So not immediately going into the Feral Shadow Priest Shaman, which is maybe a bit surprising.
Yeah, definitely. They've got a full 2 minutes, so they could be opting to use that full delay timer. We'll have to see. Hook Point, smallest map that we are going to see here in this matchup so far. Dukamified, they did lose that, or they did win that last one, so this was a map choice by Lost and LIHUE, so I am very curious if they decide to switch it up. I don't know. I think personally, just because I want to see what this comp is capable of, Sid, I want to see them stick with it.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to. Maybe they just want to talk through any sort of little possibilities, because it is different territory. They played this matchup on big maps, but Dukamified locked the big map, so I'm assuming that this should be beneficial to Lost and LIHUE to go to the smaller ones, but usually it's not, because Subtlety Rogue, you want to have distance between your allies, so you have time to react to a setup. So going to a smaller map means Dukamified likely will play more aggressively, and look for cross-crowd control more frequently, just because it's going to present itself more. And they're sticking with it. Foxy's going through this. I don't even know if I'd want to bench him, honestly. Like, Foxy's playing so good so far in this series that it's probably just not a good idea to bench him on the Feral Druid. Like, it's pretty tough as a Feral Druid to survive. So the fact that he's staying alive this long against Dukamified, the runner-ups of last cup, playing some of the best comps in the game, the Boomkin Rogue and the Boomkin Fire Mage, is definitely impressive. So hopefully they can keep it together here, pull off one more win, advance in that lower side bracket with a comp that nobody else is playing.
Yeah, Yeah, when you see new comps like this do pretty well too, I'm always curious to see if we see another team like later on in the day or the next weekend, bring this and adopt it themselves and see if they can make it happen for them. But Lost and LIHUE, they're going to be rolling the same composition into this potentially final game here. We're going to test it also on a much smaller map. We've been doing the like Ashermains and Grand a little bit more of a neutral map. So how do you feel like this comp is going to interact Super T's on, in a tighter quarters?
I mean, both teams just get crowd control more frequently. So JWow's going to be more easily able to CC Kearney with stuns and fears. It also means Cyfox will be able to get bleeds more readily. But then Calvish as well will always be close to get like a gouge kidney on the healer and then set up a cheap shot on the feral. So it's just super highly engaging map where both teams are likely going to play hyper aggressive.
Yay, I'm excited for this one. This is going to be a bit of explosive. I mean, I don't know. Do you want to bet over under on how long this match lasts?
I mean, with how good they're both playing, it's probably like minimum 4 minutes, I'm thinking, given that the bigger maps are like hitting 5, I think maybe 6. Like 3 to 4 would be like the short game, I think, with how well they're playing. Like, I haven't seen any significant blunders from either side, like a trinket link swap overlap or anything like that.
So true.
If their defense is as clean as it is, even on a small map, I think it's still going to take a little bit of time. But the small map could cause more room for error because you have less time to react.
Foxy is giving me a heart attack on every single one of these games too. It's just like how much of a live lord he is and how much he's hanging on to his buttons.
Yeah, he's being really greedy sometimes. I feel like sometimes it's a little bit too greedy. Like a couple times he's pre-bared, he doesn't want a skin. He's like, no, I'm not giving you the skin. And he gets away with it by like 1 second. And it's just like, okay, I was super greedy. I mean, being greedy on this map it could be life-threatening. So we'll have to wait and see. It's really important that they get combat on the small map. They void volley. I don't think they're going to be able to get combat. So Calvis should be able to get a sap and an opener on the Shadow Priest, I'm imagining here. As he's edging closer and closer to Casca. And they actually grabbed combat. They're just going to immediately open. No sap, no cheap shot. This is a bit surprising from Calvish. He actually just gets Void Tendrilled. They're going to kill that off. Void Eruption immediately from JWow. They might just pull away from the Void Eruption and line it. He's just getting dots out for free. So Tuna is not engaging with that Void Eruption just yet. Calvish gets Lightning Lassoed, so 2v2. Tuna opens up, Cyfoxy opens up onto Tuna. So going after that Balance Druid immediately. Solar Beam onto the whole team here from Tuna. Trying to turn it around onto JWow. He may need to disperse. They knock him back. Earthenwall Totem's down. Calvish is killing off the Healing Tide Totem in the back line, trying to snipe those Resto Shaman Totems to reduce the likelihood of recovery. And they get a full clone on the Casca, but Tuna's on the back foot. There's a clone on the Kearney. Void Torrent fully channeled. It's his match point. Is Tuna going to go down? Mind Control at low health for a moment. It gets purged off. Cyfoxy now needs to run away. He's in bear form, ducking around the corner away from Tuna. Now deciding to charge right back in to the fight. JWow being pressured. Casca trying to pick him up. Calvish moving to the left side of the pillar, looking like he's getting ready for another send as he's got the Secret Technique and Shadow Dance available. Where's the crowd control going to land? I think they're going to want to go into Cyfox here, but Calvish is stunned. Triple crowd control engaged from Lost and LIHUE, and they're chasing down Tuna. They force his medallion. They grip the team together. They mind control Calvish, just rotting them away. Tuna's trying to get aggressive, but he's so low on health. He gets the cycle on JWow, but Cyfox is line of sighting in bear farm. Calvish just can't connect. They're going to have to send damage on JWow, I think. They get a double fear, maybe not. They catch him actually in cap form in that fear, but Calvish gets feared away from JWow in a return. They lock the Void Torrent with the Solar Beam. They're getting damage on the Cyfoxy, but now he's into bear once again. Chastise on the Casca. Cyfox just tanking. He switched to a Battle Master Trinket. That's going to make him way more tanky. He gets a stun on the Tuna, a stun on the Calvish. Big pressure. Tuna in trouble. Kearney knows it. Ray of Hope gets activated. They can Cyclone that Ray of Hope. Can they get a Cyclone on Tuna right here before he recovers? No. Tuna gets the huge heal. Back to full.
Got back to full. Well done by them for surviving that go. That was a lot of pressure that came in all at once from Lost and LIHUE. They're playing really aggressive, just as Sid predicted here in this very small map. This is match point. These guys really want this. They've got to get this one. Otherwise, they're going to be taking it to game 5 if DUKAMIFIED ties this one up, and that would be maybe a little bit difficult. We'll have to see, though, as we continue on in this game. Cyfoxy in the middle here, trying to get a Cyclone off. Calvish going to be preventing that. Tuna about half health. Calvish dipping low a little bit as well. Still has Cloak of Shadow. It's and evasion, so not going to be in too much trouble as of yet. We'll see if they can push through here, but Lost and LIHUE definitely being relentless. Tuna dropping low here, 20%. He is going to stabilize for the moment. Still has Bark Skin available. About 30 seconds left until he has Trinket again, but his health is really just lingering. Looking like this match is becoming quite volatile. Kearney does trade out that Void Shift as well to keep his team up, but that is, I mean, these goes are just kind of coming back to back to back against DUKAMIFIED here. It's looking scarier and scarier for them, but we'll have to see. I mean, they switched this composition. They're playing that Moonkin now. They played that RMP in that last game, and they switched to a smaller map. We'll see if this can work for them, Sid, here for this game.
They got dispersion from JWA, but they still have medallions on all 3 members, which is not good for DUKAMIFIED. Kearney is doing an amazing job to keep his mana as healthy as it is. They're getting triple crowd control. It's clean. They need to switch more crowd control into Casca. They get the clone of the kidney, fear on a Cyfoxy. They've isolated JWA in game number 4. Mind Games is going to connect. He needs to be careful. He's so low. Void Shift over to Cyfoxy. They're going to swap to him on that, but Casca's ready. Gets a big heal, top Cyfoxy off, and getting that Void Shift was super important. But Calvish is now stunned. No trinket. Are they going to drop him in a cap stun? There's no way, but this is massive damage. Stun onto Kearney. Both members are low. A fear for follow-up. Kearney wills out of it. Guardian Angel up, but 2 members are dying, and he can only really heal 1. He gets cycloned again on diminishing return. Cyfoxy gets cloned for appeal. JWA isolated again, trying to turn this around. Swap the clone onto Casca. JWA getting blasted. Trinket Spearling. He gets feared on his trinket. I don't think it's enough to be able to end the game, but suddenly out of nowhere, DUKAMIFIED have put themselves in a winning position, getting that Spirit Totem out of the way. Solar Beam on JWA, locking him on Cass. Kearney trying to heal with that Spirit of Redemption. Get some free heals out to stay ahead. Into the Apotheosis, chaining those. He gets stunned on the Apotheosis. Could be an opportunity to kill Tuna. He goes into bear form with Barkskin, trying to tank it. Kearney's finally free, gets a huge Serenity onto Tuna, dispelling off the dots, trying to stay ahead of the Shadow Priest pressure, but Tuna is starting to rot. They need to get a kill pretty soon here, but Dispersion came up for JWA. They're swapping to Cyfoxy. He's going to trade out the Survival Instincts and stay aggressive on Tuna. They sense weakness right now. There's no Barkskin. They need to stay aggressive. Cyfoxy knows that he's charging in, reckless abandon to try and close this game out and end the potential reverse sweep from DUKAMIFIED. Tuna's holding on by a thread. He's got that Ray of Hope. Is it going to be positive? Is he going back to full health? And then, oh, he's not! A massive explosion of damage, and Tuna could just die. Kearney trinkets. He grips Tuna desperately to stay alive in the tournament. They don't want to forfeit their third place position. They go for a smoke bomb. Hail Mary onto Cyfoxy. They stun him up. Is Barkskin going to be enough? It looks like it will. Casca ducks into the bottom of the Ascendants, picks up Cyfoxy, and now Tuna's going to be on the back foot again. He fakes an interrupt, gets that precog, gets the clone on Cyfoxy, stalling the damage for a moment for Kearney to recover, but Kearney had to blow so much mana to heal through that assault. Can he keep it going? Solar Beam on the whole team, into a fear on the whole team from Kearney, desperately to stay alive to the next Shadow Dance. Calvish knows it. He trinkets. There's the Shadow Dance. They have to win the game right now. Can DUKAMIFIED win the game here and now and take it to a game 5? They are so close to a kill. 8 seconds for Nature Swift as Casca into another clone. Cyfoxy on critically low health. Shadowy Duel. He tries to sprint away. Casca's NS is in 1 second. He goes for it, but it doesn't heal too big. Dampening is high. Cyfoxy's still low, but he's going for the kill anyways. Even despite being low, can he take down Calvish? He's fully dotted up. He steps over to Kearney. Kearney is stunned up. Tuna is rotted down, but Cyfoxy, he weathered the storm. He survived. The light at the end of the tunnel is there. Lost and LIHUE are doing it. They're just in shambles on the side of DUKAMIFIED. Everybody is dying. As soon as that Apotheosis falls for Kearney, he's going to lose all throughput, and his entire team is just going to be decimated, and it's going to end at any moment. Tuna could just die even before it. He goes into the Spirit of Redemption. Kearney chaining his cooldowns like a madman to keep his team alive in this position. And oh, that totem from Casca pulling Tuna back in on the grip. Kearney's cooldowns are over, but Casca's burned all of his mana at the same time, and I cannot believe it. Kearney trying to carry the team. He goes into a Hex. I don't think Tuna's playing Decurse. He's going to have to sit that full Hex. The kidney shot Cyfoxy, but he pre-bear forms it. And that pre-bear form is huge value right now. Casca had no trinket. Now he's bashing up Tuna with no trinket. Kearney's got the Guardian Spirit. And I cannot believe this game is still going back and forth. Both healers are playing everything out. They're giving everything that they've got to keep their teams in this game. But Healing Tide Totem was down. It recovers it. Spirit Link Totem's coming up in 8 seconds. JWA's got the Fiend out. He's got Power Infusion rolling. Kearney, how are you going to do it? How are you going to heal through these cooldowns? I don't think that you can. Ray of Hope at 10%. They need this Ray of Hope to be positive, but it's negative. Tuna's going to die. And Ray of Hope triggers, and Calvish is trying to cross-kill Cyfoxy at 10%. Casca slips the Lincoln at the last second before that fear connected to keep his team in it, and Lost and LIHUE have done it. They will be defeating DUKAMIFIED here 3-1.
That was insane. That was some of the biggest live lording I've seen all weekend, Sid. Jeez.
That's definitely like a top 5 game for the weekend. It feels like most of the games are pretty crazy like this, but that was definitely a highlight moment. I'm thinking like, there's no way you can recover, man. Like for like 2 minutes straight, I'm thinking that. Also, it's like your mana is 0. You just went through both of your power cooldowns, and you're actually still alive at that point, which is like remarkable.
Oh boy, yeah, there was definitely some clinching from Casca and Kearney. So we're gonna see that final 2 minutes here. That was a very, very intense. Those two, I mean, both of these teams really just playing excellently. But just unfortunately, Dukamify just kind of ran out of cooldowns first.
What a game, man. Like this smoke bomb on Foxy, you're thinking they can turn around. Kearney, I'm thinking like there's no way you can keep your team alive. You just came out of the Guardian Spirit of Redemption, you just used your apotheosis, and then he gets hexed too. And I'm like, how are you gonna keep your team alive? You just used all your cooldowns and you just got hexed. There's no way. But they stun up the whole team, they clone, and they're still going for the win, even though Kearney has nothing. They're going for the win on Foxy. He's like, nah, dude, bear form, I'm good. I know what you're doing. I'm not going down. And cascades this healing tide totem and stuns Calvish so he can't kill the healing tide totem, moves it behind the pillar. Tide heals the whole team up to full so that they can make a big push. They've got momentum off that play for Casca, and then this is just a last ditch effort with this Ray of Hope, which comes out in a moment, and he just doesn't have any Serenity charges. So Ray of Hope stops all damage and basically adds up the damage and healing, and the healing is doubled into the Ray. But if it doesn't do more than the damage, then the damage triggers later and the Ray goes off. Kearney just had no healing for it. He just wanted to stall the game a little bit longer. Maybe that extra 3 seconds could be enough time to get a kill, and it just wasn't. So impressive plays from both teams. Lost and LIHUE, though, they're going to take the upper hand. They're going to move forward and still stay alive in this tournament.
I mean, that's just absolutely remarkable, especially because Dukamify, they were finalists last week, right? So Lost and LIHUE is really showing that they are here to play. That was such a close series. Probably one of the best series that we have really seen this weekend. But unfortunately, that does mean Dukamify is eliminated, and Lost and LIHUE now just needs to wait. Go to the upper bracket. We got some very exciting matchups up there. We have the Shuffle Police. They're going to be going up against the Super One-Shot Frogs. And then, of course, Golden Guardians going up against Luminosity Gaming. And for me, Sid, this is a really exciting one because I feel like Luminosity Gaming, they've been the most dominant team in North America for such a long time, but they have had a very slow season.
We say slow season, they're third place. It's like they're still in the top three.
For them, it's slow.
Yeah, I guess it's true. For them, it's slow. So this weekend is like, this is the ultimate test for them. Like, have they got Drake on Subtlety Rogue close enough to Peekaboo that they can start winning games, or do they have a different composition that they have planned for this matchup?
I mean, we're going to have to wait and see, but it is exciting. I feel like for Luminosity Gaming, our big kind of criticism, not necessarily criticism, but our hope for them was that they would kind of pick up the Subtlety Rogue and be able to master it. But that is not an easy thing to do, especially when you're going head to head with someone like Peekaboo, who just has so much experience on the specialization. It's going to be interesting to see, but that is going to be in just a few short matchups. Our next one is going to be Shuffle Police versus the Super One-Shot Frogs. Super One-Shot Frogs always bringing unorthodox compositions, especially utilizing that Restoration Druid. And Restoration Druids did receive some nerfs, so I'm curious to see how that's going to work out for them, Maya.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. I'm excited to see what these guys bring to the table. You're absolutely right. Super One-Shot Frogs, you know, they're a pretty unique team. I think they're like in third place right now. They've definitely got a lot of points on the board, but Shuffle Police kind of need it more. So maybe that's going to light a fire under them, Ben.
Yeah, this is the first time we've actually seen Shuffle Police in this upper bracket position. So hopefully they don't, squander their chances to earn points like you said. This is going to be a really exciting series. Don't go anywhere. We're going to a quick break. When we get back, Shuffle Police versus Super One-Shot Frogs.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just had a pretty intense matchup in the lower bracket, lost in LIHUE. Did walk away from that one with a 3-1. Now we're moving up into the upper bracket, and kind of an unlikely team is up there right now, Zico, that doesn't have too many points, kind of newly formed as well, in the form of Shuffle Police, facing off against Super One-Shot Frogs.
Yeah, so actually, I have a little bit of a spicy take here. I predicted Shuffle Police to be the runner-up in North America. Yeah, it's a little bit spicy. You can see our predictions right here. So I've gone with Luminosity as the runner-up. I think every week, but they've just let me down. So at this point, it's going to be the Golden Guardians and Shuffle Police. And the reason why is because I think sub-rogues in general are super strong in the meta, and Shuffle Police has Naj, which is one of the best sub-rogues in North America. And not only that, but he also has one of the cutest cats that kind of gives him a boost on his lap when he's competing.
Yes, very true. That should be enough to carry them to victory. So we'll have to see. I predicted Super One-Shot Frog, so we'll see who ends up being right at the end of the day in terms of that one. But it looks like the match is kicking off. Look at these comps too. Shuffle Police versus Super One-Shot Frogs.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. Shuffle Police taking a bit of a European approach here. We got the Evoker Boomkin Subtlety Rogue, and then Super One-Shot Frogs coming in with that classic Mage Lock Druid. And I do believe that is a Frost Mage. So we got a Frost Mage, our first time seeing the specialization so far in these cups. Wealthy Man would be the one to do it, and you have a good amount of control here. If you can keep Blizzard and Frozen Orb onto the Subtlety Rogue, it can be very difficult for him to actually retreat. So I'm really looking for Super One-Shot Frogs to just try to make Naj's life kind of miserable in this matchup. Crowd control him like this when he has his damage up, and then after that, basically just tunnel him down in the match.
A real blast from the past here. Of course, it is going to be Super One-Shot Frogs to bring back the Mage Warlock here. And we are going to see Shifter actually take a decent amount of damage there, using their Root Beam there onto Wealthy Man. They're actually going to go after Wealthy Man right now on that Mage, forcing out his Trinket here with this Shadow Dance setup. And so far, I would say that this is not something I predicted. Sleepyhead already in a lot of crowd control. That's going to be the Emerald Communion being traded out there for Sleepyhead to keep Naj from using that Cloak of Shadows. But look at him. He's just waddling around here in midfield. This looks horrible for him.
Yeah, it's not that fun to play against a Frost Mage Demonology Warlock as a melee. Can confirm. But now connecting on to Cubsy, getting a little bit of damage out of the way. They do just shred through the Dark Pack, but Flop should have the healing to keep him alive. Naj getting feared up here. Big shatter combos coming in from Wealthy Man when he has that Icy Veins available. It's not up right now, but when that is up and available and he can just turret Frostbolts, that's going to be the most difficult time in the match. And where I think the Shuffle Police really has to be afraid. Big shadows coming in once again. We have a full polymorph now on Sleepyhead. Shifter is caught in the middle of the map. He needs to be careful. Frostbolt's incoming. Blizzard does come down as well. A follow-up polymorph. Do they have anything else? Flop is looking for a Cyclone. It gets bashed. Good denial there by Shifter, who's basically just playing goalie here on this Moon King, getting as much crowd control as possible, trying to set up his team and just enable Naj in the match to actually stay on target.
Yeah, and look at Cubsy right now, though, taking a lot of damage, almost going down there. That is a greedy unending resolve. Is that even going to be enough here? He gets Cyclone, low HP, he trinkets out. Nicely done there by Shifter. But look at Shifter as well, taking a lot of damage. There's a free casting Wealthy Man, and that is the danger, leaving one of these wizards open. But now here comes the setup. Kitty shot on the flop. What a nice fake cast by Shifter. He gets the Cyclone, but he might just go down here. He's not feeling confident to push in and get aggressive here. Really good counter pressure and counter CC by Wealthy Man right there, kind of shutting it down before he gets going with offense. And now they're pinned at the pillar. They have the Mortal Strike effect as well from that Felguard, and they got Wealthy Man kind of just dropping Blizzards, dropping Frozen Orbs. This is his Icy Veins. He's playing Frost Bomb as well, which is quite unconventional as a Frost Mage, getting a lot of work done here onto Naj. Full cheap onto Sleepyhead. He's going to Trinket out at the last second. Naj's going to overlap that, though, with the Cloak of Shadows and Evasion. So big defensive overlap. Smoke Bomb onto Cubsy. They need to make it happen right now. And look at that flop immediately deflecting right now with the Tranquility. But there's the setup. Sheep Shot. Shifter going for the Cyclones here. Fake cast the kick. Doesn't manage to find it onto Flop, but he does manage to find one onto Cubsy. It is DR, though, and it's going to be a blind onto Flop, but Cubsy's already kind of recovered. Flop, though, respects it and does trade out his Trinket.
Yep, very nicely done. This is the Icy Veins of Wealthy Man. They need to be careful. These Frostbolts get stronger and stronger. Right now, Naj is going to be the main target once again, kind of just getting blasted. The Snow Cloak of Shadows. He does have Vanish, though, so As long as he gets his Vanish off, it will likely be clean, and he does trade it. So he's out of the fight for now. Sleepyhead has more than enough time to recover, but the pressure on Cubsy has been quite high. If he can reconnect, here's the cheap shot. There's no trinket. Big damage here for the Shuffle Police. Can they drop Cubsy? And they do. A massive amount of burst, and Naj and Shifter, they're just able to connect. That Cyclone really set them up in a nice place where Shifter was able to get that Cyclone on Cubsy where he was at 10% health. I've been in that situation. It's a really difficult decision to make because you're just so low. You really want to get out of the Cyclone so your healer can actually heal you. You finally have a moment to breathe. But if you do that, the next setup, you have no trinket, and it gets really, really scary. So I feel like in general, Shuffle Police had a really good game. Shifter on the Moonkin did a good job getting control out in this match and really helping Naj actually connect.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Shifter in general found so many of these low cyclones. Like right there, that is such a key moment to get those cyclones because that just forces out, the trinket of Cubsy. That allows them to drop a smoke bomb on Cubsy later on, and that's going to open up, more opportunities here for the Shuffle Police. But this, I think, was the close call onto Naj, I do believe. Actually not dropping quite low there. Shifter sitting through a fear. Sleepyhead. Yeah, this is the really close call there. Naj forced to trade out his Vanish. After Sleepyhead sits through that fear. And in general, look at those clones as well coming out from Shifter. He's just constantly finding these. It was very back and forth. And here they managed to find that huge amount of damage there onto Cubsy and actually close it out there. Big secret tech there coming out from Naj. And I feel like both teams played a really good game. And I feel like this was, a kind of a predicted comp from the Shuffle Police. Like you can kind of almost expect them to run this because this is something that they've ran quite a bit. So I feel like this is, the matchup that the Super One-Shot Frogs actually wanted, and they lost with it. So I wonder if they're going to stick to it. Historically, they would stick to it and just try to play it out a little bit differently. But, you start to get some questions.
It becomes difficult because a lot of the time for the Super One-Shot Frogs, when they're playing this Mage Lock, they really like to isolate a target, right? It's all about just spamming crowd control on one target. And taking down the other. So they just take somebody out of the game with Polymorph and Fear and Cyclone, but a little bit more difficult to do that. I mean, when you have Naj sitting on Cubsy, his ability to actually get out consistent fears in the match is going to be limited because he's stunned, he's gouged, he's kicked, etc. And then for Wealthy Man, he can't really get control of Shifter because he is a balancer, and so he's just immune to Polymorph. So it makes it difficult to actually get control, and they're kind of caught in an awkward situation where it would seem the best thing to do is crowd control Naj and actually just go after Shifter in the match, but he's pretty durable and he can actually sit in the open and spam Cyclones. I feel like he can keep himself alive a lot. And when you do that, also, when you're just sitting there and you're spamming Cyclone, it makes it a lot easier for Sleepyhead to actually get off healing and damage in the match as well, because he's not having to deal with interrupts, because basically Wealthy Man has to exclusively use his counter spells on that Cyclone, or Shifter's just going to be able to get too much done.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like Super One-Shot Frogs, they have kind of a similar thing going for them, that they don't have any ranged interrupts on the Shuffle Police. They really don't have, they have Shadow Step Kick, Solar Beam every now and then, Sleepyhead, with his Quell. But those are all like long cooldowns. You kind of have to commit to even use those as, just regular interrupts. It's not the same as, like a Kick or a Counterspell, a Wind Shear, something like that. So the Super One-Shot Frogs, I do like the theory behind picking this comp. It's just kite the Sub-Rogue, bully the Sub-Rogue, just do damage and don't die. When you pin them at the pillar, great. When they push in, crowd control the healer, go after Naj like they did, great. The problem is, I feel like defensively, they just got kind of deleted. So they are going to get Wealthy Man back in the game here, but on his LE Shaman instead of that Frost Mage. So this is going to be a lot more of a kind of dampened strategy, and they're going to have a way to actually shut down these Cyclones, because I do kind of agree Shifter was just able to get way too much work done, getting all of these Cyclones. Now you're going to have Wind Shear, much shorter cooldown to get some extra interrupts going there, and you're going to have that Grounding Totem. Even if Shifter gets Precognition, you can buy yourself some extra time there with the Grounding Totem.
Yeah, definitely. I feel with the Frost Mage, the most threatening time in the match is going to be that Veins, right? When that is available, that's where Wealthy Man's actually going to have the ability to kind of carry the game with his damage. Outside of that, though, the Frost Mage damage is a little bit limited. So I think bringing the LE Shaman to me at least makes a lot of sense. I do think that it is important in this matchup to pressure Sleepyhead Like, I feel like actually going after the preservation evoker in the match instead of just trying to crowd control and isolate him is actually really good. So I would like to see super one-shot frogs just try to get pressure in multiple places. I feel like the elemental shaman is going to be a little bit better for that in this particular matchup. We need to see lots of interrupts, wind shears, groundings onto Shifter, and then just as much pressure as possible coming in from Wealthy Man to kind of really tax what Sleepyhead's able to do. And I would like to see super one-shot frogs actually make setups on Sleepyhead too. On that evoker, you're kind of forced to push in, and I think the enemy team can really capitalize on that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be key if we can get those fears onto Sleepyhead and then push, maybe Naj back to the pillar and then swap the Sleepyhead when he's kind of by himself in open field. But right now, a setup coming out. It's looking pretty clean so far. They get the Sleepwalk onto Wealthy Man here, and already a little bit of damage coming in here onto Cubsy. But so far, Flop able to deflect it with some good hots. Actually gets blinded into a full sap right now. Naj making his way back onto the target. Can he continue the chain here? It doesn't look like they want to drop a smoke bomb or that they have it available, a shadowy duel or anything like that. There it is, smoke bomb coming out, but already a lot of healing over time effects, but still a huge amount of pressure. Nice knock totem there with the static field by Wealthy Man, and he's blasting off right now. Big damage here onto Naj. Sleepyhead sitting through a stun into a fear combo here. Actually, the fear is on Shifter, and they bash Shifter. Shifter is going to just respect that, trinket out, get the Cyclone here onto Cubsy. Looked like Flop actually tried to pre-trank the Cyclone right there, but it was on Cubsy, and Flop is going to be able to get his heals out in time. Now he's going to still be able to hold on to that Cloak of Shadows. And so far, the only big thing that's been traded, I would say, is the trinkets here from Cubsy and Shifter.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Naj taking a little bit of damage here in the open field. He's going to be the main target in this match. But Cubsy, they're just shredding through his defense. When Naj and Shifter can connect, Cubsy could be in potential trouble. He still has that unending resolve, but no trinket available. So the next good setup, it might be that big cooldown being traded out. We have fears on Sleepyhead right now. Both Naj and Shifter in trouble in the middle of the map. And when Wealthy Man gets those procs, he's able to get the damage rolling. It could be a huge spike of damage in favor of the super one-shot frog. So Sleepyhead always has to kind of be prepared. But this is kind of the positioning that you do want them at the pillar, but Naj just says, no way, we're not staying at the pillar. We're going for it, and it is really important on that Subtlety Rogue to be making these setups consistently. But when Naj overextends, this is where he's going to be taking a huge hit of damage. A full hex here on Sleepyhead. He's going to be using the rewind as well as that time dilation. There's no way Naj is going to go down here. Howl of Terror actually going to be selected here from Cubsy, make it a bit easier for him to land these fears. And I think that's a beautiful talent choice. Naj might just go down. This is an absolute nightmare for him. I really thought he was going to be able to survive, and he ultimately did, but that was a really close call.
Yeah, he did hold on to his Sheet Death, though, but that was a defensive shadowy duel coming out there from Naz. Bit of a heads-up play. Lightning Lasso right now gets kicked there onto Wealthy Man. That's going to allow Shifter to get that Cyclone, and now here comes the kidney shot onto Cubsy. They need to make this count here onto Cubsy. A lot of damage coming out there. Cheap shots being spammed out here, but Cubsy not really taking too much damage. Going to be Naj instead on the back foot here with no Cloak of Shadows. Emerald Communion will trade here for Sleepyhead, and not a lot of cooldowns left. I feel like Cubsy still has a lot of options here. Unending Resolve. He's not really taking any damage whatsoever, and Naj here is getting absolutely blasted right now. I don't think he can stay out in the open field here. Has to use that last charge of Vanish. He has no cooldowns for another 30 seconds or so. Drops the smoke bomb here. Cubsy's going to just trinket and teleport out, respecting the situation. Cheap shot onto Wealthy Man just to try to slow him down for a second here. Sleepyhead now caught up in a stun. Demonic Tyrant gets gouged here. They need to get out of here because once that Tyrant is out, that means it is going to be trouble time right now. Shifter could be in a lot of trouble here. He's left behind with his team, but he fake casts the interrupt, actually getting a Cyclone there onto Wealthy Man, kind of 2v1, and he's still pushing in while the rest of his team is at the pillar, kind of forcing them to go out there. He lands the Solar Beam, though, onto Flop. That could buy them a little bit of time here. They could try to blind out of that maybe and try to set up something, but doesn't look like they're going to have it just yet. Naj feeling confident to push in, though, with that Cloak of Shadows back of cooldown, looking to get aggressive onto Cubsy, but once again gets shut down here by the Demo Warlock stuns. Here comes the cheap shot, so here comes the damage. Howl of Terror there onto Naj. That was the secret tech doing a lot of work there onto Cubsy, but Flop is not in any crowd control, and Naj almost going down here once again. Has to use the Cloak of Shadows and ducks back here around the corner, but it's looking a little sketchy, man.
Oh, it definitely is. Look at him. I mean, Naj has no cooldowns left. He's down to 5% health. Sleepyhead needs to connect some heals. He does manage to. Naj continuing to push the pace in the face of death and still managing to go for it. Getting the sap into a Cyclone onto Flop. They're going after Wealthy Man. Now at swap on Cubsy. Big kidney shot. Axe toss on Naj. He immediately trinkets to continue the pressure. Cheap shot spam coming in, but I would still say it is going to be Naj on the back foot, but he is just so unafraid on that Subtlety Rogue. Cubsy's now the one that's in a little bit of trouble. Naj might have to actually trade out the Vanish. It's so back and forth between these two players. Defensive shadowy duel comes in once again. Flop and a gouge. Good crowd control into a full kidney shot. Naj really setting up his team with some beautiful crowd control here on that subtlety road. Just going to vanish out aggressively. Even though he's been the main target in the match, he decides to just go for it. And got to respect the offensive plays from Naj, but it really could end up hurting him here.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even reconnect there to his target with that offensive vanish, so he's not going to be able to get too much work done. But here we go. Shifter actually getting blasted a little bit. Cubsy also getting blasted. Sleepyhead caught up in a cyclone. Naj right now caught up in a stun. He's got no defense whatsoever. He just has to rely on his healer here to do the work for him. Sleepyhead actually triggering out of crowd control, but they might just kill Cubsy right now. They get the unending resolve right there. And look at Flop's mana. It is not looking too healthy right now. They need to continue to stay aggressive to make sure that Flop doesn't actually get any drinks right now, because that is the name of the game. And if they can do that, they might actually be able to take the game here for Shuffle Police. Flop is looking for it around the corner there, but Naj knows it. Needs to get aggressive here, back onto Cubsy. If he can do it, they might be able to take him out. He's got nothing left right now. Cubsy trinketing out of the kidney shot, getting stunned up once again by the cheap shot. Cloak of Shadows is going to be available in 10 seconds for Naj. He's got the secret tech and he's got cheat death, so I think Naj can stay comfortable here on his target. The next time he has stun DRs, it could be deadly for Cubsy.
Yeah, definitely. At the same time, though, Naj in trouble. He's going to get feared away, trying to just stay on target. Cubsy doing the best he can to kind of preemptively shut down the damage. Flop has no mana left. Sleepyhead has no mana left. It is do or die for both of these teams. 20% dampening. Big deep breath here from Sleepyhead. Looking to close out the game. They make a swap here on Wealthy Man. This is not the incarnation. Do they have the damage to actually take him down? There's just no healing here for Flop. Astral Shift is going to trade with the Iron Bark, but they are just swapping all over the place. But now Naj getting caught into a stun. He does have Cloak Vanish coming up. I feel like Shuffle Police is going to be able to do it. This is a little bit scary here for Naj, but he has the defensive cooldowns to trade. Can he stay on target? Can they take down Cubsy? Is he going to have to just vanish out? He does. So, in one foul swoop, he trades out every defensive that he has, but continues to just push here.
Oh, they're doing a setup here onto Wealthy Man. It looks like Naj gouges Flop's trinket. They're looking for the damage here. There's a Fire Breath right now being casted out, but
Burrow.
Wealthy Man with a beautiful burrow right there, buying some more time. Demonic Tyrant being casted by Cubsy. They shut it down with the cheap shot. Naj getting stunned up. There's the Demonic Tyrant. He gets interrupted by the Quell, and they manage to close it out for just a second there. But now that window is slowly fading here. Cubsy's going to have that Demonic Tyrant out and about here in any second. Naj is going to be in so much trouble. Sleepyhead with no mana left, trying to heal with the Living Flames, but Sleepyhead has no mana. He trinkets out, but it's not going to be enough. Naj cheat death procs and he will fall, but that was extremely close. And once again, Flop, man, this guy is just, he doesn't use mana. He just doesn't use it. It's not a resource for this guy. He just keeps his teams going, you know, at 30-40% dampening. We've seen him do it time and time again. It was an Innervate that came out about a minute ago that allowed him to actually, you know, get a lot of heals out and allow him to kind of just find that moment. I think he actually sat down for just one little tiny sip of water at some point as well. So really clean stuff from the Super One-Shot Frogs, but that was their map pick. That was their comp pick. You know, that was everything going their way, and it was still extremely close.
I mean, it definitely was. I mean, look at Naj's health. I mean, Cloak of Shadows coming in at 1% health. He was managed to save his cheat death. But I feel like Naj, he was playing this one really aggressive. I mean, I feel like it's easy on the sub-rogue to play really defensive, play a little bit scared, but he was just totally willing to trade out the Cloak, the Vanishes, just to stay on target and stay aggressive. And I feel like at a certain point, you have to be willing to do that, especially with the Preservation Evoker. I feel like if you have a Preservation Evoker healing you, every time you run back, it feels like you're losing the game. So kind of just have to continue that offensive pressure in the match, but this was just so back and forth. Flop doing a really good job. Any opportunity he gets to just sit down, go for a drink, even if he's recovering 5% mana, 10% mana, that is enough for Flop. And it's at this point, the soul rip comes in from Cubsy. And Naj has just lost his soul and now lost his life here with double Shadow Fury coming in. Just really good plays there by Cubsy as they are able to, you know, summon the entire demonic legion to chase Naj behind the pillar and take him down.
Very, very poetic there. The soul rip coming out, summoning the entire demonic legion.
I mean, that's what happens.
Yeah, definitely. Making these warlocks seem like they're kill Jaden. And definitely Cubsy did look like it for a second there. You know, multiple phases on Cubsy there, not going down several times, you know, having close calls, but manages to stay alive and manages to keep, you know, the series tight here. 1-1. Shuffle Police now selecting Dalaran Sewers, Super One-Shot Frogs. What are they going to pick? I feel like we're not going to see the Frost Mage. I think we're going to see the same thing from the Super One-Shot Frogs.
Frost Mage is
most likely.
gone. The Frost Mage is not. The Elemental Shaman look very strong there. I think, anyways. It just packs a little bit more of a punch, and I feel like the utility is also really nice. You have more frequent interrupts to shut down cyclones. Like, yeah, it's really strong. The one downside of the LE Shaman is I feel like there is that potential that you do eventually get all in. And there was a moment in the match, but luckily for Wealthy Man, he was able to utilize that new PvP honor talent, right? The burrow, so he's able to just underground, chilling, able to just reset his health, has all those Druid Hot sealing him, and things are good. This map, we could talk about Dalaran Sewers. One of the reasons why it's selected is because now Flop has a much more difficult time to actually drink. So I think if Shuffle Police can stay on target and really just keep Flop in combat, which they theoretically can do on this map, it should favor them even more going into the late game. But you still have to be careful. I mean, even if you don't make it to the late game, Naj was constantly under threat in that game. So I don't think this one's going to be easy. And I almost wonder if Shuffle Police is going to mix it up here. Like maybe they... Anyway, no, okay. Oh, same thing.
They're not going to mix it up. Aegis is going to be staying on the bench for a little bit longer here for them. And Shuffle Police, they're going to be rocking down. And normally we would see hook points selected in this type of situation, but maybe they're just saving it, for later. Maybe it's like a strategy for them. Maybe saving it in case Dalaran doesn't work out. I'm not sure what the plan is there, but Shuffle Police are going to be selecting the same thing. Super One-Shot Frogs going to be selecting the same thing. And one thing that I really liked about the Shuffle Police that they kind of started doing a little bit later in the match was that they kind of went after Wealthy Man a little bit. They were swapping a little bit more. And I feel like that's when Sub-Rogue works the best, when it's kind of unpredictable. Are they going after Wealthy Man? Are they going after Flop? Are they going after Cubsy? Like, who's going to be the target? And I feel like if they can find more opportunities like that where they're just mixing it up a little bit more, it's going to be a lot more taxing on Flop's mana is one thing. And the second thing is it's just going to be a lot harder for the Super One-Shot folks to actually, position accurately for the matchup.
Yep. Well, let's see how they do end up utilizing the map. It's all tied up here in this upper bracket game between Shuffle Police and the Super One-Shot Frogs. I gotta say, Shuffle Police, they need this win a lot more than Super One-Shot Frogs does. Super One-Shot Frogs would obviously love to win it, try to secure their place in that top three, as they are in a three-way tie for that third place position right now. Shuffle Police, they definitely need to start getting a little bit further. Even, it's crazy how much of an advantage it is. Let's say they only do get into the gauntlet. Going from that 8th place position to like 5th or 4th, it saves you so many series, gives you way more opportunities to actually push forward.
Yeah, the placing really is going to matter here. And a team like Shuffle Police, they are a strong team. They have the comps that they need. They just need to figure it out here. They have a strong opponent. This is an upper bracket game, so anyone who loses here will be dropping down to that lower bracket. But trust me, there is not a place that you want to be in with teams like Liquid down there. And we are going to be seeing them actually going after Flop here, forcing out the Bark Scene. So I really like this adaptation from Shuffle Police. Go after the healer a little bit more. That's going to tax his mana so much, because those Dresser Druids, they're very efficient at keeping those Life Blooms rolling on 2 targets. But, healing themselves as well, it can be very tricky. Cubsy, though, with a nice hero triple fear right there on the Smoke Bomb attempt, manages to hold on to his Trinket for now. Flop doesn't even use his Iron Bark here, so this is really good for the Super One-Shot Frogs.
Yep, beautiful Soul Rip once again. Naj right now into a full stun. Fear on Sleepyhead. Lightning Lasso onto Naj. Great crowd control and setup here from the Super One-Shot Frogs. What are they going to be able to net? Naj just continuing the pressure here onto Cubsy. Sleepyhead and Shifter also in hot pursuit. It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse here, where Super One-Shot Frogs, they want to get away, and Shuffle Police, they are just chasing. They don't want to allow any distance on this small map. Shifter right now pushing forward, looking to get crowd control on Flop, but he's just so evasive on that Resto Druid. Finally, a kidney shot comes in. They're just going to swap onto the Druid, and they take Flop down. He's forced to trade out his Trinket. He's forced to trade out the Bark Skin, and that is not good for Flop. But one more setup could just be lights out.
Yeah, he did pre-bear from that, and he still had to trade like that, because that is the incarnation of Shifter right now. A lot of damage here coming out from the Moonkid, and Flop just wants to respect it. He's still going to have that Tranquility in his back pocket. Never mind. I think he actually just pre-tranked a kidney shot there. I'm not sure. It looked like Naj Shadow stepped right onto him, trying to stun him there, but I'm not sure if he actually has the kidney shot flop right now. Sitting in bear form, reading the game beautifully, honestly, but he's got no bark skin. Gouge onto flop right there, but it breaks instantly. They're trying to set up out of it, but Naj getting clotheslined here by the stuns of Cubsy. Really good work here. Cubsy sitting through a cyclone though, but saves his stun to a stun Naj when Naj stuns Flop, but Flop might just flop right now because he's taking huge damage. There's the fire breath coming out as well from Sleepyhead, purging out all of those healing over time effects, but Flop once again manages to deflect it, and now it's going to be Naj on the back foot, no Cloak of Shadows, dropping to 10% HP. Cubsy and Wealthy Man doing a lot of work right now. They get a full hex here onto Sleepyhead, but it does get dispelled there by Shifter. Cyclones coming out from Shifter onto Wealthy Man, onto Cubsy, and they manage to find the follow-up Sleepwalk there onto Wealthy Man, but now Wealthy Man is about to blast off, and they're going for Wealthy Man actually on the side of Shuffle Police, and I like that. Just try to keep the momentum rolling offensively as much as possible, because once they lose that offensive pressure, and once the Super One-Shot Frogs can actually play offensive, that's when things get really scary for the Shuffle Police.
Yeah, definitely. Naj gets on target, though. They're going after Flop once again. Is he going to commit? Doesn't look like he is. He gets stunned up there. Nicely done there by Cubsy. Beautiful peel. Soul Rip comes in. That's going to be denying the damage, and Cubsy's getting massive value here. Look at Naj and Shifter. They're just getting absolutely destroyed. Sleepyhead's going to have to try to keep them alive. Lightning Lasso comes in. Beautiful denial there by Wealthy Man, but good counter control by Shifter. He gets a bash into a Cyclone onto Wealthy Man to slow down his damage just a little bit, but the pressure from the Super One-Shot Frogs is looking good. Cubsy's having a field day with the Soul Rips and Howl of Terrors. Unfortunately for Shuffle Police, they kind of have to group up, and I feel like Cubsy's talent choices is really kind of abusing that fact in this match.
Yeah, but right now he actually did use his Axe Toss kind of offensively here onto Naj, so they're not going to have that when Naj goes for those stuns. And that's the most annoying thing when you're the sub-rogue, is when you stun a target and you instantly get stunned back. Right now, Naj actually going for Cubsy here. He gets a sheep shot there. Actually, kidney shot onto Cubsy, swapping over to Flop here, but he is taking quite a lot of damage here. Flop actually going to be respecting it, trading out the Barskin, and there's that Howl of Terror once again here for Cubsy. Cubsy actually using that Unending Resolve here, so they might have an opening onto Cubsy here, but it's not looking too good for the Shuffle Police. Mana is dwindling, cooldowns are dwindling. Naj might have to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Demonic Tyrant is blasting him right now. Huge hits of damage, and Naj will trade out the Cloak of Shadows and then duck for the corner. He needs to respect that Tyrant. As soon as that Tyrant can cast, it is going to be lights out for Naj, and there it is. One hit, two hits. The Tyrant is just free casting on him. This is a massive mistake. Naj might just go down right now here. Finally, the Tyrant subsides, but it did a lot of work right there. Sleepyhead's mana is not looking good, and his cooldown's definitely not looking too good as well. Here's the Axe Blade Storm coming out from the pets as well. Naj in so much trouble. Can't just recover here. Always, ping-ponging at 20% HP to 50% HP, and he continuously needs to make these aggressive pushes, but I don't know if he's going to be able to stay alive. Sleepyhead again with another shield there. Saves the day, but he gets caught up in a full fear. Naj vanishes, and now looking to get aggressive here once again onto Flop here.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what they can get done, but I really feel like it's going to be Naj that's in trouble. Another Howl of Terror comes in, Lightning Lasso, and that is it. Naj gets wrangled up there by Wealthy Man, and Super One-Shot Frogs able to pull ahead in the series. This Demonology, Warlock, Elemental Shaman, Resto Druid, it is looking good. We haven't really seen too many Resto Druids succeed so far outside of Flop, and been making it look really good. I feel like this team is just so solid. They've been good for so long, and just really nice to see them still be able to hold their own with these wizard setups. I really feel like Cubsy did such a good job in this match with his axe tosses. Like you said, one of the most annoying things that Naj can really deal with, and I think it's one of the reasons why Demo Warlock has been kind of, I want to say, like a soft counter to Subtlety Rogue in a way. You just have so much disruption for their setups. You can give them anti-crit, and even if it's up for just a few seconds before it gets decursed, it can destroy the amount of damage they can do during their stuns. And you can also go with these axe tosses. It's really difficult for Naj to actually escape. He's constantly being attacked. He can't really limit the damage of the demons, and when he tries to line of sight, look at all these pets just chasing him down, attacking his back, just making it so difficult to survive. Naj vanishes out here. And I was kind of wondering at this point if this is a mistake, just like kind of try to keep going. You can see Naj goes for a setup, and Soul Rip comes in, and that Soul Rip is just so deadly. I want to say that it limits the amount of healing that you actually receive. I'm going to look it up right now because I think I know how it works. So you take the soul of 3 players, reducing their damage done and healing received. So that it's an extra Mortal Strike effect. So during those setups, not only is Naj doing less damage, but he's also getting healed for less. So offensively, it's a really strong talent and a great addition that Cubsy's really kind of abusing in this match.
Definitely. And it's like you said, I think you're very spot on with the Demo Warlock thing, because they are very tanky as well. You know, they got a lot of mobility, they got a lot of different cooldowns that they can, you know, use to stay alive, and they're just naturally very tanky. So having you know, an easy way to do your damage, you know, just get your pets out and make sure that your pets are hitting. And then in addition to that, having those stuns is really, really nice, because all you have to really do is just save your axe toss for when Naj goes for a triple stun. Anytime he does that, you're going to be able to stun him, and that's just going to shut down the entire setup, because you can't really kill something without actually being there for the full stun. So it's really annoying for Naj, and I think the super one-shot frogs here are looking good in the series right now. They're playing a clean game. Everybody's doing you know, what they should be doing. Everyone's playing their role, and Flop as well. You know, he was a little bit tested in that game, and that's something I wanted to see. But still, Flop was able to, you know, kind of keep his cool and make sure to pre-bear form a lot of those setups, and yeah, just do a great job.
I feel like Shuffle Police almost maybe got baited, because like you go after Resto Druid and you get Trinket and Barkskin, your immediate thought is, okay, they're dead. They have nothing. They can't do anything. But if you make it so obvious that you're just going to go after Flop, well, it's easy for Flop, right? Like, he's just sitting in bear form. He knows he's going to be the only target. Cubsy and Wealthy Man can just kind of do whatever they want. And I feel like maybe Shuffle Police could have capitalized on that more. It's like you're saying, when you're playing against a Subtlety Rogue, the most difficult thing is when they're just bouncing around a lot, like going after multiple targets. Like, you're kind of guessing who they're going after. And I kind of wonder if they had, you know, Flop in a checkmate position, if they had just gone after someone else and then forced him to heal and then make a setup on him or something, like make the setup a little bit less obvious in that position.
I'm a big fan of the blind 2 setup. So a lot of people, you know, they'll force out the trinket like that, and then they will use the blind and try to kill somebody else, or you know, they will just continuously try to go after the same target, kind of like what Shuffle Police did there. But I'm a big fan of go after Cubsy, make it look convincing. Maybe even drop a smoke bomb, you know, just a bait smoke bomb, and force Cubsy to come out of form, force him to heal, and then blind him. And then use that blind to buy your whole team time to actually get on top of him. Blind him into a gouge, and that will buy your team plenty of time to all stack on top of Flop and get their crowd controls out. You know, it's going to buy Shifter time to get a fake cast off and try to deal with Grounding Totem, try to get Cyclones out in time, and, you know, connect with a Root Beam or whatever he needs to do, and just load up his damage. And then you're going to have a really, really deadly kind of one-shot go. You know, small things like that definitely make a big impact, and I feel like that's something that we've seen from WAS quite a bit as well, doing these blind 2 setup goes after they do get those trinkets. So I do think that's a nice thing that sub-rogues can do, and it's a nice way to kind of utilize blind as well, because now it is shorter duration with this patch. So that's maybe something that they could have done. But on the side of Shuffle Police, I think in general, just don't only go after one target. If that target is Cubsy or if that target is the Resto Druid, they just need to be a little bit more unpredictable. Like the first setup on the Flop was really good because it was somewhat unpredictable. But then after that, you need to find, you know, you need to make Wealthy Man a little bit scared. Wealthy Man is just playing in your face the entire game. Why not go after him, you know? Don't commit maybe everything, but you can definitely commit a little bit onto Wealthy Man and make him kind of respect the Shuffle Police a little bit more, because right now, I mean, he's just resisting arrests.
Super one-shot frogs. Can they do it? Can they send the Shuffle Police down to the lower bracket and start picking up those points and maybe even get themselves a secure lead in that 3rd place position, or maybe even get into the 2nd place position, depending on how they do here this weekend? For Shuffle Police, we need to see these setups be a little bit cleaner, but it's not easy. It's easier said than done. If a kitty shot down with a Cubsy, where are they going to go? Looks like Naj is going to be that main target once again. Cubsy just shrugs off that initial attack. They weren't really able to get too much done, not even denting him through that Dark Pact defensive cooldown. Now a bash on Flop to make the setup here on Wealthy Man. This is the go. This is a Celestial alignment. Big damage here with this Incarnation. Can they actually take down Wealthy Man? Uses the Burrow preemptively to avoid some damage. Nicely done there. This is potentially Shuffle Police going down to lower bracket. They need to play it very calm, cool, and collected here. I do like the fact that they're mixing it up, going after multiple targets. I think that's exactly what they need to do as this game progresses.
Yeah, but they deflected beautifully. The Wealthy Man did respect it in the end and trade out his Astral Shift, but he still has his Trinket. Flop also traded out Preemptive Tranquility right there. We're going to have to table that thought for a second here. Naj forced to Trinket here on his own setup just to stay alive. That was not what you want to see here if you are the sub-rogue. They also overlap that Emerald Communion right there, so definitely not getting any work done there with that smoke bomb, but they did actually force Flop's bark skin there, so Flop could be a target. I think they want to blind Flop and then try to maybe swap him later, but Flop is not taking the bait right now. He is sitting through that blind. Now they're going for Wealthy Man here. A lot of damage coming out. Nice cyclone here onto Cubsy, but once again, Wealthy Man is going to be able to walk that one off without Flop being in crowd control, and Flop without bark skin could be a target. Ideally, they would have forced Flop's trinket here and then try to swap him for a big KO, but Flop just once again just staying ahead of the game, making sure that he has beautiful positioning and making sure that he's making all the right decisions. There's that soul rip coming through right now. Now he needs to go and collect his souls right now, because he is going to be doing a lot less work. Stunning up Wealthy Man right now, looking for the damage, but Wealthy Man not taking too much damage. Actually, as I say, that shifter gets a huge blast right now. Fire Breath coming out there onto Wealthy Man as well. It's going to have no healing of time effects. Naj, though, forced straight out the Cloak of Shadows as Sleepyhead is sitting through crowd control. Naj Shadow Steps to Cubsy to get in range of Sleepyhead. Sleepyhead actually just tanking that fear right there. I feel like he could have avoided that, but Naj should be fine somewhat. Demonic Tyrant gets out here. Naj had no kick for that one, and Naj and the rest of the Shuffle Police right now are not going to be looking too good here for the police department.
Yeah, beautiful Howl Terror coming in once again. Rake stun as you see Flop getting comfortable, getting aggressive in the match. Beautifully done there. More active you can see the rest of Duration Druid getting. I mean, you could just tell they're not very afraid in the match. They got everything rolling for them right now. This game is looking good for the Super One-Shot Frogs. That being said, Shuffle Police, they have a little bit of a mana lead. Maybe they could create an opening here. Big Fire Breath coming in. You can see Sleepyhead getting aggressive. How is Flop going to handle the situation? Is he going to trade out the Iron Bark? He didn't even have to make a trade. Wealthy Man doesn't use any defensive cooldowns. That was such a good push there by the Shuffle Police, but it just wasn't enough to net them anything. Now you can see Naj under fire once again. He's just under constant assault in this matchup. Demonic assault here. Cubsy still just pushing the pressure. We got a bash now onto Naj. Flop gets caught into a kidney shot. They're making a setup on him, and it looks like he will trade out his bark skin. So one major objective out of the way. Can they get his trinket? Do they have the blind? They do. So maybe a big all-in here onto Wealthy Man. You get a blind on Flop, potentially, to force out the trinket. We'll see if they fall for the bait. Naj might have to trade out the Vanish, and he does. And now there's nothing left here for Naj. I don't know if he can continue to be this aggressive in the match.
Yeah, definitely. But Flop has no mana, so anytime they kind of pull back, Flop is going to be able to threaten with a drink. They're swapping the Flop here. Big damage potential. Flop is going to trinket and trade out that Tranquility. But guess what? Shifter still has that Incarnation. They still have the blind. They could blind Flop and then send the Incarn on him. Shifter actually looking for the Cyclones right now. And, you know, Flop needs to be extremely scared. No Barkskin for another 15 seconds or so. They have a window here, and Flop needs to realize it as well. He's max ranging beautifully, but Naj right now could be in a little bit of trouble there. Shadow Fury coming out. The Demonic Tyrant is blasting, but finally subsides. Naj right now going on to Cubsy here, trying to make sure that he can force Flop to stay back. But look at Naj taking so much damage while Flop is sitting up for a drink. There's the smoke bomb onto Wealthy Man. Huge damage coming out here. They don't pull the trigger. They finally do pull the trigger actually on the Incarnation. Flop now finally coming out. Naj looking for the blind here, but he gets clotheslined by the Lightning Lasso. Flop trying to pre-bear from the blind there. Really nicely done there by Flop, but still Naj hasn't committed it, and right now the Incarnation is out of the window here, and all of a sudden that kill opportunity that they had is slowly fading away, and it's going to be Naj instead on the back foot. Sleepyhead trying to make some work here on the heels, but it is going to cost him a lot of cooldowns here once again with that time dilation now out of the way.
Oh, Flop is playing this so beautifully. I mean, Naj is just so limited on his options. They have to go after Cubsy. Look at Flop. He's just playing it perfectly with his positioning. Actually, some of the best positioning I've seen on Resto Druid. Naj is going to get howled away, and I think that should be the end of the game. Can he hold on? Evasion to try to slow down some of the demon damage, but a full Hex lands on a Sleepyhead into a Shadow Fury. Do they have the healing to keep Naj alive? He's line of sighting. He's doing what he can. They make a swap on Shifter. Sleepyhead is running out of mana. He's running out of time. This is such a scary moment, but he does it. He manages to top everyone off. Naj, can they continue to... They're going to go after? I mean, there's not really many openings here. Potentially, they could go after Wealthy Man. He's got no Trinket or no Astral Shift. That is a possibility for them. There's no damage cooldowns really available. Secret Technique now finally up here for Naj. What is he going to be able to get done? Is he going to pull the trigger on the Secret Technique? Doesn't look like he will. He gets caught into the Axe Toss. A bash now onto Flop. Shifter looking to get aggressive, but it's just Naj once again on the back foot. He's got the Vanish, as well as the time dilation to slow down some of that incoming damage. Rescue comes in. Sleepyhead just trying to do what he can. But look at Flop. He's just sitting and drinking, recovering that mana, making it even more difficult. Naj trying to get into position. He gets the cheap shot here on the Flop, but it's unfortunately diminishing return. Now into a full blind. He's not trading out his trinket. There's the full sap. What can they do? Can they take down Wealthy Man? Flop's just going to make the trade. He doesn't want to fall too far ahead and give Shuffle Police a free win here in this situation, but I think Shuffle Police has kind of ran out of time here, Zico.
Yeah, it's not looking too good right now for Naj. He's got the Cloak of Shadows. Sleepyhead has no mana left, though, and no cooldowns left. And Naj is definitely going to have to trade that Cloak of Shadows very, very shortly here. And there it is. Cloak of Shadows coming out for Naj. They're swapping over to Shifter as well. Howl of Terror coming out. There's a full Hex as well on Sleepyhead for good measures. Defensive / offensive Smoke Bomb there for Naj. They Cyclone up. Wealthy Man. They go after Cubsy. Cubsy's going to trade out the Unending Resolve. They trade out the Iron Bark as well. They Cyclone both of them. If they can stay alive, maybe they can take Cubsy down out of this one. But it looks like Cubsy is going to be able to stay alive with his own trinket. Naj now Sheet Death procs for him. He gets caught up in the lightning lasso, and I think they've done it here. The super one-shot frogs will knock the Shuffle Police down to the lower bracket and continue their reign here in the upper bracket. What an insane game, especially by Flop, literally avoiding the blind for 2 minutes until he has his trinket back up. I mean, you said it. It's some of the best positioning you could possibly have.
It really is. I mean, I'm watching the game and I'm looking at how Flop is positioned, and when he does expose himself, like what's going on, like. It just felt like there was such an opening here. Flop has no trinket. He's got no bar scan, but look at his positioning. He's just pre-regrowthing himself. He's like, all right, I know you want me. Like, but you can't have me. Like, he's just out of line of sight. Naj cannot connect. There's no shadow step. Look at him. There's just no way. He comes out of stealth with an overgrowth and then back to the pillar. There's just no openings. You're going to see here, too. Flop moves in and bear form. Oh, you want to swap to me? No, sorry, already in bear. And then Naj is like, well, if I send the shadow step, I send the stuns, then I'm not really going to be able to get anything done. So, I mean, you have to play, like right now for Druid to be viable, you have to play it at this kind of like god tier level that we're seeing from Flop. And it's just really impressive to see what the Super One-Shot Frogs is able to get done here.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on its head right there. Especially in that last little clip before this one, you can really see how annoying Flop is, because when he does expose himself, like you said, he's always in bear form right after. He comes out of stealth, uses one global, insta bear form, and as soon as he comes out of line, he swaps out, and he's really reading the situation. He knows the danger that he's in, and he makes the right trade as well, because sometimes you have to put yourself in that kind of checkmate situation and then just play around that. Because if he hadn't, well, it would have been really, really bad for them, earlier on in the match. And then also finding these small windows to drink and not drinking for too long. And, at the end as well, when they connected onto Cubsy and they used Unending Resolve, Flop wasn't afraid to trade out his trinket, Iron Bark, trade out basically every single cooldown he had. The tranquility, it's just everything. I mean, this guy, I think he broke his arm, played with one hand, defeated a cup, defeated, Luminosity in one of the cups, and now he just came back like 20 times stronger because he's been insane this season.
Yeah, just, another day in the office for Flop. But no, he has definitely been insane, and he's going to be carrying his team forward into Championship Sunday, and that means that Shuffle Police is going to drop down in the bracket. We can take a look at it here. They're going to be playing against Lost in LIHUE, which is up next, and I feel like that might be a little bit difficult for them, Ben. What do you think? I mean, Lost in LIHUE, they are down here in the lower bracket, but they had a pretty convincing series earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did. And not only did they have a convincing series, they also had a very convincing series against a similar composition that Shuffle Police will likely play. So Shuffle Police, very similar to DUKAMIFIED. I would say the one big difference is bringing that Preservation Evoker over the Holy Priest. So I'm curious to see how that does play out in that matchup. I think it's going to be a really intense series down there in that lower bracket. And one thing's for sure, both these teams need the points. So it's going to be important that they step up.
Yep, it definitely is. And we are going to be moving on to one of the bigger matches of the day here. Golden Guardians currently in first place by quite a while, quite a bit of points. And then Luminosity Gaming, the former kind of NA champions of this region, were so undefeated for so long, kind of finding their comfortability within this season. So we'll see if they can take on the challenge that Golden Guardians has been kind of giving everyone in the North American region this season so far. We can look here at the points. It's funny that I say, yeah, Luminosity, they're not doing as well as they usually do, but they're still pretty solidly in third place right next to Super One-Shot Frogs. So we will see what they've got in store up next as we head into this next series, Zico. I mean, what do you think that Luminosity is going to be looking to do here?
I mean, it's been a tough road, against the Golden Guardians. So far, they haven't had the best track record. Last season, Luminosity was winning every single one of these mirrors. This season, actually, have they clashed this season? I feel like Liquid has been doing their dirty work for them. A lot of the cups, knocking down Luminosity a lot of the time. So
they have.
They have.
Yeah, the mirror matchups we have seen, Luminosity Gaming has tried Assassination. They tried playing Demonology. and then they tried the sub, but it just wasn't enough. But that was their most convincing game.
Yeah, so probably sub rogue RPS mirror is my guess, and there's been some changes, so we'll see who can adapt better to that.
Yeah, we will. And before we do find out, we're going to have to head to a break. When we come back, it is Golden Guardians facing off against Luminosity Gaming. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the upper bracket here, and we are about to see potentially the biggest match of the day, Super Tees. It's Golden Guardians versus Luminosity Gaming. Ven was kind of hinting at maybe we'd see a mirror, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity Gaming leading up to this has tried other comps and none of them worked. They tried to use last season's tech, like the Demo Ret Paladin Resto Shaman. That wasn't enough to beat the Golden Guardians, and it seems like everything else that they've tried to throw their way, their old bag of tricks just isn't going to work. They're going to have to either play Golden Guard. I think they're just going to have to play Golden Guardians game and play it better, honestly.
Yeah, I think so too. Here is a look at Luminosity and some of the comps that we've been seeing from them so far. They've got a 0% on the board, Ben.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The numbers are a bit misleading. So with their typical kind of, assassination, Shadow Priest, Resto Shaman, obviously they have an almost 80% win rate, which is really, really impressive still. But they have not done very well into a few different teams. Those two teams specifically are going to be both of Golden Guardians as well as Liquid. Those have been kind of the most difficult opponents that they've had. The Subtlety Rogue attempts here, where you see 0-3, I think those are the 3 attempts that they've had against the Golden Guardians where they have failed going into that direct mirror match. So I'm curious to see what they can actually pull off here if they practice the Subtlety Rogue a little bit more. Luminosity Gaming is one of those teams that you really cannot count out. And then you have here the Golden Guardians with the most ridiculous win rate. I think this might be the best win rate we've seen in the history of AWC. I feel like that's a very bold claim to make, but I've been here a while and I don't remember seeing a 95% win rate after like a 21 game sample size. I mean, that is pretty insane. They're having a great season. Golden Guardians is looking good at this point to potentially claim 3 cups back to back to back. And I think that's what they're going to be looking to prove here in this matchup.
Yeah, I would agree. That's definitely a very high number of games to continue winning and stay at that 100%. You know, it was like Cloud9 for a really long time in NA, and then it was, Kawhi or Luminosity, and now it's kind of Golden Guardians that are taking the reins here with being the most dominating force in North America so far. But I am sure that Luminosity is up to the challenge. And yes, as a reminder, the stats are from the broadcast matches. We do have those offline matches that happen on Wednesdays, but I mean, obviously they're still here in the upper bracket, so a dominating force to be sure. And yeah, definitely curious if we do see a mirror matchup, but that's got to be like a bit nerve-wracking. I mean, I know it is Luminosity; they always seem kind of calm, cool, collected, super teas. But it's going up against a team against their kind of main composition has got to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be slightly intimidating. Luminosity Gaming, I'd say this is like the first time they've really had to like completely commit to the Golden Guardians meta. It's usually Golden Guardians trying to adapt to everybody else. So it's kind of the coin is flipped a little bit now in their favor. We'll have to see, because this is now week 3 of practice for Luminosity Gaming, and I'm sure that they've dedicated their time to this composition. And every single week they're just going to get stronger. And actually, no, they're not dedicating their time to that composition. They're bringing a warrior in. Good old-fashioned warrior, Drake on arms for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because one thing that has happened this week, we haven't talked about it that much, is the game has slowed down a little bit. It may not look like it, but main stat was actually tuned a little bit down on the trinket set bonuses for PvP, and that could put this matchup a little bit more in favor of the Arms Warrior if it's slowed down enough. We'll see what Drake's going to be able to get done. If he can peel Peekaboo in this match like we're seeing right now, you have a nice little disarm on Peekaboo. If they can continue this kind of defensive play, I could potentially see the Arms Warrior pulling out ahead in the long game.
Yeah, I mean, the kit is really good. You can Stormbolt the dance, disarm the dance, intervene to redirect damage. You do really good sustain damage. I mean, honestly, it seems like it would be a good pick. Arms Warrior good into Shadow Priest, keeps up the pressure, sharpened blade, reduce the self-healing. On paper, it makes a lot of sense. So we'll have to wait and see if the Golden Guardians are ready for this comp, but it looks like they're just pulling the trigger onto Drake here. They don't find any follow-up, though, out of those stun locks. They do get the Hex a little bit late from Absturge, and they're switching their damage now onto Prev as Drake is trying to help him out, but it doesn't really have a lot. He's going to Stormbolt Peekaboo. That buys time. Brain squeaks into Nature Swiftness right before that Silence hits, bringing Prev right back to full health. And they're trying to get aggressive onto WizK. Likely, this is going to be a matchup of how well can you shut down the Shadow Priest also. You're pretty limited on how you can instantly apply Vampiric Touch. Right now, your Void Volley is the main way, and then your Unfurling Darkness when that procs, and those have cooldowns. So as a Resto Shaman, if you see that Void Volley go out and you can time an instant Dispel on it with a teammate's interrupt, you can just shut the Shadow Priest down for a very long time. So whichever Shadow Priest is getting ahead on damage is likely not getting shut down as much, and I think it's going to be a really important component of this matchup.
Well, let's see what Drake can get done, and we can look down at damage done, and you would expect the Arms Warrior to have a lot more consistent damage in this match, but it's about even between him and Peekaboo at this point, so things are looking not too bad here for the side of Golden Guardians. Even if they are getting denied on these setups, Disarm does come in. Peekaboo does get Storm Bolted. It's a really good defensive plays coming in here from Drake. About 2 minutes elapsed in the match. Abster's slightly behind a man at this point. Peekaboo looking for a setup. He manages to get the gouge, goes into the Vanish. Shadow Step over to Prev. Can they take him down at the same time, though? WizK is getting chopped up here by Drake. It's great pressure for both sides. It does look like Luminosity Gaming will be able to stabilize as a full blind lands. They're going after Drake. A big setup here. Absurge knocks Drake out of line of sight, but Prev is just going crazy with the Psyfiend. If Drake can hold on, he pops a dive at the sword, gouge on the brain. Looks like he will be able to hold on. It didn't trade out his trinket, so not the worst case scenario. That was a lot of offensive cooldowns traded out there by the Golden Guardians. Lots of crowd control, and I think Drake is happy that he only had to use the dive of the sword.
All right. His Spore Cloak also procced, which is really important as like a barrier. Pre-D stance on the cheap shot here from Drake. He has an extra 10% damage reduction. He's actually just dead anyways. Oh my, he's actually just dead anyways. Brain and Prev under respond in that position, and the Golden Guardians are going to sneak away with a game 1 win.
Beautifully done there by the Golden Guardians, continuing their reign of terror here so far in North America, only dropping 1 game so far this entire season. They managed to pull out a game number 1 win here. I feel like this matchup didn't look too bad for Luminosity Gaming. Like I could see them locking this in again. Drake did go down a kind of a crazy setup. This is where I was kind of complimenting Drake. It's like he only really had to trade out the dive of the sword here. That is going to be obviously his major defensive cooldown, but being able to hold on to that trinket, I thought he'd be able to respond. You still see Brain obviously with Trinket Spirit Link. You have Prev with the Void Shift, and this was just maybe just a surprise amount of damage that came in. Let's see exactly what happened. Like, were they all crowd controlled? Like, who was, like, what happened here? Because Drake, he obviously exploded. It was a lot of damage, but you have a kidney shot on Prev. Prev's not in any crowd control whatsoever. You have the Psyfiend, Mind Games. Prev's go for a Void Eruption, and he gets lassoed on it. So it could easily have been a situation where Prev was just kind of greeting for the cast, and then he was going to Void Shift out of it. You know, like, let the cast finish, we go for the Void Shift, but he got lassoed. And that maybe just gave him like a bit of a miscalculation on the situation, and unfortunately Brain wasn't able to react. So that would be my guess as to why things went bad, or they just completely dropped the ball.
Yeah, I mean, if they were relying on Void Shift for that setup and that Lightning Lasso stalled it and Prev didn't have a way to break it, then suddenly your plan to deal with that setup is kind of lost. So Abster's capitalizing on this situation and adding some crowd control to the player that could make a save was really clutch in game number 1. When we look at the damage breakdown, it was really close between the teams. It felt like WizK was starting to get slightly ahead, which I also kind of feel is expected if they're getting rogue stunned quite frequently. The Warrior's likely putting a lot of his control into the rogue to deny setups as opposed to shutting down the Shadow Priest. So Prev's likely going to do a little bit less damage in this matchup, but that was a startling amount of burst considering that Drake actually pre-D-stanced it. I was thinking like, okay, that's probably going to get him through the setup a little bit more comfy and cozy, and it absolutely did not. And I think that may be the downside of the Arms Warrior in this matchup, is that, you know, he doesn't have the safety net of a Vanish like the Subtlety Rogue. Definitely not as tanky. And they just immediately pounced on that opportunity when they saw it. Golden Guardians are locking in their comp. I'm imagining they're not, like, if they change their comp at any point in the tournament, I'd be really surprised. It would be nice to see Jellybeans at some point just to break them out and see if they can get a win. You know, it'd just be like, yo, Jellybeans, you got to get on this 100% win rate deal here for like a game or something at some point. Because Hunter is actually doing a startling amount of damage. So it'd be kind of cool to see Peekaboo and Jellybeans together at some point, just for fun almost. Like at this point, I'm just feeling like the Golden Guardians are like in their own little league and nobody else is getting up into the echelon to sort of compete with them, where I want to see them like try some funny stuff. But Luminosity Gaming here, they're locking in their comp. Do they have confidence to go with the same one? Are they going to be thrown off by that? And they are going with the same composition. On paper, it makes sense. Warrior has always historically been a good answer into Subtlety Rogue for shutting down its damage. But this is also a state of Warrior that is a lot squishier, I think, than previous iterations.
Yeah, definitely. I'm wondering if there's any way that Drake could build his character a little bit tankier. Like, I'm just looking at his gear and his enchants and stuff like that. Like, I do... Yeah. I think there's a way that he could get more versatility. Like his gems and stuff are focused more on haste, so he's going for more of like a throughput angle. But I wonder what his versatility percentage is at, because he really is, I think, going to be the main target in this matchup, and just getting as much versa as possible might give them an edge. Although I don't know how much that really limits the damage of an arms warrior, but something definitely to consider. And what else we should consider is that Luminosity Gaming had a lot of answers in that situation, right? Like it's not like Golden Guardians worked through every defensive cooldowns and ended up pulling off the win. It was more of like, that was kind of a, not a choke, but a miscalculation by Luminosity Gaming, kind of a throwaway game. So I think it makes a lot of sense that they're going to be locked in the same comp, going for it again. But yeah, Golden Guardians have been so dominant. It's been a really interesting season of the AWC because both regions just have one clear victor. Like Echo in Europe is just destroying everybody. Nobody can beat them. And in North America, it's a similar story here with Golden Guardians. And I feel like if there's any team that's going to be able to like knock them off their pedestal, it's going to be Luminosity Gaming. So I'll have to see if they can do it.
All right, let's see if they can here. They got to walk off that game one defeat. They definitely weren't even close to running through all of their options in their playbook. So moving forward into game number 2, they're running a triple orc setup, trying to minimize the impact of stun from the subtlety rogue, and really trying to play into that defense and utility of the arms warrior. They intervene the war banners, disarms, and storm bolts to control the rogue, and just try and keep their uptime and pressure rolling forward. But even Piku and Sub was keeping up with Drake's damage, which is just, I don't see that working out mathematically, because WizK is going to do more damage in this matchup, and if Drake can't outdamage Peekaboo, you're just doing less output. Pre-Blade Storm from Drake from Stealth. He Stormbolts Peekaboo. This is definitely a great start. Double Warbreaker. Cheap Shot comes through, though, from Peekaboo. WizK gets a Master Spell on all of the dots, trying to stay ahead, but Prev reloads those pretty quickly. Peekaboo stepping over to Prev, trying to set up some damage, trying to kill the Psyfiend. WizK getting pressured, pummeled on Shadow for one more second. Abster has to be careful. Nature Swiftness comes through. He's going to top off. Blind onto Brain from Peekaboo. He's sitting right next to Brain. I think he really wants to sap this, but he can't. He's going to go for a gouge instead. But while he's doing this, he's not finding damage. Cheap Shot on Drake. I think he'll drop a bomb here. A grip comes through from Prev, pulling Drake away for a moment on that cheap shot. Brain's finally out of crowd control. Gets the big Nature Swiftness through. Drake is stabilizing. Prev is stabilizing. Drake goes into battle stance. He goes for a Fear here on Absurge. Fear on Peekaboo. They've separated WizK from his team. He tried to pre-fade the Stormbolt. He doesn't find it. Gets pummeled on the Trinket Massive Spell. Now trying to go for a cheeky Mind Control behind the pillar. But Peekaboo's overextended from that Fear. Put him into a really bad position. And they tried to Lightning Lasso and swap to him. Now he's disarmed. He's not able to really get too much going. Root Totem comes through for Absurge onto Drake, trying to pin him for a moment. Both melee disarmed. Double Shockwave. Not going to get a huge amount of value there. It looked like it was almost on DR at that point. Absurge into a Psychic Horror, into a Silence. Trying to pressure for that Dispersion. Massive Spell hits the Silence and takes the dots off. And if they can interrupt Prev on these VTs, it's going to take him a while, but it doesn't look like they can. He got a VT off there. And we see Brain pulled off the pillar with that Static Field Totem from a Fear into a Kidney, into a Hex. But even with that crowd control, Prev didn't take any damage. So Peekaboo is likely holding his burst here. I'm thinking they're going to send it on Drake at in the very near future.
Yeah, I think so too. Drake should be the main target in this match. Let's see if they can take him down. But right now, a big kidney shot does land. Do they have the burst damage to drop him? It's a lot of pressure here, but Brain and Prev not in any crowd control whatsoever. Wasn't the best setup there by Golden Guardians, and they're falling a little bit behind right now. Peekaboo is getting low. Can Luminosity Gaming strike back? The Arms Warrior pressure is immense. As you can see, Drake is a little bit reluctant to chase Peekaboo, but Peekaboo's just going to Shadow Step in, try to continue the pressure here, killing off the Healing Stream Totems, trying to limit the healing that Brain has available. Healing Surge is going to land, and the entire team of Luminosity Gaming is completely fine. Absurge in the backline looking to top off Peekaboo. Looks like Peekaboo wants to get aggressive here onto Drake. Do they have the damage to take him down? Just a cheap shot on Brain, interrupt on Prev. Drake's kind of all alone. Crowd control does subside, and it looks like they will be able to hold on, but there's a lot of pressure here on WizK. Drake is really getting things done here on this Warrior.
Oh, now swapping over to Peekaboo. Silence on Brain. Is Peekaboo ready? Cloak of Shadows. He's looking tanky, but he gets Storm Bolted. Void Torrent out from WizK. WizK's tearing in. Drake can't leave him alone. He's going to leap back to WizK and try and keep pressure rolling onto the Shadow Priest. Absurge's mana is slightly behind, but WizK is caught up on damage. Prev and Drake were on the top of the meter for the first 2.5 minutes, but WizK is now clearing almost at 2 million above Prev. So this is a big turnaround when Drake swapped off him. He got so much pressure out there. To be really careful about that. Absurge is falling behind. WizK trying to MD and stay ahead of the damage. Greater Fade, Vampiric Embrace should be enough here for him to recover with that massive shield. Prev into a cheap shot. Drake intervenes over, redirecting the damage. Stormbolt on Peekaboo, shutting him down on his push, but he can't leave WizK alone for long. long. He's immediately going to go back onto Wizkay. Drake gets intercepted. Lightning Lasso. Fear onto Brain. Good setup between Absurge and Peekaboo there, but Peekaboo gets feared ultimately. He's finally dispelled, reconnecting. Massive damage onto Prev, but Wizkay also getting smacked by Drake. Is Wizkay going to go down here? Absurge is in crowd control. Doesn't have a lot of options, and Wizkay's going to have to use Dispersion. Overall, this is a way more solid game from Luminosity Gaming. It's feeling more and more like they're going to be able to take it. Peekaboo is so low. Absurge goes for the Ascendance. Is it going to be enough? He's going for a healing wave, really slow heal. Comes in, another healing wave, and he's going to recover. Drake into a kidney shot. Finally, some pressure here from the Golden Guardians as Drake dips below half, but not enough to force his dive of the sword.
Yeah, definitely not. And it looks like Drake is just going to continue the pressure he is pushing in, but needs to be careful. Lasso behind the pillar. Static Field Totem by Absurge. And these Static Field Totems from Absurge have been really powerful in this game, repositioning the enemies. But, I mean, Drake is just not afraid. He is just chopping up Wizkay. Absurge a little bit behind on mana here. Drake has Trinket. He has Die by the Sword. This game is looking solid. Can Luminosity Gaming tie it up, or are the Golden Guardians going to find that miracle swap, that miracle setup once again? Time will tell. They're actually giving them a moment to breathe. Brain, I believe, was sitting down for a drink. He gets met with a cheap shot, doesn't want to get sapped, trying to get in combat. Drake just charges in, not allowing Absurge to recover his mana via drinking whatsoever. Continuing this pressure. Look at Peekaboo. He's just getting soloed. He's forced to use the Vanish. They go after Drake. A huge setup here onto Drake. He Trinket dive of the swords. They realize they could potentially win this game here very shortly. They do not want to mess around. Drake makes the trade, but now there's an opening.
All right, let's see if they can stay alive a little bit longer. No Trinket for Brain. He's in a gouge. This is going to be it for Drake. Peekaboo's looking to reconnect. Cheap shots onto Brain. Beautiful crowd control. Wizkay getting in line of sight for a Shadow Word Death. So close to the kill here. Link comes through, but it's only 2 players. Prev wasn't in it. They instantly kill the Link. Drake is still low. Brain has to NS. That's going to top him off. Now a kidney shot onto Prev. They're trying to pull Brain in with that Static Field Totem into a Fear. It's like a Death Grip from Absurge, but it looks like Brain either got a pre-tremor on it or it was MD'd immediately. I think it was MD'd. Wizkay's on the back foot. Desperate Prayer and Disperse have to trade for him. Both teams starting to look a little bit ragged at this point in the game in terms of defense and cooldowns. And the Golden Guardians, they're trying to take a moment of reprieve, pull back behind the pillar, maybe bait Drake into a bad position and just buy time to recover. Brain's trying to punish that and drink in the back line, it looks like, potentially, but he can't. Drake into a Lightning Lasso. Peekaboo connecting damage. Wizkay in the back line, free casting, massive damage. Void Shift might not matter. They're switching to Prev in the kidney. Drake intervenes over, but Wizkay is just free casting. Wizkay is carrying so hard right now, they can't leave him open. Hex onto Brain. Is Drake just going to fall? Prev could die to dots. Everybody's dying. Rallying cry from Drake desperately. Healing Tide Totem is down for Brain. Is that going to be enough? Ascendance is rolling. He needs to try and pick his team back from the brink. Dive of the Sword comes up in 8 seconds. Prev is struggling. Desperate Prayer going to activate for him as he's trying to stagger the damage. Siphoned out, trying to distract Peekaboo for a moment away from going for the kill, but here comes the kidney shot. No Trinket, silence onto Brain. Not a lot of options if Drake doesn't survive the stun. He manages to make it out of it. He's charging over to Wizkay. Wizkay pre-fading, looking to move away. Mind Game's going to connect onto Drake. He's proc 2 Void Tendrils. Massive damage from Wizkay again onto Drake. Dive of the Sword. Is he going to die through it? He sharpened blades. He's trying to go for the kill. He stuns Absurge. Drake is pushing in to no man's land right now. I think if Drake goes behind that pillar, he's dead. He's going to swap back to Peekaboo. Peekaboo Cloak of Shadows on the swap. Cheap shot catches Drake. No Trinket for a second. Peekaboo's trying to power through. Can he get control onto Brain at the same time? Mind controls from Prev onto Peekaboo deny his crowd control, but Drake is just dying to damage. Wizkay carrying throughout all of this. Absurge into a Fear, no Trinket. Swap back to Peekaboo. He evasions at 30%. Absurge into the stun. Evasion is going to be fading here pretty soon. He's got no Vanish. He gets to Absurge in time for the Spirit Link, but they're stacked up for a double Shockwave. Drake with the punish. Absurge is trying to dispel the dots, but he's so far behind on healing. He's got no mana. He's so far behind on momentum. If Drake has Blade Storm right now and gets behind this pillar with a Blade Storm, he's going to tear them apart. Peekaboo doesn't want to stay stacked up. He steps back into his opponents, gets feared for a moment. Absurge is trying to line of sight. He's got Healing Stream Totems behind the pillar, but Absurge, how are you going to do this? Your team basically has nothing and everybody is dead.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Luminosity Gaming looking to tie it up, but Drake needs to be careful. Void Shift comes in from Wizkay, swapping his health with Absurge to stay alive just a little bit longer. Gouge onto Brain, dismantle onto Drake. Peekaboo doing what he can in defiance, trying to stay alive, but Drake charges in. He is unafraid in this situation. Doesn't want to get too close, though. If he gets caught into a stun, it could be absolutely devastating. Beautiful Shockwave coming in there. and Peekaboo looking for a counter setup here, but I don't think that they have the damage. Drake trinkets out, throws the Stormbolt, and can he take him down? Charges over to Peekaboo.
No way!
Peekaboo could fall. Cheat Death procs. Somehow, some way, the Golden Guardians have held on. Absurge pulling out absolute miracles here in order to keep his team alive, and now Luminosity Gaming doesn't have much left. WizK rotting down low. There's no defensive cooldowns. Luminosity Gaming, they want to win this match. They have this composition prepared. Can they get the win? Blade Storm on all 3 members of Golden Guardians. Why won't they die? A big setup here on the Drake now. Gouge on the brain. Can they reverse the pressure? Can they pull off the miracle? That is the question. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. It's just so close, so back and forth. Drake charges in. He's topped off, looking to close it out once again, but Healing Tide Totem is down here for Absurge. This is insane.
Absurge has 0 mana. He's stunned up. Evasion is about to fall for Peekaboo. He's got advantage. He's trying to sap the fear. Can Peekaboo get the sap? He can. He goes for the cheap shot. They have to kill Drake now. Void Tor from WizK. They're so close to it. They knock Drake away from Brain. They're trying to prevent any cooldowns from him, but he gets there. He gets the link, and it's going to save him. Peekaboo has nothing. He's on the run again. They've had nothing for 4 minutes. Absurge, your entire team is at 10%. He refuses to die, and as I say that, Drake takes him down. Peekaboo and WizK with nothing cannot stand long enough to finish them. But they played that out to the absolute end. And Luminosity Gaming showing the potential of this composition in Game 2.
I mean, that was such a crazy game. Luminosity Gaming, so many moments where Drake almost went down. They barely held on. Even at the end, I mean, Golden Guardians, they really have that like warrior spirit. They still managed to like go for that setup. They almost killed Drake. Absurge with that beautiful knock we're going to see at the end, but you can just see in the throughout this replay. I mean, this is 5 minutes into the match. Dampening is getting higher. These two teams are just so evenly matched in terms of skill. Drake had a really close call there. This is a moment where WizK almost took down Drake as well. You can see there. It's going to be the Sci-Fiend channeling, WizK channeling out the Void Torrent. It's a Void Shift that has to come in. Prev is not going to allow him to go down. But it just seemed like I felt like there was more times in the match where Luminosity Gaming had more overall pressure. However, there was a lot of close calls onto Drake. But Luminosity Gaming, they handled the situation well. And we saw some really beautiful setups here. And Drake really got it done on the war, I have to say.
All right. They pulled off a win, but the Golden Guardians did not let... Yeah, the knock on the link,
like
I thought they were going to win.
Play.
Right here, Absurge Thunderstorm on his charge. And if Drake didn't have Leap there, I don't think he would have gotten range for Link. And probably would have gone down. So Absurge is definitely clutching out a lot of that new Resto Shaman utility, the static field totems to pull targets to WizK to get them feared, knocking melee away into bad positions, like really min-maxing the offensive capabilities of the Shaman, which is almost enabling his team to pull off wins in situations that just should not be winnable. Like, this game should not have been winnable. The fact that they made it look as close as it was is absolutely insane. But we are going to be tied up 1-1. Luminosity Gaming, they selected a big map, so I'm imagining the Golden Guardians will be selecting a smaller one moving forward.
I mean, I don't really know. This is exactly what I wanted to see today. I feel fortunate that I'm able to just even cast and watch these games. These two teams are just so insane. They're so evenly matched. It's been back and forth. I think if there's anyone that's really going to test Golden Guardians this season, it is going to be Luminosity Gaming. They've brought in Drake on the Arms Warrior. You know, we've been saying, Drake, you need to play Subtlety Rogue. You need to beat Golden Guardians at their own game, but they mix it up. They have something else prepared this week, and I think it's just, this is going to be one of those series. I think we're going to a Game 5. I think it's going to be back and forth between these two teams, these two compositions. I'm really curious to see who ends up pulling out ahead. And what Golden Guardians can really do. Like, where do you really think that the small map favors them in this match?
I mean, I'm not certain. Maybe they just do a neutral map. Maybe it's something like Tiger's Peak and not try and take too much of an edge. I mean, getting Peekaboo closer to Brain, though, it's not going to be bad. I feel like it's tough for him to get CC on the Shaman and then get back to the target that he wants to attack. So a smaller map is going to enable that more. Score screen, we ended up breaking even at the end of this game, 18 mil apiece between Prev and WizK. It's quite the duel on Shadow Priest in this matchup between these legends. Quite a treat to be able to see this type of play here. We're only in the upper bracket too. This could be a finals. I mean, this is my predicted finals actually. And the level of play, the caliber of players that we're getting here is quite a treat. And they are going to go to hook point, small map, try and get Peekaboo more engaged in this fight so that he's able to control the game as we expect him to.
I mean, this is crazy. Golden Guardians locking it in once again with Peekaboo on the subtlety rogue. It does feel like in the match it is going to be Drake who is that main target. So Drake has a really difficult job here. He has to balance defense and offense. On that warrior, you really need to be pushing the pace. You need to be the one that's moving in, continuing the pressure on WizK and Absurge, not allowing them to kind of reset. You're going to have more overall damage than that subtlety rogue, but if you overextend for too long, I feel like it's difficult because WizK and Absurge are actually doing a really good job. There's just so much synergy on the Golden Guardians that even when Peekaboo's not there to go after Drake, you're seeing like, WizK power infuse himself, use the Psyfiend, lightning lasso from Absurge, and they're basically just 2v1ing Drake while Peekaboo is getting control on the other two. So it's a really difficult game. You have to balance that defense and offense. Both teams just so susceptible to going down. I can't wait to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, we're going to see very soon if Luminosity Gaming can take the swing match away. It's going to look promising for them to be the first team to defeat Golden Guardians throughout Season 2 Cup play right now. Definitely, even just taking a game off the Golden Guardians is already a feat of strength given their win rate on broadcast. So let's see if they can do it again here and pull off the upset and kind of regain their throne that was stolen away from them at the start of Season 2. Because you can tell that they still want it. They're still playing absolutely out of their minds here with the amount of pressure that they had on the Golden Guardians, just having them at 30% for 3.5 minutes straight here. So let's see if they can pull it off again. They really need to be careful of these plays that Absurge is making because he's getting more and more clutch, it seems like, with every weekend in terms of these knocks and moving players around into bad positions and enabling them to get more crowd control. And it seems like he's really stepping up to be a key player in terms of closing out these matches for his team.
Well, let's see. Game 3, Hook Point, upper bracket match. I feel like Luminosity Gaming. It's funny. I've said a few times this week, oh yeah, they've fallen off a little bit. It hasn't been their best season. They're still in the 3rd place position. They haven't been doing bad. But for Luminosity Gaming, if they're not in first or in the finals every single cup, it's like, whoa, what's going on? I mean, this is crazy. We just come to expect so much from this team, and I feel like they have delivered so far in this series. But Golden Guardians still making it extremely difficult in a tied series. I will say in game number 1, I don't know how you feel about this, Sid, but in game number 1, it felt like Luminosity Gaming wasn't doing bad, and they kind of just dropped the ball. So I feel like if they play this perfect level of defense, this matchup doesn't seem too bad for them.
No, is it going to be the comp that forces the Golden Guardians to change? Because we've yet to see anything get to that point. And honestly, do they have anything else that would be better prepared for a matchup like this? Because I would only imagine that they've been putting most of their eggs in the RPS basket. So if that basket ever ends up having a hole, I don't know if they're going to be able to repair it fast enough. And Luminosity Gaming, they're trying to poke that hole right now with the Arms Warrior with that game 2 victory. Teams are getting ready to jump into Hook Point here at any moment, and the action is going to begin right away. This is such an insane series, such a high level of play. Finally, a team, entering Golden Guardians League for Season 2 and becoming a threat for them, so that they're going to need to be aware and ready to deal with it. And I don't know if the Golden Guardians anticipated this composition from Luminosity Gaming, so maybe it's an adjustment for them as they're moving through the series to reorient themselves against the Warrior. Maybe they were anticipating just sub-rogue mirrors for most of this, but with every passing game, they're going to get stronger. This is going to be a really tough map for Drake to be able to survive because it's going to be so much easier for Peekaboo to navigate around the map, and the teams have zoned in, loaded in. 30 seconds in, the gates are about to open. Is Peekaboo going to sneak in real fast and find some crowd control and just get aggressive right from the rip? Is he going to be responsive and try and peel? This is kind of the first major decision for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really nice too about the Warrior is the fact that it used to be a choice between having Stormbolt and Shockwave, but now they actually have both. So Drake can actually use the Stormbolt consistently on Peekaboo as a peel while also having stuns on WizK and Absurge if they group up. So a lot of disruption on that Arms Warrior. It's not a spec we've seen too much, a little bit from Blizzo, but it does look like Peekaboo wants to get the game going here on Drake early on. A little bit of an overlap there with the Lightning Lasso Kidney Shot from Peekaboo. We have a blind onto Brain, but he didn't have to trade any kind of trinkets, and I feel like this was not the best start here for Golden Guardians.
Now they're turning this pressure on to Prev, just absolutely roasting him. He's in a desperate pair of Empiric Embrace by triple fear from WizK. Looks like it's going to end up breaking early. They do get the full hex from Absurge. Dude, Absurge is playing so aggressive in this matchup, looking for any opportunity to add a little bit of offense potential to his team and give them an edge. Cheap shots onto Drake, silence onto Brain, but we just not seeing the damage just yet from WizK and Peekaboo. They're actually going on to Brain, it looks like. At least he's rotted down a bit. He's going to Ancestral Guidance, Nature Swiftness, top himself off. Big Blade Storm damage. I believe Drake is running the Blade Storm build where he procs Mortal Strikes on his Blade Storm, so it is very threatening in this type of matchup when a target is isolated. They've stunned Absurge. They got WizK on the back foot. Prev is starting to fall behind for Peekaboo. Drake is moving closer. Earthenwall Totem is down, and it should protect both of them. Shockwave going to connect, and they're swapping onto Brain. I did not expect them to do this. Swapping onto the Shaman. Is it actually going to work? He's getting so low. Intervene, almost dying through his trinket and his wall. We've really not seen Shamans tested as a target, but that swap right there could clean house if they find another opportunity in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful setup. They end up getting the wall. They get the trinket. I thought Brain might actually go down. It's going to be Prev who has to be a hero, but he has no trinket. So if they do get crowd control on Prev, there's going to be no Void Shift available. Drake right now getting crazy, spinning around, getting the damage rolling here on to WizK, but looks like Absol is going to help him shrug that off. We have a silence now on Brain. Prev in a lot of trouble. Trades up the Desperate Prayer. Is that going to be enough for him to survive? I think the damage is kind of fallen off here for Peekaboo. That should be enough for him to live. Prev goes for a Master Spell, just trying to make it a little bit easier here for Brain to heal, but Kidney Shot into Hex. Crowd control is looking good for Golden Guardians, and Prev is forced into the Dispersion. Golden Guardians is looking clean this game. They get a blind onto Brain. Do they have any follow-up? It doesn't look like it just yet, but these setups are looking a lot more convincing from the Golden Guardians. Looks like they're kind of heating up in this match.
I feel like they've just got Brain like off put by that swap, and he hasn't readjusted since it happened, and his team is just falling behind more and more. He's going to go for the Ascendants, try and recover them, but he gets knocked away by Absurge into the corner, into the Gouge, into a Hex, gets silence on the Hex. Good peel by Prev, but Prev is still falling behind. Doesn't have Dispersion. He's down at half. Drake is tearing in, trying to get pressure onto WizK, trying to force him into the Dispersion. He pre-Blade Storms, but they're swapping to Brain. Brain's out in the open. He could go down. Prev can't Void Shift. He's low. Both players could die. Healing Tide Totem behind the pillar. Brain is desperate. Can they kill that Healing Tide Totem? They're trying to. WizK, Peekaboo going after it. Healing Tide is down. Triple fear from WizK, trying to ride the momentum, but WizK is very low on health while making this push. Is he going to get punished for it? Drake into a Lightning Lasso. Brain is really struggling. These constant swaps to him, putting him so far on the back foot. Double Shockwave from Drake, though, pauses the fight. Another swap. Drake intervenes over to Brain. That intervene should be enough. I want to say should be, but maybe it's not. Brain almost dies. Trinket Wall and Void Shift out from Prev and Brain, and that is a huge overlap. Golden Guardians, they fully recovered. They've got all of their cooldowns. I mean, at this point, Luminosity Gaming are sitting ducks. I should say sitting frogs. His Brain goes into a Hex, into a silence, no trinket. Peekaboo gonna get stunned. WizK feared, and Prev's doing everything that he can to try and stall this fight, trying to pause it, but the Kidney Shot is gonna connect from Peekaboo. Absurge is there to get aggressive if he needs to. Lava Burst being channeled into Brain, just lobbing everything at him, trying to make it so that he is not comfortable and more likely to make mistakes.
Brain right now still low, needs to be careful. Golden Guardians, though, they have a lot of offense. They need to be careful they don't overextend themselves, but they want to close it out, and they can. Brain's low. He's really got nothing left. 40% health, just sitting there. No trinket, no astral shift. There's no help from his team. Also, Brain gets kidneyed. Can they take him down? Big damage at the Mind Games. Where is the damage? Drake is there to help him just a little bit, and Spirit Link Totem will drop. Brain manages to weather the storm, but basically trades out everything in exchange to survive that setup. But Brain is actually head on mana, so if somehow Luminosity Gaming can continue to survive these Golden Guardian assaults, that might actually put them into a good position in the long game, Sid.
Oh, Kidney Shot, no trinket. Is Brain going to survive? WizK gets silenced. Prev is using his stun and silence defensively to protect Brain on these swaps, which is a major readjustment. And they're just trying to stagger their swaps and just win on mana at this point, which I think is a good adaptation mid-game by Luminosity Gaming. Huge Blade Storm pressure coming out from Drake, chopping down Peekaboo. He's going to evasion. WizK gets sheared. He's falling behind. Brain's recovered his team, and Peekaboo's on the back foot. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he can just die. Cloak comes up in 1 second. Spirit Link Totem's available, but they're going to greet it. Void Shift instead from WizK will be enough. Silence on Brain. He gets pulled into the open, and that pull will get a win for Absurge. Absolutely crazy offense from the Golden Guardians, and Luminosity Gaming were not ready for that type of pressure.
Whew, that was another back and forth game, but this was the most convincing game we've seen from the Golden Guardians. Their game one win was kind of random, but this game felt really good. I mean, they were just really mixing it up by going after Brain consistently in the match, kind of threw him off in terms of positioning. It makes it a lot more difficult. This is something Zico was mentioning in the previous series. Like, if you are fighting a sub-rogue and all 3 members are at risk of dying, you don't know what to do. Like, who do you keep your Earth Shield on? You know, who are you preemptively riptiding? Like, what positioning do you need to have? Like, do you need to be close to your team? Do you need to be far away because you're going to get swapped to? Drake, I think, saved the day here with an intervene, as well as that preemptive Earthen Wall Totem. But since see here, Luminosity Gaming, they do have a bit of a mana lead. There was moments of pressure here, even though it felt like they were on the back foot for most of the game. They managed to keep up the pressure of a big Blade Storm here on WizK. He gets away. Peekaboo almost goes down. Does manage to get the evasion up, but the stun, a huge amount of burst lands. Peekaboo goes down to 1% health. Luckily for him, he still has the cheat death, but this is where they make the swap, get some damage rolling onto Brain. It's going to be a silence. Absurge doesn't allow him to get to the pillar. That static field totem usage. You highlighted it, but Absurge has played the Shaman so aggressively. It's been really nice to watch, utilizing tools like the static field totem, the lightning lasso, the offensive hexes. He's just been and as well as that thunderstorm. I feel like he's been such a playmaker for their team on that healer.
I mean, he's definitely a key player here. All of the Golden Guardians stepping up to a huge degree to find this win condition. I didn't think it was an option to go after the Shaman, but if they didn't do this, I'm not sure if they were going to be able to find a win with any other route. It really made it difficult for Brain to recover. On top of the Shaman, he can kill his totems more easily. On top of the Shaman, he's got to deal with interrupts. You got a lot more necessity to use casted healing, so it really made it stressful for Brain in this type of matchup to be able to recover. And I think this is the final moments of the game where Absurge gets that pull. Like, Peekaboo almost died right here. Like, I'm thinking, like, oh my god, like the game could have been over and Luminosity Gaming win right there. And then this pull, Brain has nowhere to go. He gets pulled out of his defense of the pillar, and all the interrupts are out of range of WizK with that Void Torrent from that pull as well, with Drake getting caught in it. So he can just free cast. And it's just enabling the team so heavily to be able to win this. This is going to sound like really strange here, but the only reason I think that it maybe makes sense and why I kind of want to see it is if Brain could play Holy Paladin. The main reason for this is I actually think like the AoE Dispel could be good into the Shadow Priest specifically, and
Holy
mostly just because it's Brain. Yeah, I think the only thing that I think Holy Paladin has a place against is like Ellie Shaman for sure, and then also possibly Shadow Priest.
I do wonder, like, Holy Paladins are getting a rework, and the finals, I think, are going to be with that rework. So, like, I am curious. I mean, maybe Paladin could work. I think it has some limitations and maybe some vulnerabilities, so why we don't really see it that often. But I know this is something that you've talked about quite a bit. I would like to see it. I feel like with how close these games are, we are not going to see it. I feel like Luminosity Gaming is probably not going to be willing to play the Paladin. I feel like if Brain isn't playing Paladin, there's been many seasons where we've seen nobody play Holy Paladin except Brain. Like, he's always believed in it, except now. This is the only time where, like, we're really just not seeing him play it at all. And I feel like if it was viable, if it would have been good in this situation, like, don't you think we would have probably seen him play it at this point?
I think it's likely. I don't know what their war games are looking like, or maybe this is just ladder experience for him to do only Shaman. It's just situations that I've seen on the ladder where it's Paladin can be really strong against Ellie Shamans and Shadow Priests, and in the past they used to be decent into subtlety rogues too because of how many different ways they could remove stuns, but they're not. They're going to stay with the same composition, just a big map, so that Brain isn't as exposed as we saw on Hook Point. So if he can keep his distance, it's going to look a lot more like what we saw in Ashermane's Fall, where they can just stagger the game out and overwhelm the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, make it a lot more difficult for them to find that swap. It's not as easy for Peekaboo to kind of maneuver around the map. But, I mean, the good thing for Golden Guardians is they did get that Game 1 win, right? So, I mean, you got to think, even if Luminosity Gaming managed to pull this off, they're going to have to win on that small map that Golden Guardians potentially selects in game number 5 if they do get there. So, just a reminder about the stakes of this match. This is an upper bracket game. Golden Guardians, if they win this, they are going to be moving to that upper bracket finals for Sunday. And if Luminosity Gaming loses this, they're going down to that lower bracket, which is not something that they want because there are teams like Liquid down there, right? Like, they've been struggling against Liquid. So going down to shark-infested waters, not going to be what Luminosity Gaming really wants. Picking up 2 games, it's going to be difficult, but if they can do it, I feel like that would really set a good tone here for Luminosity Gaming.
I mean, Super One-Shot Frogs are also adding to the pressure because they advanced in the upper side, and they're direct competition for that three-way tie for third. So Luminosity Gaming need to do better than the Super Frogs if they want to maintain that third place position moving into Cup number 4 and have that certainty of the top 3. It would be almost insane to me if Luminosity didn't make top 3 for the finals, but it's looking like it could be possible. The Golden Guardians, they have their number. Maldraxxus Coliseum, it needs to be enough, the space to give Brain time to breathe and not enable Peekaboo to just be all over him like he was on Hook Point. They're going to try their hardest here to take it to a game 5. They did manage to win one game, which is an impressive feat against the Golden Guardians right now in North America, so the possibilities are still there.
See what they can get done. Gates are open on Maldraxxus Coliseum. See if Peekaboo moves forward. He gets the sap here onto Prev. Can they actually get the setups onto Brain? It looks like a lightning lasso on Drake. They're looking to get started early on the Warrior, but the damage just isn't there. I want to say Prev was looking for some flash heals. Now making a setup here onto Brain, trying to set him up, but a beautiful knock. I mean, Peekaboo getting all over the map. It used a lot of his mobility, so the fact that Brain gets stunned, he uses the Thunderstorm, but it's still going to be Drake on the back foot. I mean, right now, Golden Guardians, they're all over the place, but they did manage. They didn't really get too many defensive cooldowns there, so I want to say that wasn't the best start for them, but you know, I like their efforts.
All right, Drake's Blade Storm, massive pressure onto WizK, down at half health, trying to grit her fade, trying to get dots out. Kidney Shot comes through onto Drake. WizK is free casting, getting dots onto the whole team. Abster just fishing for a Hex. It doesn't look like he's able to connect it just yet. His Brain is repositioning to the pillar, wants to stay away from the fight. Luminosity Gaming, their strategy is just all about defense. Block Peekaboo, stop him from doing what he needs to do to be able to win the game for his team. Shut him down. We see that right here. Disarms into shockwaves. Peekaboo deciding to trinket to go for the kill on Prev, and Prev will immediately respond with Dispersion. Peekaboo redirects his attention to Drake, and look at that damage. Already down to half health and Cheap Shot. He's going to get disarmed by Drake. WizK's trying to finish him off. Going for that Void Volley, trying to get that Mind Flay Insanity, but not able to fake cast Drake's pummel just yet. It looks like Drake is holding on to that pummel. WizK's trying to 1v1 Drake and get through that, but while he's wasting time faking, Prev is doing so much pressure to him, he's just going to go behind the pillar and line of sight him. Peekaboo with no trinket, they could switch to him, but he's got a Kidney Shot. Peekaboo going to get knocked away on that Kidney Shot. Drake pre-Blade Storms the Cheap Shot on that Shadow Dance. He is going to be met by the Lightning Lasso, and they're actually swapping to Brain. They've got him in midfield. He's dotted up. He's silenced. They're going after Prev, though, with that, it seems. He's trying to use that Spirit Walker's Grace. Drake getting pulled off WizK. WizK not able to get any casts, unfortunately, with that small amount of time. Gouge onto Brain. I don't think they've got anything to follow up out of that Gouge, though, so right now WizK is likely going to be on the defensive. Abster's trying to stay ahead of the dots, trying to keep dispelling them. Prev gets a fear on the Peekaboo, trying to pull him out of the fight. Abster's dispels that. Prev gets kicked by Peekaboo, trying to slow down his pressure. Abster's move cast Hex. I think it was almost a bait. I don't think there's any way Brain was going to get Hex there, but he baits the silence. Brain gets knocked out into the open, into a fear, into a Hex, but WizK is actually the one on the back foot. Is Peekaboo going to go on Drake? They're going to go on Prev and Earthenwall. I would have really liked to see a swap to Drake right here with that Hex onto Brain. WizK is just getting chopped. Drake doing so much damage right now. Double Shockwave. Peekaboo moves over to assist as he dismantles Drake and tries to slow down his assault.
Yeah, Drake now in a Kidney Shot. What are they going to be able to get done? Cheap Shot, big damage coming in. Brain gets caught into the Cheap Shot now. So make a swap on him. Good pressure here from Peekaboo, but he gets knocked away once again. WizK getting a lot of damage with that Void Torrent here onto Drake. We have Prev in the back line channeling out damage. You do not want to allow a Shadow Priest to just free cast in this matchup. But WizK has been so dominant on that Shadow Priest in terms of just how much damage he is able to get out, just always leading the damage meters, really putting on a show here on that Shadow Priest. Silence now onto Abster as they continue to chop up WizK. He needs to be careful. Spirit Link Totem drops out for Abster. That was the Trinket as well as the Spirit Link, so not many defensive options now available. They're going after Prev, but he's got everything to survive. I wonder where the Golden Guardians is going to strike next. I mean, Drake has been able to shrug off most of the attacks. Prev has answers, Brain has answers, and this big map is looking a lot better for Luminosity.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep it going. Lightning Lasso on Drake from Abster. Blind on Brain. Damage on Drake. Into a Kidney out of that. Looking to force that die by the sword. They've got him so low. It's match point. They can't afford a blunder here. Ignore pain. D-stance. It needs to be enough. He's trying to be greedy. There's still one more second of fear. Brain gets that primordial wave. He's got NS, and that should be a big heal as he brings Drake back from that push. Absterge into a stun. Peekaboo into a fear. WizK isolated. He gets interrupted for a moment, but it seems like it doesn't really matter too much to him. Absterge is just healing through it. It's costing him a lot of mana, though. Now they're switching their attention to Peekaboo. Dismantle is over. He gets stunned here. Is he going to drop in that Psychic Horror?
Whiskey's getting pressured. Drake's still going after him. Big Blade Storm damage onto Whiskey. He cancels it to get a pummel. Whiskey thought he could cast. Warriors don't normally want to cancel their Blade Storm, but Drake knew that. He canceled it, lands the pummel, trying to slow Whiskey down. Whiskey gets knocked on his next cast, but now he's out in the open and he can free cast much easier from this position, so he's probably happy to be out here in the open. Drake knows that. He's going to leap back over, go for the War Breaker, and we see Static Field totem down, and Whiskey run back behind the pillar, trying to avoid that War Breaker cooldown and just heal himself up through it. Peekaboo caught in a lightning lasso as he's overextended. Void Torrent channeled from downtown by Whiskey onto Prev. He's procced a lot of Void Tendrils onto Prev. I think that's 3 Tendrils onto Prev. Peekaboo step gouge out of the silence, step back to Drake on the lightning lasso. Drake gets grip back to Prev. Drake doesn't care. He charges right back in for a double shockwave, trying to punish that stack up and trying to keep their momentum going because they need to keep out damaging them if they want to stay ahead on mana.
Yeah, Peekaboo down to about 50% health, but Drake is going to be sitting there going after WizK. Stormbolt now onto Absurge. Is there anything else to follow it up? Doesn't look like it just yet, but good pressure here for the side of Luminosity Gaming. Brain slightly ahead on mana. Once again, the late game advantage potentially here for Luminosity Gaming. It does have that dispersion. They might make a swap. WizK getting chopped up at the same time. He gets interrupted, upping that Vampiric Embrace, trying to just help Absurge a little bit, top off the team and assist. Peekaboo right now looking like he wants to get a setup going. They overlap a little bit. It was a gouge into a silence into a kidney. So Brain is going to be happy to basically be put on full diminishing returns in that situation. Now getting aggressive here. Absurge once again with the Static Field Totem, trying to just peel with the Dismantle onto Drake, trying to slow down the damage of Luminosity Gaming. Might make a setup here onto Drake. Look at WizK just channeling in the backline, really pressuring Drake. He might have overextended with this Lightning Lasso. Mind Games does connect. Drake, what are you going to do? It does look like the dive of the sword trades. This is what I'm talking about, these situations where Drake chases behind the pillar. Peekaboo just turns into a CC bot, and WizK basically goes on a solo mission.
Drake almost falls there. He had used Die by the Sword. His defense is limited, but he's still going for the kill. A stuns Absurge behind the pillar. WizK isolated. Peekaboo saves him with a kidney shot, stalling Drake's damage. And WizK Void Torrents into that with a precognition proc. A lot of pressure onto Drake. Damage onto Prev from Peekaboo, looking to force dispersion. Drake, he's charging over to assist. Charge Shockwave on the evasion, into a Blade Storm, into a lasso. Massive damage. WizK gets stunned. Peekaboo's just going to die through evasion. His cheat death proxy vanishes away, and Spiritling Totem for Absurge recovers. Now Prev on the back foot. Prev has dispersed. He disperses so low right there, and it looks like it will be enough. Prev stays alive. WizK fading to this left side pillar, trying to pull Drake behind the pillar. Drake's in trouble. He's got to be careful. He's overextending right now. Brain has Link. He pre-Blade Storms to avoid the stun. He's swapping some damage onto Absurge here, but he's just dying. So much damage. He trinkets out of the lasso, but Brain is struggling into a gouge now. And Prev is just trying to keep damage going on to Peekaboo. Fear on Absurge. Trinket Tremor right away from him. He is not sitting that crowd control. He knows his team has momentum, and they could sneak away with a kill here in game number 4. They're so close to it. Healing Tide is down. Prev is dying through it. Healing Tide now has faded. Peekaboo's pushing in, but he's got nothing. He's down below half. He goes for the blind. Is Peekaboo going to close it out? Prev, he's so low. His Void Shift is not going to do too much. His entire team is dead. The Link comes down for Brain, but that's not even really doing anything. Peekaboo's dying at the same time. Peekaboo will fall first. They're trying to go for the kill with WizK onto Prev, but he has Void Shift. He can swap to Drake at any moment. He's going to heal himself up with that flash, and I think we are going to a game 5. WizK still wants to play this out just because Brain is out of mana, but I'm feeling this has got to be unlikely. Prev trades that Void Shift. He's recovered. Is WizK going to just completely pull something crazy? No, there's no way. They're going to tap out, and yeah, Luminosity Gaming taking this to a game 5.
So close. A little bit of greedy moments there by Prev, and it's just both these teams are so strong at balancing defense and offense. All of them are just absolute all-stars. But Luminosity Gaming, they do tie it up on the large map on Maldraxxus Coliseum, and I gotta say, a lot of this comes down to the fact that Peekaboo, WizK, and Absurge, they can't push in onto Brain nearly as often in this match. Like on the small map, it is so much less comfortable for Brain. All of a sudden, there's 3 open targets that they can go after. These Lightning Lasso setups for both teams are just so strong. There's so much synergy offensively from these players that they're going into these kind of 2 versus 1 situations. This is where Prev just disperses at 5% health, a bit of a panic moment, but you can see Golden Guardians has basically burned through everything. Drake pushes in. They actually force Drake defensive. Despite having no defensive cooldowns whatsoever, they still make the push. Gouge onto Brain. Peekaboo trying to close it out, but they just don't have the damage to totally close it out. I kind of wonder if they just went after Drake here. They might have been able to take him down. They made a setup here onto Prev. Prev just trinkets out, throws in some heals on himself. Brain has a Spiritling Totem. He's forced to drop it. It basically does nothing when he does use it. He trinkets. Here comes a Spiritling. Their health barely equalized. I guess it actually got some pretty good value here onto Prev, but Not that much. It was like a 5% heal at that point of the game. But ultimately, it was a Lightning Lasso here on Peekaboo. We got a Stormbolt onto Upsurge, Lightning Lasso on Peekaboo, and Prev is able to get the job done there and seal the game. So really, really close. I mean, everyone is a target in this match. I think we've seen Upsurge fall. We've seen Brain fall. We've seen Peekaboo fall. We've seen Drake fall. Shadow Priests are under fire. Really, nobody is safe in this matchup.
I mean, every once in a while, WizK's just proccing these Tendi army. Like right now, he's got 2 tentacles procced, and he had like
this
3
is like
at one
BFA
point.
nightmare, dude. This gives me like nightmares and flashbacks of the Void Tendrils in Battle for Azeroth.
I mean, the fact that they stayed alive here, I can't believe it. Like, if they could stop that lasso, was there anything that could stop that? Because I think he had cloak, but he's just stunned. So, like right here, you're thinking the game's over. Void Torrent lasso. There's no way Drake survives. Brains in a gouge, but somehow he doesn't die. Prev Desperate Prayers in the middle of the map, and I want to see if was there anything to stop this lasso on Peekaboo. So Upsurge is stunned. He's out of range. WizK doesn't have silence. It's really only Wind Shear, right? I think at this point that could stop it. He's blinded. He trinkets that, and then
Like a 1 second lasso. It's so like.
Oh, it's a silence. He can't shear it. And then a Stormbolt. He still can't. There's no
I mean,
way.
it was like literally a
no
fraction of a second lasso.
Yeah. So that matters against a rogue. He would have vanished there. He probably wouldn't have died.
Did he have vanish?
I think he did have vanish. So
Oh no, yeah, that definitely matters then. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But I mean, that's just like that's a lot to ask. It's like, you know what I mean? Like Absol's got to be pretty on point to get that. I don't know if he was on range or what, but I feel like when you played a game for that long and it comes down to like a split second decision like
lasso.
that, yeah, DR lasso that you
dead.
have
It's
to
like-
wind shear. Like I can't really fault him for that. But where do you think we're going? Is it ruins? Like what are we doing here?
Oh, Rune seems really good. That seems really good for just going after Brain like we saw in Hook Point. Probably better than Dalaran, because then you don't run the risk of stacking up for the Warrior. Yeah, I think Runes is the most... Oh, they're going to do Sewers. I feel like this could backfire, just because you're stacked for triple Shockwave and stacked for triple Warrior Cleave. So it's still a small map, so it's still going to be, pretty hard for Brain, but the fact that Runes is a small map with open space, so you don't have to stack, I think is likely a little bit more favorable.
But Dalaran Sewers, they made their choice. Let's see if they can get it done. I do agree that this is one of those maps that can sometimes backfire. You have these really small pillars, and if Drake can be enabled in the match, he's going to be able to get triple shockwaves. I think one thing that makes this match really unstable as well, if any shamans can get good knocks with their Thunderstorm, so if they can actually move in and knock people in the opposite direction away from each other, you can cause a lot of chaos in the match. Good static field totems are going to be interesting to look out for here as well. But yeah, this is about as close of a series as you can get. I saw Sidu tweeting like this is an insane series and he has to fight the loser of this. Like I'd be nervous a little bit if I was Liquid, right? Like it looks like Luminosity and Golden Guardians are fully powered up right now. You're Liquid watching, got to be feeling a little scared, but obviously they've been having a great season too. So it's just so competitive this year. I love watching these two teams go head to head, like a titanic matchup like this.
I mean, every single series is a grand finals quality, pretty much. It doesn't get much better than this to tune into this. You definitely would be missing out to not be tuning into this. Game 5, Dalaran Sewers, the closest we've seen a team take Golden Guardians so far in Season 2. Luminosity Gaming now 2 of the 3 defeats on broadcast for them in terms of just game, but looking to take an entire match. And they want to meet the Super Frogs. They do not want Super Frogs to steal their 3rd spot to qualify into that top 3 for the finals for North America. And this is the closest they're going to get to being able to have that opportunity. Is Brain ready for the pressure? Because the Golden Guardians, man, they are going to bring it.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous for both these teams. Golden Guardians obviously want to continue their kind of reign of terror over North America, but Luminosity Gaming, they want their throne back. I mean, they've been so dominant for so long. But, there's an old quote, no king rules forever. We'll see if that is true, or if Luminosity Gaming is going to be able to battle it back, send Golden Guardians down to the lower bracket. We'll have to wait and see. Peekaboo getting aggressive early on, gets the early sap lasso here onto Drake, but it's immediately shut down. Now full blind onto Brain. Where's Peekaboo going? Looks like they want to commit some damage here onto Prev. He trinkets out, gets the silence. They want to slow him down. They do not want to allow Golden Guardians to get initial pressure, so they are going to trade out some initial trinkets, lots of crowd control, just to slow down Golden Guardians a bit.
All right, both DPS shutting each other down there with stuns and disarms. Opener is diffused. Cheap shot onto Brain into a fear, but it's on DR. Not going to get too much done with that, I can't imagine. Prev in a kidney shot. Drake's peeling. Double shockwave, double blade storm. This is the dangers of Dalaran sewers, is that there's a lot of narrow choke points to stack up, and an arms warrior with sweeping strikes like Drake has up right now, it's really tough. They knock Drake off the side, though. He gets gripped back up by Prev into the earthen wall. And that should bolster his defense to survive here. Brain into a kidney shot, but I think the damage is already over. Brain should be able to easily recover. They're trying to keep the chain going, but the pressure's not there. WizK gets a fake on an interrupt. He's going to get a ton of damage out with that precognition. Dots for everybody. He does get sheared. Brain's been getting a lot of good win shears in this game. The instant shear on the lasso, shear here onto the vampiric touch. Abster's dispelling dots while there's a kidney shot to put the Shadow Priest behind. Really good min-maxing there. Drake now into a cheap shot. Mindflay Insanity's channeled up from WizK. Now he's procced one Void Tendril. Still waiting for that triple proc like we saw in the last game. Double shockwave from Drake. Stormbolt on Peekaboo. Isolating him. Void Torrent gets feared by WizK. He knows that's a threat. Doesn't want to leave it channeling. They pull Drake into the middle of the map. Not going to be too consequential, I don't think. Unless that waterfall, maybe that waterfall coming down might line of sight Prev from his healer. I'm not too sure. That waterfall is going to come down on Prev. He gets knocked away from it. Brain into a cheap shot, trying to get a hex. Prev denies it with a fear. War Banner's down. Peekaboo kills the War Banner. Drake staying on WizK. Brains into silence. Prev getting pressured. He's interrupted. Down at half. Peekaboo gets a blind out of that. Looking to follow it up. Does he have the crowd control? He goes for the gouge. They need to get dispersion with this. They're not finding the dispersion. And here comes a blade storm. Drake is going to tear in. Stormbolt onto Peekaboo. Silence onto Absterge. And honestly, Luminosity Gaming are looking good, I think, here in Game 5.
They definitely are. Peekaboo's in a little trouble, but Absterge manages to connect the heal. There's an Earthen Wall Totem down right now, and Evasion does get popped, so Peekaboo limiting a lot of that offensive pressure from Luminosity Gaming, but Luminosity Gaming has done a really good job of defense so far. The openings and setups aren't coming nearly as clean. There's a nice little dismantle here onto Drake with the disarm on Peekaboo. Both these melee last envying each other, just wanted to shut each other down as much as possible in the match. Bladestorm comes in. Drake ripping out a lot of damage onto WizK and Peekaboo. Peekaboo has to abandon the chase, get out of line of sight, looking to kill off some healing stream totems. Now a setup onto Drake. Can they take him down? Kidney shot and lightning lasso, but looks like Drake is not that afraid, but he needs to be. Dive of the Sword trades. They might be able to just kill him through it. Brain is still in crowd control. Peekaboo doing such a good job with control. He gets the sap, he gets the cheap shot, and Brain is forced to make the trade on his trinket. That was such good play. Peekaboo is really good at just switching between dealing tons of damage during his setups and then just allowing WizK to be enabled by going and just crowd controlling a healer. So that was a great push there by Peekaboo.
That's a really good tactic, especially with the Purge to remove the Earth Shields and the Riptides. Drake bladestorming over onto WizK, trying to force dispersion, trying to put his team back in the match. Disarm on Peekaboo. He cloaks off the disarm, which is new tech with that honor talent. The Veiled Cloak, I believe it is called. So Peekaboo can offensively cloak and remove that effect. He's going to vanish here, try and get a reopener, maybe assist here from Stealth. Not too sure. Peekaboo's just getting dots up onto Drake, dismantle onto him, step over to Prev. Brain in the back line away. Absterge is getting aggressive on top of Brain. They know they need to win because look at the mana. Absterge is not going to win this game on mana at this point. He's silenced. Peekaboo is stunned for a moment. He's going to evasion right away. Drake leaps away from the evasion. He can still overpower through the evasion, and he's quite low at the moment, so he's going to pull back to the pillar, use that Crimson Vial, try and heal up. Prev gets a Void Volley around the corner, trying to hit the whole team. Brain knocks WizK off to the side on the bottom. Absterge is trying to stay ahead of the dots as they're behind the pillar, and Prev can't reload them, so he's taking that opportune moment to dispel, trying to keep Peekaboo alive, staying on the bottom, doesn't want to stack up for CC. Is Absterge drinking? I think, yeah, he's drinking. And Drake with no trinket, man. If he pushes in, he's going to die. He gets kidney shot. He can't get there to stop the drink. And Absterge ties his mana with that play.
That was a really beautiful play, and they might be able to get the dispersion in the meantime. Beautiful defense by Golden Guardians, baiting Luminosity Gaming in. Didn't really get too many cooldowns, so now it's actually WizK in trouble. Huge damage from Prev. Once again, that Void Volley is going to land on all three members. Absterge just trying to stay ahead of the damage with the spells. He gets gripped back to the pillar. Drake tried to make a swap there. That was actually a really nice grip there by WizK. Very heads up. Brain's going to get static field in, but there's the knocks. This is what I'm talking about. These knocks from both Shamans can cause a lot of chaos in the match. Kidney shot on Drake, purely defensive here by Peekaboo. He's trying to bust out all the stops, but he's caught into a Stormbolt. Can he be taken down? It looks like he might. Absterge having to use the Ascendance, but it was overlapped there by the Void Shift. Now WizK's in trouble. Luminosity Gaming, they really want to win this. They need to win this upper bracket game. Can they do it? The big setup here onto Prev. He trades that dispersion, really greedy once again. Is he going to be able to recover? We have a gouge on the Brain. This is great pressure here from the Golden Guardians. They're making an offensive push. Drake and Prev are low. Brain's going to have to play catch up a little bit. He's got the Ascendance up right now. Just needs to channel out some heals. Looks like he should be able to do it. And now it's going to be Luminosity Gaming looking to strike back.
Brain into a fear. Looks like it got MD'd by Prev here. Abster's just fishing for a hex, not able to find it. Windsheared. Brain is silenced instead. WizK is free casting, trying to proc some of those tentacles with these Mind Flay Insanities. He pre-fades the charge from Drake, anticipating a stun off the back of it. Drake holds on to the stun. He's got Sharpened Blade up. He wants to connect that. Is he going to go on Peekaboo? Peekaboo evasions the hit. Is it going to be enough? Warbreaker's up. Void Torrent challenge. It's match point. He's almost going to go down. He needs Link. He needs Link. Link comes through. They're dying through Spirit Link. Bladestorm is hitting the whole team. What a close call for Peekaboo at that point in time. And Abster's just trying to recover from the collateral damage. He's got NS coming up with Primordial Wave in a second. He can get a big cleave Nature Swiftness to heal his whole team back to full at any moment. Drake is now in trouble. The fact that the Golden Guardians survived there means they've still got a chance. Drake pops the Avatar. He's trying to stay aggressive towards the end of the dismantle. He's got Warbreaker. He has massive pressure available if he can push in, but he doesn't have the cooldowns. I don't know if he's going to be able to go around the corner here, and they know Drake can't go around the corner even despite having Avatar up. He stuns Peekaboo on his go here with that gouge, stalling their pressure for a moment. They're trying to finish Peekaboo. He knows it. He's going to wrap around the corner with the Vanish and try and avoid the fight. WizK jumps off the side. They're just trying to stabilize. They know they've got a kill on the Warrior with no trinket. They just need to lose the pressure, but Prev sneaks in, gets a triple fear. Shockwave on Peekaboo, but Drake is dismantled. He can't keep his pressure, and Golden Guardians, they are just hugging this box, and if this was Runes of Lordaeron, they would not be able to do this. So this map is definitely working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, at least defensively, they're able to just stay alive. Let's see if Drake is able to push in. It looks like he's just Bladestorming. All three members getting ripped up right now. Absterge has a lot of work ahead of him. Void Volley is just being thrown in by Prev. He's in the back line, just getting damage on everyone. Peekaboo trying to make a play, but he gets caught into a dismantle. He gets knocked away. Nicely done there. Absterge trying to use that static field totem once again to set up his team. Peekaboo is charging out. There's a lot of pressure here by WizK, just kind of blasting Prev in the back line.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here. Mana is getting tighter by the second at 7.5 minutes. Brain into a cheap shot. They're going after Drake with no trinket. Can they drop him in this setup? Silence onto Brain. Dive of the Sword comes through for Drake, but will it matter? WizK is just pummeling him with Mind Flay after Mind Flay. Void Volley over onto Brain and Prev. Dots onto the whole team, but WizK gets interrupted. Abster's just dispelled. WizK is in trouble. Bladestorm connecting from Drake. He pre-Bladestorms. Peekaboo is getting cut down. It's match point. Now Luminosity Gaming going to end the Golden Guardian streak. They are the closest any team has come so far in North America. Peekaboo turning it around on the brink of death. He's going for the win. Brain blocks it by trinketing out. Peekaboo now in a lasso. Triple fear out from Drake. Absterge immediately trinket tremors. He knows they're in dire straits. His team has absolutely nothing right now. They are just dying. They're getting cleaved down. And I think this is it for Peekaboo. They pull Drake away with the static field, but that is maybe not even enough. They're trying to recover 1%. Drake gets stunned up for just a moment. They're doing everything they can to stay alive. That static field from Absterge was so clutch. He pulled Drake away on his Bladestorm right when Peekaboo hit 1% health. The only reason they're alive right now, but in all honesty, they're alive. But how do you win?
I mean, I really don't know. Golden Guardians would be the team to do it. They're so far on the back foot, but Peekaboo's going for it. Prev trinkets out. They want to close this out. WizK doesn't have the same luxury of cheap
Link,
death
1
available.
second.
Can they take it down? Absterge, he almost has answers. He drops the Spirit Link totem. Golden Guardians stay alive by another miracle, but they need to start finding some offense here, Sid.
They've got to win on the next dance. I think Secret Technique onto Drake and Stab of the Sword comes up soon. They're going for it. 5 seconds away for Drake. Stab of the Sword. They have Void Shift. Prev needs to be ready to save the day here. Peekaboo's got Vanish. He's going to vanish right away. They pull Drake away with a static field. Peekaboo's going in for the kill anyways. Drake charges away. Kidney Shot going to connect. They need to kill Drake now, and Prev knows it. He blocks it with Void Shift. Maybe they kill him through Void Shift. I cannot believe it if they win this game right now. Stab of the Sword. Blade Storm. Drake looking to connect. Peekaboo runs away from it. Sprinting away from Drake. Says, no way, you're connecting those cooldowns onto me. Another Blade Storm follows it up from Drake into a double shockwave onto the whole team. Now a dismantle from Peekaboo. Evasion at 30%. Absterge has absolutely no mana in this position. Peekaboo triple fear from Drake. He goes for the kidney at 10%. Link comes down for Brain. Drake's going to stay alive. Peekaboo has nothing. Drake leaps over for the execute. He gets blinded for just a moment, pulling out all of the stops into a gouge out of the blind just to stay alive at this point. 5% health remains. It's match point. Steps up away from the reconnect, but he charges over, and it won't be enough. Luminosity Gaming end the streak 3-2.
This may have been the best series I've ever watched. I mean, this is insane. Luminosity Gaming did so much pressure in this match, but the defensive plays showcased here by the Golden Guardians, absolutely remarkable. I mean, there's so many teams and so many players. When you're under that much pressure, you just absolutely crumble. But all three members, WizK, Peekaboo, Absers, they did such a good job playing defensive. I mean, Luminosity Gaming at some point had to just be really frustrated. It's like, why won't you die? You're so low. We want to win. But I mean, ultimately, they were able to get it done. But you just have to give a huge shout out to Golden Guardians for how long this match even lasted.
Look at this moment. Almost dies. Barely stays alive. 1%. Like every minute, Peekaboo hits 1% health in this game. And Luminosity Gaming just kept riding it. And they got in this position where Drake had Dive of the Sword and Trinket. And once Peekaboo and Whiskey were stacked on the pillar and Drake had those cooldowns, he could just do whatever he wanted. And that's where the cleave damage was sweet. Like this moment, 1% health, Link comes down. I think there's another moment where Abster's Link comes off cooldown with like 1 second before his team is going to die. And then they almost turned it around on Drake at that moment. This totem right here, he pulled Drake away and Peekaboo stepped. And he's dead there. Like, if that totem didn't happen, Peekaboo is dead right there. And then Abster stuns him to keep him out of range of the execute. WizK jumps off the side. Like, oh my god. The level of defiance right now from the Golden Guardians. But even that, not enough.
I mean, it was just insane. Peekaboo, look at him holding on here. Just at 1% health, evasion comes in. I think this is actually where they had a counter setup. One thing Luminosity Gaming did that I really liked is they were just shoving cooldowns. Like right now, it's like Brain's not messing around. Like Drake gets in a kidney shot, Void Shift. Drake gets in a kidney shot, Spirit Link. You know, they were so far ahead that they were just not giving Golden Guardians even an inch to survive. And Peekaboo just had to play defensive so long as a result. They were just too far ahead. Even though Peekaboo pulled off some miracle plays, you have a nice shadow step here onto WizK, almost getting away once again. Drake's able to reconnect. It's just, you just feel like, I don't know, Peekaboo had an all-star game in terms of defense. All three members of Golden Guardians, but you got to give so much credit to Luminosity Gaming. They found an answer. They did it. It wasn't Sub-Rogue versus Sub-Rogue. They brought in the Arms Warrior, and I really do feel like a lot of this comes down to some of the changes that were implemented. So Burst got turned down just a little bit, and that's going to be a slight disadvantage there for the Subtlety Rogue. And I think it gives a little bit of an advantage to the Warrior. So I think just these slight changes can tweak matchups like this. And I feel like if this matchup was played out before Tuesday, it could have been a different result.
Yep, certainly could have been, but Luminosity taking that victory 3-2 in an absolute nail biter. I mean, y'all already said it. Like, that's going to be the best game of the weekend.
Well, we'll have to wait and see exactly how that one does play out. But yeah, what a phenomenal series between these two teams. Absolutely beautiful to see, Luminosity Gaming and Golden Guardians going head-to-head in such a matchup.
And just look at the damage breakdown. It's so close. Like, the lines just mirroring each other throughout this. Drake did an insane job. Like, the fact that his damage is keeping up with the Shadow Priest in this game. And I almost wonder, like, if this played out on a different map, because this map looked good and bad at the same time for the Golden Guardians. Like, anytime Drake got those triple shockwaves on the ramp, I'm like, oh my god, this map looks terrible. Why did they pick this? But then there's other times where they're jumping off the side of it and then stepping back up and staying alive because of it. And I'm like, wait, this map is actually really good for them. So I almost would like to see another game played on Runes just to see what it would have been like.
All right, I'm back. I want to apologize. I was actually muted in the voice call. So Ven did not interrupt me. He just couldn't hear me. But no, you guys kind of already said everything. Luminosity, absolutely incredible series. I wish we had, you know what I was thinking during that? I wish we had those heart rate monitors on the players, or even just the healers
on
during
me.
Games like that.
Put it on me. You'll see.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
yeah. I mean, you could just feel the intensity through the screen, definitely. But it'd be interesting to see just like how, high strung these games get with something like that. But anyways, Luminosity moving on into Championship Sunday. Golden Guardians drop it down to that lower bracket. They're going to be playing off against Team Liquid later on in the day, the last match of the day. We've got 2 elimination rounds left. We're going to be sending 2 teams out of the bracket. Next up, also Super Tees, we've got Shuffle Police versus Lost in LIHUE coming up next.
Honestly, if I'm Shuffle Police and I just watch DUKAMIFIED get destroyed, like, you're basically the same comps as them. So, like, you have a different healer, I suppose, which is the main factor, the Evoker healer versus the Holy Priest. So we'll have to see how that plays in the matchup. But honestly, I wouldn't be too cozy if I was Shuffle Police, just based off the fact that Lost in LIHUE was able to win that series prior against DUKAMIFIED.
Yeah, I think so too. And time can only tell. And also, taking a look at this bracket, Super One Shot Frogs, they're up there in the semifinals up against Luminosity. That will play out on Sunday. So I'm happy they're up there too, because Super One Shot Frogs, they were my pick for the runner-up, and I thought it was a bit of an interesting pick. So we'll see how that plays out on Sunday. But we are going to head to a quick break before we see that second to last match of the day for Cup number 3 here in North America after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AWC. We're coming off an incredible upper bracket series. Now headed down to the lower bracket. We have Lost and LIHUE and Shuffle Police. Both these teams need to start earning points to try to make it into that top 3 and into the top 8. We'll see if they can do it here on the Grand Arena.
Yeah, and we are getting a little bit of a surprise right now. We got Aegis being tagged in here for the Shuffle Police on the Shadow Priest. So that is, usually we see him on the Mage, but he is going to be running the Shadow Priest. We've seen a lot of Shadow Priest rogues so far, and with mixed results. But we'll see what Shuffle Police can actually do here in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious to see how it does with that preservation evoker as well. Shuffle Police, I mean, we've mentioned many times, they definitely need these points. Aegis about half health in the middle there, still has Dispersion, still has Void Shift. If that pressure swaps onto Naj, which may just happen here. Cloak of Shadow is going to be trading out there, is able to save his trinket, but Lost in LIHUE definitely putting on the pressure. Lost in LIHUE, they had a pretty difficult series earlier on in the day, but they had a pretty good composition. DUKAMIFIED ended up getting dropped down to them. So both of these teams definitely on fire, definitely need that momentum to carry some points into Cup number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far, both of these teams battling for the gauntlet, and Naj actually battling for his life right there. Emerald Communion is going to trade out there for Sleepyhead, and slowly but surely, Lost in LIHUE looking pretty good in this matchup. They still have all of their defensives, and so far, they've forced out 2 of those major objectives from the Shuffle Police right now, but Shuffle Police is trying to make a push here onto Casca. Casca in a silence right now with full dots here. Could be some damage coming out here from Aegis on that Shadow Priest, but so far, not able to force out too much here. Jaywa just getting those massive spells out, making sure to remove all of those damage over time effects. Sleepyhead actually caught up in the silence. They're still going after Naj. Nice lightning lasso here by Casca. They're swapping to Sleepyhead here a little bit. Triple Fear coming out. Naj is in a lot of trouble here. Might need to use something, and it is going to be that rewind coming out there onto Naj, but it was overlapped there with the Void Shift from Aegis. So more and more objectives. This game is just not looking too good right now for the Shuffle Police. Lost in LIHUE continues to kind of just get further and further ahead.
Yeah, definitely. This is some excellent shadow play so far from Lost in LIHUE. They really haven't had to trade out too many cooldowns. The pressure has for sure been on Shuffle Police. This is momentum on the side of LIHUE, so we'll see if that Shuffle Police can take this into the further stages of the game. So far, not looking too great. Aegis is there goes that dispersion from him as well. Not really much left on the board. If they have another go, this could be the opportunity for LIHUE to continue on this pressure. Cloak of Shadows being traded out from Naj, about 20% health, continuing to drop down. He's trying to run away, trying to mitigate some of this pressure that's coming off of him, but there is just so much damage being huddled on top of him. Sleepyhead doing a good job. There he goes. He's going to be topped up right now, but is that enough? I mean, you can see Dwa just desperate to stay away, or desperate to make a connection, excuse me. And Aegis and Naj desperate to stay away from all of this pressure that LIHUE is just pummeling on top of them.
Yeah, and now they're basically in checkmate. Naj has got no cloak. Aegis has got no dispersion, no void shift. They got no trinket on Sleepyhead. Casca actually trinketing out of actually the blind broke onto Casca there, so even more disastrous right now. Naj trying to make a retreat. Full silence onto Sleepyhead. He goes for the shield there though with the rescue, and now getting disarmed here. Do they have any more crowd control? There it is. Triple fear coming out from Jaywa. He's trying to close this one out, but nice big dream projection there actually by Sleepyhead, making sure to dispel everybody. But I don't think it's gonna be enough there. Whoa. And Naj is gonna go down through that cheat death. Absolute dominance coming out from Lost in LIHUE. They need to swap off this comp immediately on the side of Shuffle Police. They did not even force one dispersion, one unending resolve, not one trinket, one cooldown from Lost in LIHUE. This was complete domination, start to finish.
Yeah, definitely was. You know, earlier on, we saw them play a different composition. They opted to play, instead of that lock, they played a feral. So I wonder if maybe that's something that we end up seeing them switch to. But I mean, Lost in LIHUE, that was the first game victory from them. Shuffle Police taking that loss, and this is elimination as well. So quite a bit on the line here. I mean, we said it many times before. Both of these teams need those points here. But we're gonna take a look at the first game replay, and I'm honestly, like, I'm surprised. I don't know about you, Zico, that this didn't seem to work that well. Are they just not that practiced on this comp for Shuffle Police?
I'm not sure. I feel like Lost in LIHUE, they kind of have a lot of experience playing against these rogue moonkins, and maybe they just haven't practiced this as much. You know, predominantly we've seen Shuffle Police on boomkin rogue, we've seen them on rogue mage, and this is something we haven't seen before. Presumably they have practiced it somewhat, but yeah. Definitely didn't look convincing here in game number 1. Lost in LIHUE might need to rename to Smooth Criminals after that.
I'm sorry, Zico, that went over my head. What does that mean?
Because it's the Shuffle Police.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I'll try again next time. I'll get your next
It's all good.
reference.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Maybe it was far-fetched. We got Naj. We got Naj. Actually, we got Aegis streaming right here. If you guys want to check out the Shadow Priest point of view, looking good here. Twitch.tv/Aegis. Go give him a follow. Streams a lot of mage as well, you know. So if you like, casters in general, definitely somebody you want to check out. And I think Naj is also streaming at Naj.
Usually does, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to GLOLs for 10 gifted subs to our boy Aegis here.
Yeah, look at that. He's getting some follows right there.
Oh.
Beautiful.
No, you can have your you get a little shout out on like the Warcraft stream if you go and follow him right now. That's kind of cool. All right, well, yeah, definitely go check out all of the players here. A lot of them are streaming their POV. Also, I believe this is their Twitter handles above their cameras here. So definitely give them some support. And we're going to be getting through this draft process. Lost in LIHUE. Locked in their composition. Looks like we're going to Hook Point as well. Shuffle Police, about a minute left to pick their comp. They've got a full 2 minutes, so they're definitely draining that timer that is available to them. So quite a bit of decisions here. Are they going to, lock in that same composition that they played for the blind? Are they going to switch things up? This is a big game for Shuffle Police, and they need to tie this up if they want to be in a good state for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and I really wonder what Shuffle Police are thinking right now, because they just saw DUKAMIFIED get, absolutely blasted here against Lost in LIHUE. And Shuffle Police, what do they do here? Are they going to play something a little bit more similar? Are they going to go with, a Moonkin Rogue here? And that's exactly what they're going to do, actually. So I'm happy to see this. Moonkin Rogue, they've looked pretty good on it so far in general in the tournament. And, the Shadow Priest Rogue, I don't mind that they tried it out. It is a strong comp in the meta. A lot of teams are running it, but just stick to your strengths right now. Bring in Shifter. And he's been having, a really solid performance in general, I would say, on broadcast. So I think that would be, ideal, but still going to be a tough matchup. It's going to be an uphill battle for them. But I think they can get it done here on Hook Point.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see here. This is going to be their home turf. This was the map that they did lock in. So quite a bit less space than there was in a grand arena. But it's a difficult situation. I don't know how much the map is dependent on this composition, just because it's like, not something we really haven't seen too much. But if we go to a game 3, I mean, what's it going to take for Shuffle Police Zico to win that swing match?
They're just going to probably have to win on a large map. I feel like in general, when you're playing that sub-rogue, we saw it quite a bit as well in that previous series between Golden Guardians and Luminosity. And that is having, the sub-rogue kind of ping-ponging around on every target, making sure that it's a little bit unpredictable what you're trying to do. I feel like that's a great way to find win conditions for the sub-rogue. Go after the healer, make the healer second guess. Should I stay far back? Should I be closer to my teammates? Should I be ready to drop a spirit link? Should I be trying to stay back and make sure that I don't get crowd control? Like, what should I be doing here? It makes it really difficult for the shaman to kind of make those decisions. And in general, it makes it difficult for the players to actually position correctly when everybody feels like they could be a target. Right now on a smaller map, though, I think they can go with something a little bit more standard. I would expect them to probably go after the Warlock a little bit more, but we'll see what they do. They sap up Yoski here, so already looking to set up a decent opener. But Naj actually gets pulled out by the Fell Blade Storm into a Lightning Lasso here. Disaster opener so far for the Shuffle Police.
Ooh, yeah, Lost in LIHUE immediately putting on that pressure here. Shifter, Naj quickly dropping down low in health. Sleepyhead nullifying Shroud. Shifter already having to use that Bark Skin, so quite a bit of defensives already out on the line. Shuffle Police very vulnerable here. LIHUE, like, explosive opener just right here in the start. Shifter just continues to drop low. It's in the early stages of the game. This is Hook Point. This is a small map. This is could be the moment that Lost in LIHUE puts themselves on match point. Shifter continuing to drop. Is Sleepyhead going to keep him alive? He is going to trade out some defensives to top him up and stabilize him. For now, the pressure is going on Naj, however. There's just so much damage being chunked down from Cleve. But Yosk, however, on the other side here, is kind of dropping low at the same time. Dwa is as well. Still has Dispersion, still has Astral Shift for Yosk. So maybe Shuffle Police is beginning to turn it around, which we shall soon see.
Yeah, they actually did get the Healthstone right there, and now they have the stun DRs back here, so now he's looking to make a setup. Casca is stacked up here with Yoss. Nice Cyclone there. That's going to give them the confidence that they need to go for the kill here. Now he's actually getting triple DR Axe Toss right now. Can they find the follow-up, though? Casca manages to dodge it, and J1 instead is going to be the one in a Cyclone. Casca going for some casted heals here. Now he's not able to find the gouge or interrupt them, and it is going to be a nice recovery there from Lost in LIHUE. Now looking to get aggressive here onto Naj. Sleepyhead with a big fire breath here, and Yoss doing a good job so far kiting with. They're just going to swap over to J-Wall here, but J-Wall happy to just tank this one out for now. Activates the Vampiric Embrace. There's a kidney shot onto Casca. There's a cheap shot onto J-Wall. Big damage. Nullifying Shroud for Sleepyhead. He's going to be immune to crowd control for a little bit here. You try to purge that off. He's going for a Sleepwalk. Manages to land it onto Yoss. Shift is looking for the Cyclone onto Casca. Can he find it? There's the full bash into the Cyclone, but he gets clothesline there by Yosk. Nice coil there coming out by Yosk into a gouge onto Casca, into a full Cyclone. Clean CC here, but where is the damage? J-Wall manages to mass dispel it, and Yosk again fake casting these interrupts. Going to be able to get a Demonic Tyrant. They knock Naj back to the pillar. The Demonic Tyrant is blasting. Naj immediately, Cloak of Shadows, kicks the Tyrant right there. Lightning Lasso coming out here onto Sleepyhead. Good crowd control. If that Demonic Tyrant starts blasting, all of a sudden Naj is going to be in a lot of trouble there. Casca gets cheap shot, but it's Shifter actually taking a lot of the damage here from that Tyrant. Finally subsiding. Shifter manages to fake us, gets the precog, manages to find the Cyclone, but once again has to duck around the corner. The Observer in the sky is just blasting everybody on the Shuffle Police, and so far it's been a very close game. There's still answers here for the Shuffle Police, but slowly but surely, once again, Lost in LIHUE pulling ahead.
Yeah, it seems like Lost in LIHUE kind of whittling down at Shuffle Police's defensives. They did a good job at holding off that last go, but might not last for much longer. Shifter trying to, you can see him, he's trying to get off some of those Cyclones, trying to just like give him his team some time, but this is proving to be very difficult. He's having to trade out that Bark Skin, and Naj dipping a little bit low as well. You can see Naj just not letting Shifter really get much off at all. I mean, they are really closing that gap very, very nicely. Lost in LIHUE just being so consistent throughout this entire match, as well as this first one. I mean, they're coming off some momentum as well from their last series earlier on today, so they've had a good day so far. Shuffle Police, though, they've got to get this one. They've got to tie this up. It's going to be difficult to win the swing match here, and this could be their only opportunity. They don't want to be in a position where they have to reverse sweep, because that would prove to be very difficult, especially against a team like Lost in LIHUE. But so far, I mean, we're about 4 minutes into this game. They're holding up for now. About 15 seconds left for Shifter until he's got that Bark Skin available to him again. But I don't know, it's looking like it might be a little bit tricky. Is he going to survive through this? He's going to be in a bear form, kind of ducking around that corner there. Sleepyhead following him with a fear. So he's going to be safe for the moment here. But you can really tell, I mean, he's just trying to keep away from this damage, trying to use the pillars and the space of the map to keep away, and trying to get those Cyclones out as well.
Yeah, good pressure so far. Sleepyhead's mana is not looking too good. He has the Emerald Communion, so for a big heal and a little bit of a mana recovery there, but he needs to try to get some of those disintegrates out. Big damage here onto J-Wall, actually. They're trying to take him down there in a silence with that beam, but Casca's there to deflect it with the Spirit Link Totem. Nice read there by Casca. Full kidney shot onto Casca. Kick onto J-Wall. Shifter gets feared. They get dispelled, though, and Naj now is going to be in a coil. There's no dispel available for that one. Sleepyhead struggling a little bit with the mana right now, going for a big Spirit Bloom here, but Shifter once again going to be dropping low. Naj is on one side, Shifter's on another side, and it's making it very difficult here for the Evoker. He would want people to be stacked up here on his team to be able to access a lot of those powerful healing over time effects that they have, and Shifter instead is going to be taking a huge amount of damage there from the Void Torrent. Kidney shot onto Casca. They're looking to make a swap here onto Casca, but no damage coming out. J1 once again blocks it with a triple fear, and it's going to be Shifter instead in a lot of trouble here. You might need to duck into bear form here, look for something, maybe a frenzied region, but it's going to be Sleepyhead trading out the Emerald Communion. Casca did trade out the Astral Shift, though. Yoski as well dropping quite low here. Full Sleepwalk onto Casca. Sleepyhead trying to put a team on his shoulders right now. Shifter dropping to about 50% HP, still taking a lot of damage. No barking for another couple of seconds here. Naj, though, going for the smoke bomb play onto Yosk. There's a GR cheap shot. Can he take him down? He has Unending Resolve. He's being greedy. Cheap shot onto Casca. There is the Unending Resolve, but it might just be too late here. Yosk taking so much damage. Casca with no Spirit Link. Can they find any crowd control? There's the Void Shift coming out from J-Wall there. They're not messing around with that setup, and they managed to find some of those big cooldowns, but Sleepyhead caught up in a Cyclone right now. Caught up in a full Hex, actually. He has the Rewind here. Might need to try to pull the trigger on it. Shifter in so much trouble. Trinket, Rewind comes out there, and Time Dilation. There are a lot of cooldowns being expelled here, but Shifter should be able to stay alive here with that Frenzied Region as well now. Both teams basically with nothing left. No mana left on Casca, no mana left on Sleepyhead. Shifter still on 50% HP. No Bark Skin available, and there's an Observer blasting him in the sky right now. He is in so much trouble. Full silence onto Sleepyhead. Shifter realizes the situation he's in. He goes behind the pillar, goes for the regrowths, manages to top himself somewhat, but now Naj has been left behind. He has cooldowns to trade, though. They need to get aggressive here on the side of Shuffle Police. Kidney Shot comes out onto Casca, but he gets gripped by J-Wall. Triple Fear coming out once again. Shifter is in an Axe toss. Sleepyhead is in a Fear. I think that might just be it. Naj tries to trinket out and get aggressive here onto Yosk, but he's so far behind. Yosk trying to take the game and carry his team to victory, and J-Wall is going to be able to do it there. Manages to secure the kill, and now it is going to be Lost in LIHUE up 2-0.
That's unfortunate, especially there's like 2 seconds left on Barkskin, but Lost in LIHUE, second game victory on Hook Point. That's going to be a 2-0 for them, putting themselves on match point. Only one win away from closing this out 3-0, and that would definitely be making a statement. I mean, Shuffle Police, this is definitely a very strong team. They are struggling within this series, but they've come so far, doing pretty solidly within this tournament. But we're going to take a look at this second game breakdown here on Hook Point. But I mean, this is the moment that Yoss basically almost went down. It's so, I hate watching him. He does this every time. He like just holds onto his defensives until like he's at 2%. It's giving me a heart attack every single game.
It's probably giving Casca a heart attack as well, to be fair. Having to heal that, but they managed to pull through. You know, J-Wall's there, blocks the kill, and you know, I think it's a little bit greedy there from Yoss to not trade out maybe the Unending Resolve earlier, but that's, you know, what makes these players so good. A lot of the time they get away with being that greedy in a lot of these situations where most people actually would make the trade. But here they get the grip there on the Casca to shut up, to shut down the setup, and then they get the fear there as well. Oh yeah, they do shut the Shuffle Police up. So nice work here by J-Wall, managing to get the crowd control, manages to block the kill, and manages to land the kill here as well with the Mind Games and the Power Infusion.
Yeah, definitely rough. You know, I think I know why Shuffle Police isn't winning. Actually, you know, Naj's cat is no longer chilling in his lap, and now they're losing. So that's a little sus. I'm just saying, you gotta
needs the cat
stick
buff
with your rituals. Yeah, he needs that cat buff. Yeah, buff the feral, you know. But Lost in LIHUE 2-0 right now. We're gonna be looking at that draft process in just a minute. I mean, this comp working very beautifully for them on the side of Lost in LIHUE. Shuffle Police, however, not so much. They're working with this composition right now for game 1-2, but I do wonder if we see some changes. And also, you know, like we were kind of talking about, they weren't able to get it on a neutral map like Nagrand or a small map. So I don't know if they've really got too many options left, Zico.
They're definitely running out of options. Might be time to maybe consider a different composition. I'm not sure. Maybe it's time to just bring in Aegis on the mage and try to get it done. Like, I like to see the Rogue Mage Evoker, and I feel like you know, it could work. So maybe that's the angle that they need to go with. That's what I personally would like to see, but they are gonna be swapping it up completely here, going with the Assassination Rogue here or the Shuffle Police. So Naj going to be opting for that specialization. It's going to have, you know, a lot more, you know, just in general AoE pressure. It's going to have a lot more healing reduction as well with things like, you know, that empowered Shiv. So he's going to have that. The downside, though, is they're not going to be able to kind of do these big ping-pongy setups, the big burst that the sub-rogue has. And also, Lost in LIHUE is going to have an opportunity to just go to Dwarf and kind of deal with that death mark because of that. So there's a lot of kind of counterplay for that, and in general, just going to be less stuns, less control, but overall more consistent damage. So maybe the Shuffle Police can win in dampening, try to just drag out the game. That game did come down to mana, so I think that's what their game plan is.
Maybe they're taking a note from the last map that the last game that we saw play out on Dalaran Arena. I mean, that one definitely went pretty long. So we'll see if either of these teams sustain themselves here into deep dampening on Dalaran. Definitely a lot of places you can kind of maneuver around, get away from some of that damage. And the game is already going. We're about 10 seconds into this one. Lost in LIHUE looking to close this one out 3-0. Shuffle Police changing up their composition in the final hour. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, let's find out. JWall right now caught up in a kidney shot here. Decent amount of damage coming out, but so far not having to trade anything too major there. Shifter now in a lot of trouble here. Gets coiled, gets big damage here. The Void Torrent, they need to try to shut this down, but not able to find it. Shifter's going to have to burn through a lot of his defense right there. Renewal, the Bark Skin, and that Frenzied Region coming out there as well. Now Triple Fear coming out as well. Sleepyhead and manages to get out of it though. And Shifter still just hovering around 50% here, not really finding that same kind of disruption that the Sub-Rogue brings. And Shifter is just taking so much damage right now. It's unbelievable the amount of pressure that they have. Finally slowing it down with those Cyclones there onto JWall, but he gets caught up in an Axe Toss here by Yoski. And Shifter now is going to be in a lot of trouble. Void Torrent getting channeled out. Mind Flay, Insanity. A lot of damage coming out here. Yoski, though, taking some hits there. Forced to teleport back to safety and wait for that Cyclone to kind of subside there for Casca. And if they can stay alive, I feel like Lost in LIHUE has a good late game win condition here, but at the same time, if the Acero can connect with the kidney shots and keep those dots rolling, then all of a sudden it could be lights out here for Lost in LIHUE. So it's still anybody's game, but that's going to be the Emerald Communion now as well, being traded out for Sleepyhead.
Yeah, definitely a big cooldown there from that Preservation Evoker. So it's another 3 minutes before they've got that window again. Shifter continuing to drop down low in health. No Bark Skin also available to him anymore. He's trying to just like run away, but there's just really nowhere he can go. He just shoved back up into that corner, still being pummeled in the face with damage. He does get topped out for the moment. They're caught in a stun. No trinket available for another about 30 seconds also. So this is just kind of relentless on the side of Shuffle Police. Lost in LIHUE, we're seeing a little bit of health dip over there. Casca, nice and topped up with mana, got quite a bit of cooldowns left if he needs them. Does have that Spirit Link available, so really not too much in trouble over there. Full trinkets as well from the side of them. Yosk about half health for the moment, and not Yosk. He's not going to be using that Unending Resolve, so that is going to be Shifter. That's dropping super low. 3 seconds till Bark Skin. Naj dropping a little bit as well. This is looking really scary for him. He's running away in bear form. Is it going to be enough, though? I mean, there's just not really many places to go, especially with that Observer in the sky. He's kind of having a hard time losing it, but it is go over for now, but that was really scary. Naj now about half health. Cloak of Shadows just came back up as well, so this is looking a little bit rough for Shuffle Police, but maybe they can stabilize the next couple of seconds here. But as I say that, looking a little scary. Naj throwing out that death mark, trying to get some offensive pressure, but I don't know if that's going to keep them stabilized.
Yeah, Shifter having a couple of close calls there. Basically traded out every single button that he has right now, but he does have the Incarnation, and they are stacking against the Assassination Rogue, which is just allowing him to bleed everyone. So Naj is getting decent amount of pressure right now, as you can see on the scoreboard. And Yoski, if he tanks this for much longer, he's going to be in trouble. Right now, it's 50% HP. Sleepyhead looking for the Sleepy Walk, but not able to find it right now. Nice beam there being actually fake casted by Casca. Sleepyhead with a beautiful Dispel right there, right before that Fear lands. So that means Naj and Shifter is not going to be in too much trouble, but that Observer is blasting Shifter right now. They need to try to take it down. They finally do, but Shifter might have taken too much damage right now. Caught up in a full Cap Totem into a Lightning Lasso right there onto Sleepyhead. Really nice combo there from Casca into the Thunderstorm. Casca is making some moves right now on the Shaman here, dropping the Earthen Wall Totem here for his team as well, and his team's going to be feeling pretty confident right now. Naj has nothing right now. He's going to be a big target here as well. Pops the evasion, ducks around the corner there with the Shadow Step. Another double Fear coming out. Naj, how are you going to stay alive here right now? He's got nothing here. No Sheet Death, and he is going to go down. Another victory here for Lost in LIHUE. Shuffle Police will be eliminated from the competition. Lost in LIHUE will qualify for Championship Sunday, and a lot of it is at the back of JWall and, of course, Casca as well, making some great plays there towards the end.
Yeah, huge plays from Lost in LIHUE. This is a team that they've had some success so far in the season, but this is the best weekend they've had so far. We're going to take a look at the replay for game number 3. It looks like a bit of a UI bug as well, because we've still got all 3 players here, but this is when Shifter goes down.
That was a really nice combo by Casca, dropping the Cap Totem, which is a stun, and then using his other stun on the healer right there, basically solo double crowd controlling and then knocking them away as well, dropping the Earthen Wall Totem, and then JWall manages to also get I think a triple Fear there at the end. You can see it here. So there is, he pulls them in actually with a static field. Then he gets the Hex right here as well. and then he gets the cap totem on all 3 members into a lightning lash. I mean, look at Casca here, and then he knocks them away as well. I mean, look at this guy, dude. What is going on right now? I mean, this is this is North America. There are so many great shaman players here in this region, and you love to see things like that. A lot of the new tools that shamans got in Dragonflight being showcased there beautifully by Casca. Especially those static field totem kind of pulls that people have been doing have been awesome to watch. But then here, Jaywalk gets the triple fear. They go after Naj. They follow it up there with the psychic horror there onto Sleepyhead, and it is good night for Naj.
Yeah, I
It's
love
just
the
so
changes.
beautiful to see. Yeah, just so beautiful to see the plays, like you mentioned from the shaman. It makes me want to level my shaman and play some solo shuffle, honestly, in these matchups. But
As a resto
lots
shaman?
Yeah, of course. I've got my shaman. I hit like
Hey, I'm
2800
not down you. I
last
just,
season. Okay.
Hey,
Like,
I am
I'm
not
not the
down
best,
you.
but-
I'm just saying, it doesn't sound very fun to play healer at the moment, solo shuffle.
Yeah, well, with all these offensive tools, it's looking good. And I mean, Zico, you said it. These shaman have really been highlighted here today. Casca is no different. Jawa. I feel like the amount of Shadow Priest shaman kind of duos in North America is just completely unmatched. It's a totally different story than Europe, which is more about that evoker of Balance Druid right now. But Lost in LIHUE, in conclusion, will ultimately advance. And that means we have one more series today, and this is going to be a big one. Call your mom, call your dad, get your friends, because this is going to be crazy. We got Liquid going up against Golden Guardians. This is a matchup you would expect to find in the grand finals, but it's going to be a lower bracket elimination. I think it's going to get crazy, Zico.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been a grand finals. It's so competitive in North America, and a lot of it comes down to, just look at this bracket. A lot of it comes down to that win there for Luminosity against Golden Guardians, handing them their first defeat in a full series here of the season. And Super One-Shot Frogs are tied with Luminosity Gaming. So that upper bracket game, which we're going to be seeing tomorrow, is going to be absolutely massive, because whoever wins that is likely to pull ahead in that race for third. And with only 1 cup remaining, that could be what decides the entire top 3 there. And then on the bottom end here, of course, we got Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid. That's first seed versus second seed. So if you are Luminosity, if you are the Super One-Shot Frogs, this is exactly what you want. You want the Golden Guardians and Liquid down here in the lower bracket, knocking each other out, and then you just have to deal with one of them potentially later on. And then you got Lost in LIHUE, a team that we haven't really seen too much from, all of a sudden start to pull out these wins here, starting to make a run here in the lower bracket. They're all of a sudden looking good for qualification for the gauntlet, and maybe, who knows, what happens in the next cup. Anything is possible. So for them, they're playing with such confidence. They got nothing to lose as well. So this North American bracket in general is just shaping up to be really good.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here a tweet from Mr. Sidu himself. Absolutely insane series going on right now. LG versus Golden Guardians. That's Luminosity Gaming versus the Golden Guardians. We face the losers, and look at that face. I mean, that's the same face I'd be making seeing that matchup play out. This is going to be crazy, but I mean, at the same token, Liquid has looked extremely good this season. You've been calling it out. I feel like Samayam has been such a playmaker for their roster, stepping it up on the Balance Druid as well as that Shadow Priest. I feel like he's going to be one of those players, Zico, that's really key to their success.
100%. Like I said earlier, I've been loving to see Maz in general, but having Sam back, showcasing what he can do on the casters. Today we saw him with the Shadow Priest. We've seen him on the Moonkin, and he's been super, super clutch. And when Liquid are at their best, when they won BlizzCon, it has been with Sam kind of in the mix, doing, a lot of the work. So it's just great to see him being tagged in, and Liquid actually finding those comps to make it work.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what Liquid comes.
Shout out to production for showing us that tweet, because that doesn't count towards our 600 for the day. So,
All right, we got a big matchup here between Liquid and Golden Guardians. It's going to be an exciting one. Golden Guardians likely going to be leading with the Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman. What is Liquid going to do? That is going to be the question. We don't have to wait much longer to find out. Just a quick break. We'll be right back with Golden Guardians versus Liquid.
Welcome back, everyone. Last series of the day here, and it is two teams that are unlikely to be against each other down here in the lower bracket. It's Golden Guardians facing off against Team Liquid.
All right, let's see. Now, you go ahead, man.
We're both so excited. We just want to get into it. We got Golden Guardians versus Liquid. Golden Guardians bringing in the Shadow Priest Rogue once again, and we got Liquid making a little bit of a change this week. It's actually going to be Sea-Doo on the Shaman, which is an absolute treat to see.
Yeah, usually he's been on that Preservation Evoker, so it is going to be the Sea-Doo on the Shaman. So the big difference here, of course, is going to be Samayam, playing that Moonkin, and Whiskey on that Shadow Priest. Samayam going to be packing a little bit more burst, a little bit more crowd control as well, whereas Whiskey is going to be packing a lot more kind of sustained damage on that scoreboard, and that's basically what we're going to be looking out for here. It's going to be all about these sub-rogues right now. We got Peekaboo and Trill both in stealth. They don't want to, open up first, because then they will be getting stunned first by the other rogues. So whatever rogue opens last is going to have that opener advantage. And both of them are just kind of playing to that strength right now. And in the meantime, we're having kind of a 2v2, but it looks like Trill actually wants to go in and open here, as they do have a little bit of pressure onto Whiskey. And immediately you see what happens there. Peekaboo is there, immediately shutting it down. And now they're getting aggressive here onto Trill with the Lightning Lasso. Huge damage. And that opener is going to cost Trill his cloak, but he was able to hold on to his trinket.
Yeah, that's obviously going to be really important. Trill seems like he's going to be the main target in this matchup. Root Solar Beam coming in onto Whiz-K. Gets interrupted. Master Spell comes in. That's going to be removing all of Samayam's damage over time effects. Sam doesn't care. He's going for a Cyclone. Gets interrupted there by Peekaboo. Nicely done as Liquid continues the pressure here onto Whiz-K. Maybe making some setups onto Peekaboo. It's going to be that Incarnation rolling for Samayam right now. This is their huge hit of damage, but they're just not finding the pressure you'd really expect during an Incarnation moment. Beautiful triple fear. Kidney shot onto Sea-Doo. Is there any follow-up? There looks like they're going to be going after Trill here, but he preemptively vanishes the setup. Nicely done there by Trill.
Yeah, and now they're going to go for another setup here. Actually landing a Hex there onto Absturge out of that kidney shot, but it is DR'd. Absturge now caught up in a full Cyclone here. Whiskey could be in a little bit of trouble. Manages to find a Master Spell. Trill gets disarmed. Peekaboo pulling back here for just a second towards Samayam. Now looking for some damage there. Wiz still taking some hits there. Peekaboo getting Cycloned by Sam. Whiskey fake cast. Manages to get that precognition. And now Whiskey actually getting Cycloned right as it ends by Samayam. And now another setup coming in here. Kidney shot onto Absturge. Full Cyclone. Shadow Step kick though comes out from Peekaboo, denies it, and there is the setup now from the Golden Guardians. Full gouge into a silence. Trill actually forced to use that second vanish here already alongside his trinket. So Golden Guardians definitely pulling ahead a little bit.
Yeah, not looking too bad so far in the match. Slight mana lead in favor of Sea-Doo at this point of the game, but probably not going to matter too much. These teams are just both so explosive with the setups that they have available, both the Moonkin Rogue and Shadow Priest Rogue, and just take you down instantaneously in one nice setup. Kitty shot now into Peekaboo. Let's see if Trill's going to be able to do it with Samayam. Absurge in a position where there's no crowd control. Sea-Doo moves in for the Lightning Lasso. Good damage here on Peekaboo, but also good follow-up crowd control by Samayam, allowing Peekaboo to get lower and lower, just controlling up Absurge, limiting his healing, now getting a Cyclone over on the Peekaboo. These Cyclones are just so clutch here from Samayam.
Yeah, definitely buying them time, allowing them to get setups, and now also denying setups right there. Manages to find a Cyclone there onto Whiskey, forcing out his trinket, then bashes him on his trinket, then a DR Cyclone on his trinket. Right now, Samayam is just owning, and Trill right now is going to be able to escape yet another setup there where he doesn't have trinket. Nice pull totem right there by Absturge, knocking everybody in together. Samayam Fakeas gets the precognition, full fear onto Sea-Doo, full fear onto Trill. Who are they going to be going after here right now? It's going to be Peekaboo actually taking a lot of the damage. Samayam just looking completely fine here, as he does have that Incarnation active. They're getting massive hits of damage there. Sea-Doo getting silenced here on his Hex cast. Full kidney shot onto Trill. This could be trouble here. Do they have any more follow-up? No. Whiz-K getting Cyclone right there, but Peekaboo finds the cheap shot there. Gets knocked away though, and Trill is going to be cheap shotting Peekaboo, instead going after him, taking a lot of damage here. Peekaboo with no Cloak of Shadows, dropping to 1% HP theft is going to proc for Peekaboo, and that is going to be a nice push there from Team Liquid.
I mean, they're still pushing forward. Let's see if they can do it. I mean, we have a kidney shot on Absurge. He preemptively got the Spirit Link Totem down, so that should be enough for Peekaboo to survive. But what a close call. There's no cheap death to rely on. Peekaboo is kind of a sitting duck here in this next setup, but they're going for it. Can they take down Trill? His trinket now just rotates back up. Liquid is looking good here to make a push. No one has a trinket. I feel like if Liquid can make one clean set, I mean, what was that? I was saying that clean setup, but Samayam was just a bash on Absturge and just one-shot potential. That was crazy. Trill and Samayam just absolutely blasting Peekaboo there, taking a game number 1 lead.
I mean, you could even see on Sea-Doo, his reaction at the start there. He was like just a little bit shocked. He's like, what? Let's go. You know, you can see Sea-Doo all fired up here to take this win. Team Liquid going to be drawing first blood. And you got to start asking yourselves, is it because of these changes? You know, Sea-Doo's been playing the Dragon. He's been doing a good job on the Dragon in general, but Shaman is just Sea-Doo. Like, when you think of Sea-Doo, you think of a Shaman, and it's nice to see him back on his main, but here we're going to see that close call where the cheat death procs, and then they wind shear that flash here from WizK, and they actually managed to force out that void shift here in the nick of things as well. So right there, the void shift comes out for WizK, and they extend that CC chain beautifully there, you know, kidney shot into the hexes as well. And that's just another thing that you have with the Shaman. You know, you have the sleepwalks, but having the hexes is just as nice, especially with sleepwalk DRing there with the cyclones. So able to find those hexes has been really key in this matchup with Shaman versus Shaman. And then here, what is that? Where's that damage coming from? Like, what even was that? Was that just a secret tech from Trill?
Trill went Super Saiyan. I think we got to see the death log maybe, but I think he went absolutely berserk there. We're going to see Peekaboo's health just get absolutely erased. So setups are looking good. This is the kidney shot on Absurge, but yeah, they got the void shift as well as the healing tide totem down from Absurge. And that was enough to kind of weather the storm. But at this point, they burned through everything. No void shift, no trinket, no link, no trinket. Peekaboo has 0 cooldowns. He actually does have his trinket. Let's see if he gets stunned on it or something. I don't think there was really that much he could do. I think there's just an overwhelming amount of damage from Trill. He does have the secret technique. And, I mean, look at this damage, just chopping him up. I don't even think Samime contributed there. Like, I'm telling you, that was just all Trill. He got taken to Trillville.
Yeah, Trill, definitely. You know, we're used to seeing him on other classes, but he's been just shining on the sub-rogue so far. And, I mean, Pika had Trinket. Absurge was also not in crowd control. He was casting a heal with Spirit Walker's Grace, and I think he canceled it maybe to drop a grounding totem on like an incoming CC. I'm not sure exactly why he canceled it. I didn't catch it in the replay, but he canceled that one heal, and it was just too late at that point to get another one out. So really insane amount of damage there coming out from Trill. And you could even see it at the start of that replay. The thing that proc cheat death was his secret tech, and then, you know, it kept rolling that momentum, and they're able to find it again there. So really good performance here in game number 1 by Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, this is the main strength of Trill, right? Like, we talk about it time and time again. Obviously, Trill, phenomenal PvPer, been in the scene for a long time. Also a world first raider, also competing in the MDI. But I would say my main thing that, like, Trill does better than anyone else is his damage. Like, he will just sit there and practice his damage rotation on a target dummy for hours and hours and hours, like figuring out exactly how he can pump the most damage into the limited amount of time. And I think he does that incredibly well. We're seeing it in these games. He might not always make the most flashy plays, but in terms of just one-shotting someone, Trill is basically unmatched, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, being a world first raider definitely helps as well, you know, when you want to learn how to do damage. So Trill definitely putting you know, both sides of the World of Warcraft coin here to good use. And Liquid right now, if they can knock out Golden Guardians, man, can you imagine what it's gonna make, what it's gonna do to the rest of this North American bracket? All of a sudden, you're gonna have some of those teams, you know, currently tied in third. You know, I'm thinking about that upper bracket final, Luminosity Gaming, the Super One-Shot Frogs. All of a sudden, they're going to have a chance here to kind of close the gap a little bit with Golden Guardians. And who knows what happens next cup. You know, if Golden Guardians have a really, really terrible performance, unlikely, but all of a sudden that spot is going to be up for grabs, right? Nobody's safe right now. And Team Liquid definitely could be a team to do it. Golden Guardians have had their number all season, so this is their chance to get that revenge. And it's kind of crazy to think that only one of these teams is going to be left in the tournament after the series.
Yeah, it's just really crazy. I mean, today has been such an incredible day of games, and the series is obviously no different. We're going to Ruins of Lordaeron, which is going to be the Golden Guardians map selection. And I don't know how much I like this map. I don't really know if I'm convinced map matters that much in this matchup. I think Golden Guardians is going to be able to potentially go after Sea-Doo a little bit more. I think that's one thing that really helped them in their series against Luminosity. It was just going after the Shaman, just making sure that Sea-Doo is a little bit scared, you know? Yeah, like maybe wanted to keep Earthshield on himself, and that presents opportunities elsewhere in the match. So I think that might be the line of play that they're going for on this particularly small map. We'll see how Liquid does handle the situation. Sam, he can find the clones that he's been finding, and Trill can basically just do unhealable damage, right? It's like every time Secret Technique is up, it's like, oh, you're getting a cheat death. Oh, we're winning the game. So it's going to be really about limiting Trill in the match somehow. I feel like WizK is going to have to do a really good job with the life grips, things like that, try to reposition them. It is tough, though. Liquid has a lot of burst damage with that balance Druid as well as that sub-rogue.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, Golden Guardians, they need to try to find those swaps potentially. Try to test Cedo a little bit on the Shaman, make sure that he's kind of guessing who they're going to be going after. But to be fair, that game number 1, they just need to brush that off. It was an unexpected amount of damage. Trill basically treated Peekaboo like one of his target dummies, and it happens, just brush that off. You select cooldowns to trade, and bring it back here in this game number 2 here. Presumably, we're going to be seeing these same compositions from both teams, so wouldn't be surprised if they start trading back and forth and Trill immediately forced to make a trade there. But he doesn't use his Cloak of Shadows, so just trinketing and using that Vanish. Trill definitely holding on to those cooldowns could be smart for him, as Cedo does manage to come out of that crowd control and pick him back up.
A good lasso there by Absurge. Good denial as well from Trill, just really trying to slow down the Cyclones. And Golden Guardians is doing a really good job limiting Sam so far in the match. He's found a really good hard time finding Cyclones, finally faking the wind shear, getting that precognition and getting a Cyclone here on Absurge. Now Peekaboo's getting blasted in that lightning lasso. Good setup here by the side of Liquid, really capitalizing on that precog Cyclone from Sam, but Peekaboo is going to be able to hold on. He doesn't really have to make a trade. Now he's caught into a Cyclone as Liquid is looking to turn their attention here onto WizK for the time being. WizK strikes back with a beautiful fear. Peekaboo's trying to get there to Cedo, but Cedo with great positioning, making it extremely difficult. He shut down that setup very well, but they're turning it onto Trill. He's got no trinket. He might get dropped. Cloak of Shadows comes in the nick of time. A counter set up here on Peekaboo. Can they get his trinket? A large amount of burst available here for Trill. Cheap shot after cheap shot. That's going to be the Spirit Link totem from Absurge. They kill it off instantly, so it doesn't break the hex. Great play there by Liquid, and they might get more here from Peekaboo.
Oh my goodness, they get the root beam there as well, but Absurge somehow makes it out of it. And all of a sudden, Absurge with no trinket. They still have blind available here for Trill, but Trill right now sitting through a kidney shot. Low Cyclone here by Sam. They could just go and blind Absurge right now and potentially try to take Peekaboo down. It looks like Trill is waddling for it. He's trying to find it. Absurge knows it. Absurge trying to duck for it, but there it is. Full blind connects, but Peekaboo with a pre-disarm. There's a lightning lasso coming up from Cedo, though, into a kidney shot onto Absurge. If Trill connects here onto Peekaboo, he is a dead man. Peekaboo knows it. Blinds up Trill. Really nice read there by Peekaboo. Look at that CC chain that Absurge just sat through. If Trill could have connected there with a stun, Peekaboo was toast. And Peekaboo's going to be able to hold on to his trinket, going to be able to hold on to his vanish, going to be able to hold on to, Void Shift possibly. And now the Golden Guardians are going to make a counter push here, full fear onto Cedo, lightning lasso onto Sam. There's the silence. They're blasting off here against Sam, but so far not able to find too much damage. Now they're going to be going after Trill. Look at all those Void Chandrills that WizK is proccing here right now. He's got 3 little minions just blasting Trill right now, doing so much work. What is going on? 4 of them right now. Sam might just go down here to the beams right now from WizK.
Yeah, laser beams for days from WizK. He's going to be lasering Trill as well. He's trying to create a lot of solo pressure here. WizK is in such a good job on that Shadow Priest. Healing Tide Totem does drop now for Cedo. Trying to play catch up just a little bit. They get a kidney shot onto Absurge. Lightning lasso on Peekaboo. Where are they going next? Really not that much damage. Samurai gets shut down. He wasn't able to really assist. Good solo effort here by Trill, but I really doubt he's going to be able to kill him. And now Trill is caught into a stun. Trinket and Vanish. He needs to get out of there. That was great counter pressure by Peekaboo, really punishing Trill for that solo mission on Absurge.
Yeah, and Sam as well now quite low here. Cedo has a lot of catching up to do here. WizK is going to be sitting through a Cyclone. Absurge manages to power through as well, keep his team in the fight. Absurge now gets fully Cyclone. Peekaboo's in a kidney shot. This could be trouble here. Absurge going to trinket out. He gets gouged on his trinket. Nicely done there by Trill. Peekaboo dropping dangerously low. Another Cyclone coming out. And Cedo, look at him. He's loading up the Hex, but Absurge sees it. Goes for the wind shear there. Trill actually getting cheap shot at the Cyclone. Peekaboo low. If Absurge can find a Hex here, I'm not sure actually if he's going to be able to find the silence here, but Absurge is not going to be going for it. He needs to heal. And Peekaboo now caught up in a kidney shot here. Sam with these low Cyclones have been absolute MVP for Team Liquid. This arm coming out though, and it is going to be a kick there finally onto one of Sam's Cyclones, but they do pull out the cloak there from Trill. Peekaboo still just kiting here, trying to just be as slippery as possible. Finally a kidney shot connects, but Absurge is in a Cyclone here. Once again, look at Sam cycloning Peekaboo, cycloning Absurge. You get a clone, and Sam is just in full control right now.
Just handing out cyclones to the Golden Guardians right now. Kitty shot onto Peekaboo. Big NS there from Absol. Going to be chopping him off before the stuns. Everybody's stunned. Everybody is controlled, but the damage is limited thanks to Absurge and those preemptive plays. Now full cyclone on Absurge, but there's no stun DRs, so they kind of just have to kill without the stun lock potential if they want to get any damage rolling. Golden Guardians has a slight mana lead as we move into the 4.5 minute mark in the match. So late game potentially in favor here of the Golden Guardians if they can hold on. Big setup here on Trill. Kidney shot into cheap shot. Trill, what is he going to do? He vanishes, and Trill just plays it cool. He vanishes out. Now actually opening up here onto Peekaboo. We got a kitty shot on Absurge into a full cyclone. Peekaboo as well is going to trade out the trinket to survive. Both these rogues playing insane.
Yeah, and they did get the Peekaboo's trinket, so this is going to be a nice opening. You got WizK's trinket as well in that exchange, so 2 trinkets down right now. Absol has no trinket. There is a bit of a window right now to take down a member of the Golden Guardians. If they can execute on it, it's all going to be at the back of Sam I Am right now, finding the low cyclone. This could buy them time. If Trill can get the kidney shot here onto Absturge, this could be lights out for the Golden Guardians. They get a full blind, but I think it broke right there. It's so unfortunate there for Trill. The blind does break, but they get a bash there onto Absturge, but they don't have the follow-up really here. Peekaboo is going to be completely fine in that situation. Instead, it's going to be WizK, though, getting blasted. WizK is dropping dangerously low, gets Cyclone on his dispersion right there. Sam I Am once again with the hard carry clones looking for the setup here, gets the recyclone. Meanwhile, Trill is getting absolutely demolished right now by the Golden Guardians, but look at WizK, he's on 1% HP. Finally, the Void Shift comes out in the nick of time, but it's overlapped there with the Spirit Link. The Golden Guardians starting to make some mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, Sam I Am just did so much damage. It was absolutely unbelievable. Looking for a Cyclone, and WizK is going to go down. CC2 is very excited right now. They were up 2-0 in this series, almost eliminating the Golden Guardians. I don't know. I mean, we're going to see in the replay, but I swear WizK, his health just melted from Sam I Am, and that's what caused that panic moment of using Void Shift, overlap with the Spirit Link Totem, and then after that, there's really no answers left. Liquid was able to capitalize on their next setup and actually take down WizK, but this is such a back-and-forth series.
I mean, this game was really just the Sam I Am show. I mean, look at this guy. He's just finding clones onto everybody. So this is the solo mission there onto Absturge. Trill going after him, and Peekaboo immediately punishing here. Manages to force out, I think, his trinket and vanish right there from Trill. So Trill makes a pretty good trade right there, but caught up a little bit out of position. And then here, they get another setup. They get a kidney shot here onto Trill, into a cheap shot. The Siphon is going down. The Void Torrent is being channeled. A lot of damage coming out. But then here, Cyclone onto Absturge. Trill dropping quite low here once again, so the Golden Guardians with a lot of pressure, but then all of a sudden, look at that. Huge damage coming out there from Sam I Am's Incarnation, and then he Cyclones the Dispersion. They get the Lightning Lasso onto Trill. They get a Recyclone here onto WizK. Full Disarm onto Sea-Doo, but they actually don't even have anything on the Absturge here. So yeah, they get the Spirit Link, they get the Void Shift, and then what do they actually find here onto Absturge? There's a Kidney Shot onto Absturge, and I think Sam I Am fake casts and gets the Cyclone right there. Absturge trinkets out, and WizK still dropping super low. This is an ultra giga slow motion. Sam I Am finding the reclone again, and Trill is there with the secret tech and deletes him.
Ultra giga slow motion, just like patented AWC technology. Liquid going to be pulling it off. Let's take a look at the damage meter. It's pretty even between Peekaboo and Trill. I mean, I think they're both finding consistent setups throughout the match. WizK has a slight damage lead, but in terms of control, the balancer is just unmatched. And when Sam I Am can get in there and land those cyclones, fake cast the interrupts, he's just doing such a phenomenal job at really setting up his team. And I think he's been a really big playmaker for the side of Liquid. And this is tough for Golden Guardians, right? They've been on an absolute tear this season. They were looking absolutely unbeatable going into this cup, 95% win rate, but they got knocked down to the lower bracket by Luminosity Gaming, and now playing a very difficult series here against Liquid.
Yeah, but this is, like I said, this is probably going to be the matchup that we see through and through. And I feel like the Golden Guardians, they're a team that, they've been in this situation many, many times, backs against the wall, RPS, and they somehow, always find a way to pull through. So I'm not going to count them out just yet, but Liquid are looking good on this day right now, up 2-0. And if they can take this one, I mean, they would clean sweep the Golden Guardians 3-0. It's never happened this season so far. They barely lost to Luminosity Gaming, and Liquid definitely going to show, that they can definitely tangle with the best. They're currently second in the standings, and Golden Guardians has been their kind of biggest competition so far. So being able to actually beat them is a big statement.
What do you think about like the whole like NA is all shaman? Like it's pretty much all shaman that are doing well right now. And in Europe, all we're seeing is preservation of ogre. Like, what do you think the main reason for that is? Sorry to put you on the spot. I'm trying to think of it myself. So if you don't know the answer, I don't know the answer.
Nah, I feel like we don't have shaman players in Europe. I think that's actually it. Like we do have. I think we have one really that's like stands out. I guess we have Drainer actually. Drainer could play shaman, and he was in that last cup. But he opted to play like Mistweaver. But yeah, also his team composition is not that good, I think, for Shaman. I think in general, there's just more Shaman mains, right? Like the people who we actually seen play Shaman in NA is Sidu. He's been playing Shaman since, 20 years or something at this point, right? Basically since the game came out.
Competing against me on Shaman, so I mean, that's old.
Yeah, like, ancient at this point. And Casca is another, Shaman main. And who else have we seen? Absters obviously as well. We are gonna see Jellybeans tagged in here on the Warlock, but yeah, I think there's just more Shaman mains in NA, and more people just opt to play into Shaman because the Shaman mains make it look good. That's why I think people like Brain reroll Shaman over Preservation.
Yeah. This is good with their composition, it seems like. So this is interesting because this might seem like Jellybeans on Warlock. I mean, what is this? But this is actually something that Golden Guardians has been practicing a lot. Golden Guardians, I feel like Peekaboo mentioned it in their interviews. They have been taking this season more serious than I think they have in a long time. They've been putting in a lot of preparation, not only on stream, but also off stream. And Jellybeans on Warlock has been one of their big investments. So this is a real composition. This is something that they've been practicing a lot. And I think they could definitely do well here. Jellybeans is well versed on the Warlock, and just as a team, their shadow plays look good. So I think this could work. I like the fact that they're willing to mix it up. Obviously, they've had really good success with the Rogue Shadowpriest Shaman, but it's obviously not working in this matchup. So having a backup plan is something that I really am happy that the Golden Guardians is kind of pulling off here.
Yeah. Golden Guardians. I mean, I'm here for it. Jellybeans on the Shaman, or Jellybeans on the Warlock, not on the Shaman. Sorry,
We've been talking about Shaman a lot, so
yeah, I'm just thinking about all the Shamans, but yeah, it's I'm always happy to see Jellybeans. We always praise him as a player, so there's not a doubt in my mind that he could pull this off. But this is Team Liquid. This is their main composition, and they're looking better than ever. So I'm still gonna be, have a healthy dose of skepticism here. But at the same time, we have seen this matchup, in the past, and it has been really tough for the Sub-Rogue to really get anything going. I mean, I'm just thinking about the last matchup that we saw. Lost in LIHUE, completely dominated, with this matchup. So, wait, isn't Yoski also a Hunter main?
Yep.
All the Hunter mains are just re-rolling Demolog.
Well, they're used to it, right? Like, it's like a lot of it translates.
Yeah.
Instead of like Intimidation Stun, you have Axe Toss. You're good at micromanaging all your pets from all the BM Hunter play. Like, makes sense to me.
Yeah,
Hunters
definitely.
Hunters aren't doing that great right now. Let's just be honest. So, bring in the demo. I think it's an intelligent decision.
What do you mean? We saw Hunter in EU, bro. We saw all 3 specs being implemented.
And we saw one succeed to be at, like one spec succeed, and it was the Beastmaster. So.
Yeah.
And I kind of wonder what would happen. Like, what would happen if he was playing Demo Lock?
You think Cassius right now is watching the tournament? He's like, makes a good point. They do have the pads, like Tim Stan, Fear is Trap. Like, we could make this work. You're just gonna
set up the keybinds. You're good, yeah.
You're just gonna see My Way rocking the boomy demo like everybody else. But yeah, the Golden Guardians tagging in Jellybeans. But this is actually a big thing, though, because nobody has made the Golden Guardians actually comp swap yet. So I feel like the fact that Liquid is even able to make that happen is kind of a big statement in of itself.
I mean, definitely. But the thing is, Golden Guardians, their backs are against the wall right now, right? The matchup hasn't been looking good against the Boomkin Subtlety Rogue. I mean, maybe like there was signs of life, but I don't know. I still would favor Liquid going into that matchup, but we are going to be having a Game 3 here, Elimination Series. Golden Guardians backs against the wall. They're bringing in Jellybeans for the first time this season, making his debut and doing it on the Demonology Warlock.
All right, let's see it here. Jellybean's getting caught up in a full cheap shot right now. Opener onto him. They're immediately going to try to test him, but look at that nice portal there by Jellybean's teleporting, buying some time here. Absol's going to be caught up in a kidney shot, but Jellybean's so far not taking any damage. Cyclone coming out there, and now Jellybean's able to start summoning his demons and get aggressive here. What is going to be the target is the question. Sidu getting full fear. Actually, Trill as well there, and WizK actually blasting Samayam here, but instant fake there by Samayam, procs the precog, gets a Cyclone onto Jellybeans and shuts it down immediately. Just Samayam just been on point so far with these fakes, but look at WizK making a swap right now onto Sidu. Big damage. Mind Game's going to connect here. Sidu trades out the Astral Shift right there. If he hadn't, that would have definitely been his death. So Sidu making the trade, but he holds on to his trinket. He holds on to all of his big cooldowns right there.
Look at all the apparitions and like void tendrils. I mean, this is absolutely horrifying. You have the whole Burning Legion from Jellybeans coming in, and all the, look at all these images and laser beams from WizK. No wonder Liquid ran back to the pillar. Just got to figure out what's going on. We got a Lightning Lasso now on Trill. They're making a push here. Let's see what they can get done, but they're under fire. So far, pressure for Golden Guardians has looked extremely good, but they need to find the setups. Full Hex here onto Abster. Jellybeans in a little bit of trouble. WizK is going to back him up with that Void, that Life Grip, to reposition him out of the stun lock. Give him just a moment to breathe here, but a full Cyclone lands by Samayam. Jellybean's still not out of the woods yet. Might be the portal here soon. It's really far away, and he gets Cycloned by Samayam. This is not a good position to be in. Beautiful static field totem there by Absters, though. Trill going for a kidney shot. The crowd control is not over. Jellybeans could go down on any resolved trades, and I feel like Jellybeans needs to portal away. He's just tanking all the damage in the middle of the map. I'd love to see him reposition. Finally, the portal comes in, but at what cost? I mean, he traded out a lot there.
Yeah, definitely crazy exchange right there. Abster's still in crowd control right now, sitting through a full Hex. Jellybean's now in a Cyclone as well. They are going after WizK. WizK actually getting kicked here. It's a dangerous situation to be kicked. He does trade out the Desperate Prayer, does trade out the Vampiric Embrace, and he's going to be able to self-sustain there for a little bit, but more and more close calls coming in here. Sidu does have his Astral Shifts coming up in 20 seconds, so he is a bit of a target. They're going after him a little bit right now, but so far not able to find any big setups. Jellybean's going to trinket out, teleport there, and go back to safety. Triple Fear coming out from WizK. Here comes the damage. Who are they going to go after? It's going to be Samayam. There's the disarm. There's the coil as well. Jellybean's blasting off here with big damage as well. The Siphon is going to get killed off there by Samayam. Nice Shadow Melt there as well, dropping that pet aggro, but Samayam is not out of the woods just yet. Still a lot of damage coming in here. Sidu drops the Earthen Wall Totem, drops the Healing Tide Totem, and manages to save the day.
Yeah, this is looking not too bad here for the Golden Guardians. They have a lot of pressure here onto Samayam. Let's see if they can keep it up. Full Cyclone on Abster. It gets Mass Dispelled. Good backup there by WizK, and that should be more than enough for them to continue the chain of fear on Sidu. Samayam dropping dangerously low. That's going to be the Spirit Link Totem from Sidu to keep him alive. Samayam manages to find a Cyclone here onto Jellybean's cheap shot on WizK. Liquid trying to reverse the pressure. Let's see if they can do it here. Do they have the damage to follow it up? Lightning Lasso now onto Samayam as Golden Guardians are looking to get some counter pressure and continue this assault. I feel like damage has been in favor of the Golden Guardians for a lot of this match, but these setups are lethal here from Trill and Samayam. The burst they have is completely overwhelming. Jellybean's calling the Dreadstalkers into the field to get that damage rolling and really force Trill in a defensive position.
But Jellybean's still 25 seconds on his unending resolve. Trill actually forced to trade out his Vanish right there, getting blasted still, not feeling too confident, has to reopen right there. Trill still dropping dangerously low. He has the Cloak of Shadows, might need to use it here. Sidu trying to pick him back up, and he does manage to save him there. Big heals coming out now. Kidney shot onto Abster. He has the no trinket. He triggered a blind earlier into a full Cyclone, gets Mass Dispel though by Wiz. Really nicely done there. That could have been a scary moment. Jellybean's just a couple of seconds, and now he has his unending resolve back. Few more seconds and he's going to have his trinket rotating back, and I really feel like that's the game we're playing right now. If we are the Golden Guardians, we're just trying to stay alive. We're just trying to make sure that we're shutting down Trill, making sure that we axe toss him anytime he goes for those stuns, and just staying alive and winning basically on dampening. Trill actually taking a lot of damage here. Once again, nice disarm there onto Sidu as he goes for that heal into a silence combo, into a fear onto Trill. WizK making some huge plays here. Look at all this pressure that WizK has generated for his team. Now going for the mind games here onto Samayam, stunning him on his trinket. Samayam just getting absolutely destroyed here in the midfield. So much damage coming out. The Void Tendrils, everything is just blasting him. Sidu now forced to trinket that coil here, but he doesn't have a Spirit Link Totem. Goes for cast and heal. Samayam on 1% HP. How is he going to stay alive? He ducks into bear form, ducks around the corner, and barely holds on. But Trill now left behind here, going to be trading his Cloak of Shadows there as well. The pressure for the Golden Guardians is looking good.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Semi and very defensive, and these static field totals from Absurge, honestly, just MVP plays. He's just constantly. It's just so annoying to have to deal with that. You're just getting constantly moved around on the map. This is such a difficult composition to play against. You're worried about, obviously, the Demonic Tyrant. You're worried about the Psyfiend. You're worried about all the totems that Absurge is throwing down. And Semi and Trill have been kind of struggling here to find their footing, but they do have a one-shot potential. That's the thing. Liquid always has the capability of just one-shotting through cooldowns, so you can never count them out in this matchup until it's over. Trill forced to trade out a Trinket. He gets coiled on a Trinket. Nicely done there. Cedar dispels the coil immediately, but Trill still under fire. Silence now on Cedar. Golden Guardian's pressure is looking good here in game number 3. They tagged in Jellybeans, making his debut this season in the AWC, and it has looked good so far. Unending Resolve is available, and finally, out of Cyclones, he's going to be able to get some damage rolling here on the Trill. Beautiful Lightning Lasso. No one can shut it down. Trill's in so much trouble. Does have the Vanish, might have to make the trade, but Cedar just bombing in some heals. That's going to be enough. Now, Lightning Lasso here on the WizK. Both these veteran Shamans just making plays and keeping their team alive for such a long time.
Yeah, and Sam now is going to be on the back foot here a little bit, but Cedar should be able to pick him back up. And look at Trill, though! Cheat Death procs. Trill just vanishes once again here. Manages to stay alive for now, but Spirit Link Totem drops now. Cedar's getting swapped to here. Psychic Horror coming out. There's a triple fear to interrupt the Cyclone of Sam. WizK putting the team on his back. Big damage coming out there. Beautiful core there, and that is going to be it. Golden Guardians pick up the game here, and it's going to be Jellybeans coming in fresh off the bench on the Warlock and making it work.
I mean, Golden Guardians can never count this team out, and this is the kind of flexibility we've wanted to see from the Golden Guardians for such a long time, and I feel like they've really stepped it up. I mean, RPS has worked out so beautifully for them. This is the first time they've been forced off the composition, but this looked good. I think this composition in general is like it's extremely strong. The Shadow Priest Demo, Resto Shaman, you just have so much offense, lots of defense you could rotate through. All 3 targets are really durable. If you leave anyone open, like, it can be extremely punishing. So it makes sense to me. Trill is just getting kind of bullied here. Lightning Lassos come in. He's able to get the Vanish off soon. I think it's relatively soon. We get a blind here on Absurge. He's able to just sit that. Trill gets knocked away. It's constantly being knocked, and Static Field Totem. I'm looking to get really aggressive here and just try to create some pressure out of nothing, but it's ultimately Trill who gets blasted, and Cedar just doesn't have any cooldowns really that he can trade. The Spirit Link Totem does come in, but that's basically the last line of defense. Trill doesn't have a Vanish, doesn't have Cheat Death, he doesn't have Cloak of Shadows, and we've seen it time and time again this weekend. In past weekends, the Subtlety Rogue kind of struggles into the Demonology Warlock. You have so much control as that Demo Warlock, and the amount of you can't really avoid the damage. Like, normally, Subtlety Rogue is really good at avoiding damage by just controlling, right? Like, you get a gouge on someone, you get a cheap shot on someone, you completely limit their damage, but it's a lot different against these pet classes, because even if you're controlling Jellybeans, you're still just getting absolutely destroyed by all the pets. We saw it yesterday with the Beast Mastery Hunter as well. These pet classes seem really strong into the Sub-Rogue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jellybeans definitely showcasing that he knows what he's doing here on the Warlock as well. You could tell he's definitely been practicing it here. And WizK, man, at the end of that replay, what a hero, getting that triple fear, and just in general, his psychic horrors have been so key. Even that close moment that we have on Sam I Am earlier during that replay was just absolutely phenomenal. You know, finding. Just on the last second, because one of the things, right, with Shamans is that their casted heals got buffed. So when you're going for a big Spirit Walker's Grace, like a Healing Surge heal, for example, having that interrupted at the very, very last second is going to put you so far behind, and that's what he managed to do. Find that window, interrupted at the last second there with his Psychic Horror. Find, the mind games, find the triple fears to really set up his team. And Jellybeans, the hardest things to do when you're playing kind of a alt class is to be effective while staying alive. And Jellybeans able to do that really well while WizK is getting aggressive. So I feel like the Golden Guardians really showing a lot of versatility. And, it has been something that we've criticized them a lot for in the past, because in basically every matchup, they're just like, oh, RPS is good here. And then, it's not.
I feel like they have adapted a little bit to give them credit, but yeah, it is definitely it's a tough thing to do. I mean, I feel like I want to say the meta hasn't been in Golden Guardians' favor for quite some time. Like, there's been a lot of mage dominant metas for a while, so like having to tag in Jellybeans on the mage against players like Ceralium and Wealthy Man, it's tough. but they look really prepared for these cups. Obviously, they are the cup number 1 and cup number 2 champion, facing elimination here with Jellybeans on the Demonology Warlock. But I really do think this composition is strong, and this could even be like maybe their main composition. I was thinking, like, what does Liquid even run against this?
Yeah,
Like, I don't know if they Evoker. Is Evoker better, you think?
well, no,
I don't.
really,
I
no.
don't think it is. I don't think it is
No,
better.
really. Yeah,
Hey, you
I
don't-
don't think it is either.
I mean, Evoker obviously brings some unique tools on the small map. They might be able to get some plays done, but I don't like in general. I wonder if we see Jellybeans actually play the Howl of Terror also instead of the Coil. We saw Cubsy get really great value out of that, especially against Preservation Evoker, because they're constantly having to move in, right? Like, if you have damage on the Subtlety Rogue and he moves in to actually get a heal with the Verdant Embrace, then you just get a double Howl of Terror for free. So I feel like having to deal with the Shadow Priest Fear as well as the Warlock Fear like that, I feel like Sea-Doo might get punished a lot here. Like, I don't know, he's not going to have Tremor Totem anymore, so every single fear that lands he's going to have to dispel. He's not going to have the safety net of Grounding Totem. Obviously, there are advantages to the Preservation Evoker, but you just have to think about the tools that you're losing in this match.
Basically, it's just more offense with the Preservation Evoker, but at the same time, I feel like you're going to be a lot more susceptible to crowd control. You lose Tremor Totem, you lose Grounding Totem, you lose a lot of these tools to kind of dodge fears. And in addition to that, we're going to close quarters, so it means that Jellybean is going to be a lot more tested on the Warlock. He's going to need to do an even better job, kiting. Doing it on Astromains is one thing, but doing it here on Hook Point is a complete other thing against the Sub-Rogue. But at the same time, I feel like the way Jellybean survives isn't necessarily just throughout the kiting. It's just save your Axe Toss, and then when Trill stuns you, stun him. So I feel like if Jellybeans just kind of sticks to that basic rule, he's going to be in a great spot for the most part. And yeah, if he is playing that Howl of Terror, that's going to be huge as well. I don't think he is actually. It's on the same tier as Shadow Fury, right? So I'm pretty sure he's got Shadow Fury.
That's
but we'll see. Oh, there's the coil anyway.
Yep. Here we go. WizK powering up, getting a silence here onto Sea-Doo. That's going to be the static field totem once again. Upsurge being a playmaker all day, repositioning the enemies in the middle of the map, and that is not where you want to be against a wizard setup. Sea-Doo is really struggling here. Manages to get some big heals out, but this damage is completely overwhelming. What is going on? Jellybeans and WizK just powering up. Finally, Sea-Doo is able to recover, but that was such a scary opener. Now it's going to be WizK on the back foot just a little bit. Sam I am going to get feared up with Trill. Good job here by WizK. Getting the counter pressure rolling. There's the mind games, the fear, the lasso. Sam I am in trouble. Has to trinket, trade out Shadow Meld, Bear Form, Renewal, everything to survive. And Golden Guardian is looking good.
Trill is in so much trouble. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. He's got the Vanish, though, trying to get aggressive right now onto Jellybeans, but actually going to be going after WizK here. But look at that coil by Jellybeans, immediately making sure that setup gets blocked. And now it's going to be Trill again on the back foot. He's got no stun dares to work with here. Sam I am right now looking to get aggressive. But Sea-Doo's in a full fear. Sam I am is in a full Axe Toss. They might just win the game outright right now. And that's going to be the Emerald Communion coming out there for Sea-Doo. And all of a sudden, the Golden Guardians are looking absolutely dominating in this matchup. And Team Liquid, they need to start finding some offensive pressure because this game is slipping away from them minute by minute right now. Full kidney shot into a Cyclone there onto Jellybeans. They're going after Wiz once again, and a bash onto Ab. So just a clean setup there by Team Liquid, and they will force themselves a dispersion, but still a tall order left here. They still need to force a lot more, but the good news is they do have that Incarnation coming back up soon, but Trill might not even survive to that point.
It's going to be scary. There's the Death Coil onto Sam I am. They take him down. Double Fear coming in. Lightning Lasso once again. Golden Guardians. Their setups are looking so clean with this setup. Sea-Doo in the middle of the map gets silenced. Going for that Verdant Embrace, but they get lassoed up once again. Nicely done. The static field totem. I mean, I'm just calling it out all day because it is just so fun to see, the Shaman being able to contribute offensively with positioning. Really, really strong ability that was added to the Restoration Shaman toolkit. Let's see if they can continue. This is the first time we're seeing Golden Guardians actually forced back to the pillar. So Liquid has good pressure. This small map is working out. WizK uses the Desperate Prayer and Spiritling Totem as well. I don't know if that was actually needed in that situation, but Absurge going with a little bit of a preemptive move, dropping the Healing Tide Totem. Just wanted to keep WizK alive as Liquid is making a very offensive push here.
Yeah, and Whiskey is not out of the woods just yet. He gateways. He's gonna maybe die behind the pillar here. He needs to be very careful right now. Cedo gets silenced up. Absolute gateways back with him, and now Whiskey looking to get aggressive here once again. There's the power infusion. Huge damage over time effects here onto Trill. Can they find some crowd control though onto Cedo? Nice dispel there by Cedo. Big Spirit Blooms coming out as well, and that's going to be Samayam now in big trouble here. Full fear onto Cedo. He's going to trinket out, and Trill might just go down here. Cloak of Shadows comes out as well as that Bark Skin from Samayam, and now they're starting up Cedo. Trill's still in a lot of trouble. Everybody's dying right now. Whiskey as well, though, needs to be careful. He has the dispersion. Might need to make the trade here. It's a game of chicken. Who's going to win it? Absolutely in a full Cyclone, and I think that is going to be it for Whiskey there. He's going to be trading out that dispersion immediately, but still, it is anybody's game here. No defensive cooldowns available on anybody on any sides here, pretty much. Whiskey could fall, but at the same time, so could Samayam and so could Trill.
Yeah, this is definitely scary. Whiskey has the Void Shift, might need to trade it out. It's going to be the Ascendance from Absurge, bolstering his healing, keeping everyone alive, but at the same time, Samayam is getting low. If Golden Guardians can find that big spike of damage, Tyrant is available here for Jellybeans. Can he get the Tyrant off? He gets blinded. Trill just trying to slow him down a little bit, using that defensive blind. And beautiful lasso onto Trill. He has a vanish, might need to trade it out. He's got 2 vanishes. Don't want to be too greedy here, but at the same time, Samayam is in the open. There it is. Totem once again bringing all 3 members in the middle of the map. Nicely done there by Absurge, but they're not able to get too much done. Jellybean's looking to set up a Tyrant, but he gets cycloned on it. Good denial there by Samayam. He gets typhooned away. They all gateway, so repositioning here from Golden Guardians, just trying to bait Liquid into the open. A little bit of damage here on Cedo at the same time. Like maybe actually pressuring Cedo in this match could be important. Whiskey has his cooldowns rotating back up in just a few short seconds. Can he hold on? Who's going to find the pressure? Full Cyclone on Absurge. Can they drop Whiskey? Void Shift onto Jellybeans. Does not want to mess around. Now Trill is the one under fire. I mean, this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, big Emerald Communion there from Cedo as well, as he manages to stabilize the rest of his team. But now they've bought enough time to get that dispersion. Trill has no Cloak of Shadows for another 15 seconds. Cedo has no Trinket for 15 seconds. Who they're going to go after is going to be Cedo, but he trades out the Obsidian Scale. Smoke Bomb comes out here onto Whiskey. He's going to trade out his Trinket here. Is that going to be enough? Absolutely sitting through a full cycle, and he gets kicked on the Master Spell. Beautiful kick there by Trill. He's trying to take him down, and that will be the dispersion there as well. So getting that Trinket and that dispersion in one push, really nicely done there by Liquid. But now they need to play defense. Liquid will trade out the Cloak of Shadows there from Trill. And Whiskey will be picked up. Gets cycloned somewhat low here. They're making a swap onto Jellybeans. That's going to be the unending result immediately here. Samayam is popping off right now on that Moonkin. Jellybeans looking for the Fierce here. Can he find it? Whiskey drops to 1% HP, and that will be the Spirit Link Totem from Absurge together with his Trinket. That's going to be a Sleepwalk there onto Jellybeans. Jellybeans might just flop right now. Big damage coming out there from the Disintegrates. Chill is chasing him. Full Fear coming out there. Jellybeans on 1% HP. How is he staying alive right now? Going for the Fierce. Can they find a triple DR Cyclone onto Jellybeans? If they can take him down at the end of this, that would be huge. Absurge going for a Lightning Lasso, trying to actually get offensive there towards the end, but isn't able to keep his Warlock alive. And Team Liquid stay alive in the bracket. Golden Guardians get knocked out, and that is going to be our top 4 here for tomorrow.
Yeah, that was almost disastrous. Samayam threw in Cyclone after, at the same time, a fully channeled Fire Breath was going to land from Cedo. If that cost them the game, that could have been devastating. But Liquid, they battle it back here. We go to the small map. Cedo gets onto the Evoker, and it is enough for them to survive. But this was an incredibly close game. I mean, there's so many moments where Samayam and Trill look like they could easily fall. It just shows you the level of competition this year is just so high. This is early on in the match, or a little bit later on in the match. They get the unending resolve here from Jellybeans. Whiskey almost goes down. It's just such a huge momentum swing. This isn't even the incarnation from Samayam, and they're able to get all of this pressure rolling. Jellybeans has to gate away, and he's just holding on at 1 HP. This is the Fire Breath. Watch this. Cedo starts channeling at a full Fire Breath. It's a living flame. Here comes the Fire Breath, Fire Breath, Fire Breath, and Cyclone. Boom.
Denied.
Yeah, denied. Cedo's like, no! But he still goes for it. Disintegrates, living flames, and ultimately Jellybeans he doesn't have the healing. Absurge has nothing left in the tank. He tried his best channeling the Lightning Lasso on those last few moments, but they weren't able to get the kill. I do feel like, even though the Golden Guardians, let's talk about Golden Guardians a little bit, even though they lost in the upper bracket and they were eliminated here in the lower bracket, I still feel like they had a good week. The matchups were really close. I kind of get the feeling if you played these series again, it could have gone really either way. So I don't think Golden Guardians should be too discouraged. And obviously Liquid's going to be really happy. As well, you have the Super One-Shot Frogs and Luminosity Gaming in that upper bracket, and this is a moment for them to kind of catch up here. If they can have a deep run, they can take a first-place finish. They can get a little bit closer to the Golden Guardians.
Honestly, if
Yeah,
you are
definitely.
the Super One-Shot Frogs... Sorry, go ahead, Aya.
No, you go.
I was just going to say, honestly, if you are the Super One-Shot Frogs and Luminosity, you probably would have much rather have Golden Guardians actually knock out Liquid, because Liquid are second. I feel like Golden Guardians, they have such a decent amount of points right now that I feel like no matter what, they're more than likely to actually make it into that top 3. So you would probably want them to just soak up as many points as possible and then have Liquid kind of somewhat early knockout. And then that would give you, as the 3rd seed, a much bigger opportunity to actually close the gap here. But either way, if you are one of those 2 teams, you're probably happy with this result here.
Oh yeah, that's very true. We can take a look here at the bracket of where we're currently standing for the North American region. Team Liquid lost in LIHUE, standing down there in that lower bracket, and that will be the first game that we're going to be seeing from North America. That's going to be the second half of the day tomorrow for Championship Sunday. So both of those teams on the line for elimination, and what an incredible 2 teams as well. I mean, I just every time we go to Championship Sunday, it's just like incredible how strong the pool that is left, and how many great teams got knocked out. Like we just saw Golden Guardians, who is number 1 by a mile, like Zeke was kind of already mentioning in terms of points, getting knocked out before even making it to Championship Sunday. Then we're heading over into that upper bracket, Super One-Shot Frogs versus Luminosity Gaming. So Luminosity Gaming then kind of making a comeback this weekend.
I mean, definitely. If there's any team you can never count out, it's Luminosity Gaming. I think they've been the most dominant team in North America. Well, they absolutely have been the most dominating team in North America for like the last 3-4 years, maybe in the history of North America. So it's really crazy to see, that they did have a bit of a slow start here, but with a few adaptations and changes, we're getting those 2 words jumbled up there. A few adaptations and some changes coming into the game. They were able to bring in the Arms Warrior with Drake and really put on a show and earn their spot in that upper bracket finals. But they have a difficult opponent. Super One-Shot Frogs has also looked incredibly good. Cubsy on the Demonology Warlock, Flop on that Restoration Druid, and Wealthy Man really tagged in on, he played a little bit of Mage, but the Elemental Shaman has looked better. And of course, you have Chun-Li waiting in the wings as well. And maybe, maybe if there's no sub-rogue threat, we could potentially see Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk. Probably not, but it is a possibility.
Yeah, maybe time will tell. We're going to be seeing those matches tomorrow. It always feels good to see, a player that has had to play a lot of different DPS specs because of the meta kind of hop back into their main and find success there. So we'll have to see when we get to that match. But here's a look at Europe. We played those games earlier on this weekend on Friday. So these are the 4 teams that remain. We've got the Agents versus My Way down there in that lower bracket, and then of course Zico, Echo versus Admirals Esports up top.
Yeah, Echo, been kind of the team to beat, similar to the Golden Guardians here in North America, though. But my question is, have Admiral Esports finally found an answer here? They looked super, super convincing against My Way, taking that 3-0. And they've kind of been leveling up as a team as well, looking probably the best we've seen them in a really, really long time. So Admiral Esports definitely have a shot here. If they can dethrone Echo, that's going to be really big for them because, Admiral Esports, 2nd place, Echo, 1st place. Then you have the Agents, which I do believe at the top of my head is 3rd. And then My Way still trying to make their way into that top 3. We saw My Way last season have a miracle run and actually qualify on the very, very last cup on the last day. I think they won the entire thing. So they have done it in the past, and they're going to need to do it again because they are running out of time here. And the Agents as well, they've had a couple of slow runs so far, and they really need to start picking up some steam here and starting to solidify themselves in that top 3 because we are running out of cups here. It's just tomorrow, and then after that, there's only one more chance to do it.
Yep, and the 4th cup that will be next weekend. Signups for that are open, but not for much longer. So definitely go check that out. Maybe our mods can link it in the chat, or you can head over to the WoW Esports Twitter as well. But that being said, that wraps things up here for the North American games today. We will see everyone tomorrow for Championship Sunday, same time, same place here at twitch.tv/Warcraft, or over on YouTube as well. We'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. See you soon.